responded overwhelmingly that healthcare, education, and crime and the justice system were the key issues impacting Jamaica. Then we had some sub-themes around climate change, sustainable communities. And in Canada, overwhelmingly, people were concerned about racism and systemic discrimination in Canada. And so that is how we landed on the topics for this conference, okay? And with that, I am introducing Mr. Dave Doyen. He has held roles related to diversity and inclusion at public and private sector organizations. Dave is a member of Toronto Police Services Police and Engagement Review 2.0 Advisory Committee and the Michael Jean Foundation's Board of Directors. He has served on the Black Health Alliance's Board of Directors. And Mr. Doyen, of course, is Jamaican. Born and raised, like, kind of raised.
You still have the passport.
You still have the passport. All right, and over to you for what I know is going to be an interesting session.
Merci beaucoup à Thomas. Bonjour tout le monde, bonjour à notre participant qui est à nous rejoindre par l'internet sur nos lignes, en particulier les personnes qui sont situées à Montréal. Et absolument tous les Franco-Jamaïcains. Good morning, everyone. Or as we may say in our own language, morning. Or those who try to force themselves into the English language, good morning. So, before I begin, though, I realize we should acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, which has also been the home of many First Nations Inuit-habiting peoples. Nous sommes reconnaissants que nous avons rassemblé sur les territoires traditionnels des Premières Nations, en particulier les Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, and the Chippewas. So it's just important that we keep in mind that the indigenous peoples, the Mississauga of the Credit, were here first. Many of us, of course, through our various journeys have come here and joined them, but we also talk about being in a collective struggle against the various forms of oppression that continue to exist, and we hope to put together indigenous synergies and Black synergies towards a better future. Joining me on stage, and I hope I have your full attention, right? If we're back in a Jamaican classroom, you'd have to put your hands up, sideways, forward, clasp your hands and close your eyes. So, I have your full attention, yes? Good, I get the head nods, I see everything, good. And then if you're in an airplane now, turn off your phone, turn off Bluetooth, right? Mettre en mode silent. Désactivez votre Wi-Fi et Bluetooth. You just want to be present and focus here because on stage are incredibly brilliant people. To my left, which is your right, is Sister Kathy McDonald, who comes from the parish of Manchester. Are there any Manchesterians and the Villians? Country people come to take over. And at my far left is Dr. Glenford Duffus, who was a former superintendent of education. So please join me in welcoming Sister Kathy. As you heard, Adoma mentioned that there are several themes that you asked the organizers to focus on. Both are experts in education, if you will, who spend and continue to spend considerable time in education. So we'll be delving deep into that, but we'll also, if time allows, explore other systems as well. Here's where this session is going to be moderated a little differently. Rather than have a dedicated Q&A section at the end, I invite you to use the mic to my left, your right, at any time to pose questions or to make comments. So this is an active conversation, it's an active dialogue. There's no dedicated Q&A segment. So if something provokes you, if you're wrestling with something on your mind, by all means, make use of the mic to the left and I'll acknowledge you. So the mic is there, make use of it. So I'm gonna jump in with something that we may all be familiar with. Labor for learning before you grow old. For learning is better. Silver and gold, but a good education. With that, what may be getting in the way of a good education in this country. And with that, I'm going to ask my learned panelists to just talk about their experience as trustee and as a former superintendent of education. What are some of the barriers and challenges that we've seen Jamaicans in particular confront as we deal with a system that we may not be familiar with?
Thank you. So thank you for that wonderful introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. So first, I will start by saying, while we're going to focus on education, remember that our students, when they come into a school, they come into a system, an environment, their parents are in an environment where they are facing anti-Black racism in housing, education, policing, social services, even what social services they have access to or they hear about, employment, national security, healthcare, transportation, child welfare.
Good morning. Pardon me, folks, for those of you who are active in the marketplace, if that's an appropriate term for not trying to call it Carnation Market. But persons to the right of the stage, hello. Thank you. We'll ask that you lower your voices while the panelists are making their remarks, even while I'm speaking. Again, for persons in the marketplace, hello, and those to the right of the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's important to recognize. And for the argument, for my discussion, I'm just going to read what the Ontario Human Rights Commission has defined as anti-Black racism. It's prejudice, attitudes, belief, stereotyping, and discrimination that is directed at people of African descent and rooted in their unique history and experience of enslavement and its legacy. Anti-Black racism is deeply entrenched in Canadian institutions, policies, and practices to the extent that it is either functionally normalized or rendered invisible to the larger white society. Anti-Black racism is manifested in the current social, economic, and political marginalization of African Canadians, Afro-Caribbean peoples, which include unequal opportunities, lower socioeconomic status, higher unemployment, significant poverty rates, and overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. And that was the Government of Ontario 2022. And I tell you, we have a system that one would argue was not designed for people like us. Because when you think of the educational system back in, say, the 1800s, back hundreds of years ago when public education was established in Canada, you have to remember that as the people, there were very little expectations of us to read and write. We couldn't even vote. People had different definitions of whether or not we're actually people, right? We have to look at the impact, because very often a lot of us from the Caribbean, we have grown up in a loving, caring community schooling environment. As a Jamaican, I know I'm a country girl, but I went to Immaculate, and ICHS in the house, the best school in the island. Right? And I tell you, I have never had anyone tell me you can't achieve anything, you'll never go to university, right? We came from a community, it didn't matter if you were rich or poor, they believe, Jamaica was actually more smart. We said, boy, you can pick a variety, and they would take it and they would nurture you, right? Here, you're in grade 4, you hit a kid, and they label you already a future gang leader. And these are actual comments that have been made and I've encountered in my work as a trustee. So we also don't underestimate the value of growing up in a country where we're used to seeing Black prime ministers and doctors and lawyers, entrepreneurs succeeding, right? Small business people, bankers, you name it. We saw ourselves reflected positively in society. And we also must not, get complacent and think that, oh, well, I made it, I'm doing well. Because if you look at Stats Canada results, Black people, particularly Caribbean people, because African people are technically newer immigrants than Caribbean peoples, right? We are one of the few populations populations, as immigrants, our children are doing worse than we are doing. Let that resonate with you. Almost every other group of people that have come to this country to make a better life, their children do better than their parents. Our kids are not doing better than us, right? And that's a serious alarming fact that as a community we need to address. So I will leave it there in terms of setting the landscape, right, and getting to more of what I say solutions, because we all know the problems. We all have faced, we all have relatives or children ourselves that have been through the system. So I look forward to talking more about the solutions, as I've learned as a trustee, and the importance of community. So I hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for laying the groundwork. There is no doubt that prejudice, discrimination, and racism have adversely impacted the Black experience. And we've seen in many different areas. It would take us the entire day again to share all the stories and the experiences we've had with the system. I have a very unique perspective, not unique to me alone, but in this regard, because I've been trained or educated in both systems, and I've worked in both systems at different echelons. So I came to Canada as a retired principal or former principal, resigned in Jamaica. And then I came here and became a national teacher, the vice principal, a principal, and a superintendent. So I have some unique perspectives on what I would call the internal runnings of the system. And so I'm going to briefly mention some aspects of the education system that you probably are aware of that I may be not even aware of how they impact adversely our children and their achievement. And I start off with the assessment and evaluation practices. And these things are not just what each school decides to do. This is policy and procedures coming out of the political directorate. And so you will say, well, if it is coming out of the political directorate, how do people deviate from these kind of normal standards? But they can find ways to adjust the system to meet the needs of learners. So when you look at the assessment and evaluation practices, right off the bat, in kindergarten, many of you are familiar with an instrument known as EDI, Early Development Instrument. And this early development instrument measures physical health and well-being, social knowledge and competence, emotional health, maturity, language and cognitive development, general knowledge and communication skills for 4-year-olds coming into the system. You know the disparity in terms of wealth and all of those kinds of things and opportunities that are accessed by these young kids. So definitely they are at disadvantage. Plus, when you think of the people who administer the instrument and their own biases, and this interpretation is based on personal observation, etc., etc. That sets up the test outcome to be very flawed. And as a result, here we have some kids whose profiles are developed, whose instruction will be shaped based on their performance. So out of that gate, we have some kind of disparity. You may be very familiar with EQAO, This is a test administered in grade 3, grade 6, grade 9, and grade 10. And apart from the internal biases that I have taken up with the EQAO myself, it or the results help place kids. And so some of you might see in your children going from grade 6 to grade 7 at whatever school. It's called transfer or promotion. And those two things don't mean the same thing. And what do they mean and how do they impact on the children in their school that they go? Grade 9 EQAO test is instrumental in determining whether the kids are going to go to applied or academic program. And all of that kind of streaming that gets some children not going towards academic work and university courses that will lead them to secondary designation. We also look at the curriculum itself, and some of the questions when we look at both the formal and the informal curriculum, which is called the hidden curriculum in many respects, we have to know that it is Eurocentric. We also have to know that a number of people's stories have been omitted and their experiences not valued, and there are voices not portrayed in the curriculum. We also look at the pedagogy, and one of the things that we are aware of, although we are Black people, we are not monolithic. And so we have to know that there needs to be diversity in the classroom in terms of the instructional practices if we're ever going to meet all the needs that the children and the learners bring to the classroom. If you probably recall, and I've been to a number of meetings, board council meetings with the trustees and parents, etc. And I've seen people literally roll over on the floor in tears because they have found out that their children have been all categorized into special ed programs. And special ed programs could mean something different if it were applied differently, where kids are getting additional support to meet their learning needs and not necessarily bombarded to little classrooms to be engaged in what I call the pedagogy of poverty. Low interest, skill things that really don't enhance learning and move children forward. I think I want to just make mention of parent-community relationship that is different from how we envision it in the Caribbean and how it is perceived in the Canadian context. We need, as parents, to be more engaged in other things than the bake sale. What part are you playing with decision making? How do you follow and ask those questions of your teachers and administrators about your children and their learning? Sometimes you might feel threatened by the big reading meetings we have in the schoolroom. And how do you get advocate and get voices that will represent you at the table and ask the real questions that you need to get answered? And how do we, last but not in any way the least, how do we diversify the employment within our schools so that our children see people who look like them, who have expertise not only to be classroom teachers, but to move into administration and superintendency and directorate education, etc., etc. I look forward to answering some of your questions.
And Guilford, I just wanted to comment based on what the different aspects of what the items you mentioned. Was the center of it is When we were going to school in Jamaica, our parents sent us to school, to a loving community, with the reassurance that every person in the building was invested that our children would excel and be the best version of themselves. And we migrated to different countries in North America, in this Western world, right? And we came here with the same mindset, and nothing could be further from the truth. There are hostile systems in many cases, and they don't have high expectations for our children. Is things changing and getting that better? I would say yes, slowly, and I've seen the needle shifting, but we are nowhere near where we were or where we're coming from in Jamaica, right? Because our teacher would never say to us, like say if you had a learning disability, you can't do anything, right? They would help, and you had people like even Shelly Ann Fraser, right? It's her teachers. She came from abject poverty, and it was teachers that surrounded and helped her, saw potential. She lived with some of her teachers, right? And that is the story for many of our youth in Jamaica that have economic challenges, right? Can't afford extra lessons. And so you have a community that's invested in their development. Here, not so much. Also, another system, we have this elected trustee system. We don't have that in Jamaica. So parents are not even aware of that. Like how many here can name who your trustee is or your kid's trustee was? Right? How many people, when you go to vote for your trustee? And I would argue, to me, that's the most important political role, barring the fact that, you get a stipend, right? And, there's no pomp and ceremony with trustees. But as a trustee, I'm responsible, like in appeal for a $2 billion budget for your children's education. I'm responsible for huge decisions in terms of allocation. Yes, a lot of the funds are allocated to an envelope for things like to employment and salaries, right? So I can't cut somebody's salary if I think they need to cut or increase it if I think they need to increase it, right? But trustees is such an important, vital level of government that a lot of parents aren't even aware of. You should access your trustees and most importantly, vote, right? And people just get these roles and they're there for years and years. And also, another thing that we're not used to as much in Jamaica as here is plenty of times to say, we just want to elect a black person in power, or the person black, or you want just because they're black. But we have to remember that not all skin folk are kinfolk. Because there are a lot of black people in power that are there to keep the status quo. And as a community, we have to remember that, right? And pay attention to what our folks that were elected are doing. And it can't only be about, it's the first black and we need a black person in there. And then stuff like that before I get into the
I never want to break up a good party. So one of the things Kathy said earlier is we know the problem very well. Glenford delved into it, and Kathy started delving into it. And I tend to be someone who's more solutions focused because I realize very often, especially in community meetings, we will dwell on the problems. And I once said to a good brother, good brethren of mine, his name is Donovan Santos. I said, Donovan, we get a meeting with government. Let's say it's for an hour. We go through 50 minutes talking about the problem and use the last 10 minutes trying to talk about the solution. And Donovan said, Dave, no. We use the last 10 minutes saying we didn't get enough time. So we're not even prepared to do our advocacy. And that's a real shame. But Kathy outlined and started talking about and underscored something that is even more basic. How many of you are actively or actually are engaged in voting? Because you should know who your trustee is, just as you may know who your city councillor, your member of provincial parliament, or your member of legislative assembly, ou si vous êtes au Québec, votre membre de l'Assemblée nationale, or federally, you're a member of parliament. But you don't take time to know who your trustee is, and your trustee is closer to you, and your trustee is affecting your spawn, your descendants. So I'd be curious to hear from you. If you're not voting for your trustee, why is that? Why don't you vote? Why aren't you engaged in that process? And just to remind you, remember, this is an active conversation, so feel free to make use of the mic if you have questions or a comment that you'd like to make now. Don't feel as we have to hold until the end. Okay, so I see someone going now. I will yield to you, Madam.
Thank you. I really just have a question for the former superintendent. I love the trustee, and yes, I know who my trustee is, and I have regular conversations. But based on the fact that we want solutions to the problem, you asked two powerful questions at the end of your presentation. My question is, do you have suggestions for answering those questions?
I think I have some broad stroke solutions or strategies, and I have some that are specific to my operations in the different roles that I have. So I go with the broad stroke strategies. It's conversation, making the comfortable uncomfortable, creating discomfort. And the way we do this in terms of breaking the silence, let your voice be heard, but not a voice that is fraught with emotions. We need to be speaking from information. So as a superintendent, I go into my schools and I say to the principal, which group of students is underachieving? I go in the school armed with the race-based data that our board is allowed to elect. So I already know which group is underachieving. I know exactly based on EQA scores, exactly what classrooms they are in, what questions they didn't answer correctly, and what the question was asking them for. Is it inference, it is recalling, whatever. And so I go with that information. And so I'm not going to talk about emotions. I'm going there with information. And by the time we leave that conversation, we are going to have a plan of strategies to enhance the achievement of that group. And it's going to be visited when I go back the next 3 weeks. It is not all going to be done. It is not all going to be 100% in terms of achievement improvement, but we are on a trajectory and we are making each other accountable. So we have to have those conversations. I remember having a conversation like this in one of my schools, and I met with the head of departments. And one of the comments I heard was, I don't see color in my class. And I just broke loose in the meeting and said, you mean you look in this room and you don't see that I'm a black man? In other words, you have to make some people who are comfortable with some situation become uncomfortable so that they begin to own and be accountable for something. The other thing that we have to do is to challenge what I call averse racism. It might be wrapped up in a parcel and called unintentional, or it might be called some other thing. And people are making comments and all that type of thing about us. And, well, Glenn Ford, you are different. You're black, but you're different. Oh no, don't go there. We have to begin to put the brakes on certain things when we hear them. And we have to strive for a seat at the table. The decisions are not made in the corridor. They're not made out on the parking lot. They are made at the table. And if you don't have anybody who shares your perspective, who has your interests at heart, you will never influence the decision making. And last but in no way the least, look out for and support one another. So I support my black children in the school. I made sure that they weren't thrown under the bus or treated unfairly. I made sure that they had the kind of quality of education that is going to enhance upward mobility. So, as Kathy mentioned earlier on, what you need in this position is a transformative leader who is going to recognize inequity when you see it and have an action plan to deal with it.
And to piggyback, sorry, yeah, I just want to answer the question you posed to, because I can tell you as a trustee, I've learned so many lessons, right? And when you talk about a transformative leader, it is so important because remember, nothing will get done if somebody is using, when they get elected, they say, oh, I like this position, they come with it. The power seems sweet for them, and they forget their mandate that they enter, right, with. I think also you have to recognize that, yes, there's a huge role that the community plays and advocates play, but we need people at every level of government, And I remember Selena Caesar Chavez once said about when you're at the table, you know the bounty. So, the government may say, I'm going to give that community $20 million in this month. And we're all like, yeah, we got $20 million. And she said, stop. Other people get 200 million. Why are we getting 20 million? That's why it's important to have people at the table. And remember, most politicians, two things motivate them. It's people who they think will come out and vote and support them, and money and power, right? So as a community, if they see us as having no economic clout or no economic power, right, they're going to treat us as such. And it's important, and I remember as a trustee, I give you an example. There was an issue in the Muslim community. The board was going to do something quite crazy, and we had a Muslim trustee. Now we got this email on a Sunday night. Our board meeting is on a Tuesday. She called me. We call ourselves the Three Amigos because local group, a Sikh, a Muslim female, and a Sikh male. He's now a counselor, accurate say, right? But the three of us were three trustees, and we did amazing revolutionary things in the Peel District School Board. And by Tuesday, she had filled the boardroom with over 1,000 Muslim people to support her in opposition of what was going to happen. This is a Monday night, and we have a meeting on Tuesday at 8:30. There are times I, as a black trustee, talking about just unimaginable harm that's happening to our children. And in a week, I'm lucky if I get 50 people to show up at a board meeting. We have to show up because each head they see, they times it by either 10 or 100. And they pay attention to the people that are showing up because they see our silence as a license to abuse our children and do whatever they want. I think we have to remember that if you look again at the importance of transformative leadership, and I think it's so important because, and that's why I'll keep saying that as a solution. Because again, from personal experience, I tell you, imagine putting forward a motion like targeting hiring of black people to have representation. Because I'm a firm believer that representation matters. But you have black people that would say, oh, it doesn't matter. They see on national TV, they said, and we're electing this person to represent us. So the trustees figure, oh, representation doesn't matter because you keep saying representation doesn't matter. When I put that motion on the past, the first three people that opposed the motion were three black people. Right? Let that thing sink in for a moment. And we have to remember that people don't willingly relinquish power. Right? We have to demand a seat at that table. We have to demand fair treatment for our children. Because they're quite happy to stream mainstream our children and say, you know what? All you're going to do is push a bump, right? And I'm not knocking people who are janitors because we need janitors. But I think it's wrong when we say that because of the color of your skin, all our children, that is what we expect of them to do. And as Dr. Putin, I remember once listening to this doctor who was the chief of, I think it was East York, some big hospital, right? And he said his father came from poverty, and when they were trying to screen him, his father said, I didn't leave Jamaica for my son to end up like me. I want my son to do better than me, right? So we have to show up there and hold them accountable, right? And even as a community, if your kids are doing better, you talk about part of holding them accountable too, is a community. I have 4 children. People say, why are you here? I said, listen, my children need people to marry, right? So I want to make sure we have educated Black people, right, in here. And I think if you don't have accountability measures, all the reports, like the Ontario Human Rights Commission, they counted, there were 83 community reports over the past 75 years. There are 190 recommendations. And if you don't keep your elected officials accountable for these reports are just going to go on the shelf, and the recommendations will be just that, recommendations. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, I have this question to ask from the first deliberation. If you keep on putting out all of this, people in line will not be able to ask questions because what you're saying is true, but then we need to ask questions. So you make a statement or 2 statements to stop and give us a chance to ask questions from you. My question to you, my darling, is you said that of all the immigrants, Black immigrants, whether it's African or Caribbean, the Caribbean immigrant students are the honor achievers and they will not get up to the level their parents have got. Now I want to ask a question, why? I came here in 1994 with 1 child, an only child. And the first friend I had was a white substitute teacher. She said to me, make sure that you attend every meeting. You go to every parent-teacher interview. You show up, you do things in the school so that they know you and they see you. Our people are not doing that because we have to be doing 2, 3, 4 jobs. Our people, we live in a community, we move out. For example, the only community that Jamaicans had when they came here was Eglinton and Hopewood and Vaughan. Now they have all moved out and it's gone back to the Italians.
Miss Linda, just hold on a second. There are folks in the corner, marketplace people. If you don't mind, maybe take a seat and listen to what's happening on the stage, but you are defeating me on the platform and I will not be defeated.
Okay, so here I am in Sabro for 20 years. When I went to Sabro, Mary Shad School and the Catholic school above Mary Shad had 50–60% Black children from the Caribbean. So they see Black teachers. In Mary Shad, I don't even have 1 Black teacher left there. The school population has changed. You can count on 1 hand the amount of Black students that is in Mary Shad school. And the reason is we don't stay in communities. The other people, they come here and they're in a community. When I went here, Alvin Curley was the MPP. Now, if a Black person, my daughter decided to run in here, the Sri Lankan MPP, our MP, has to put her in front of the temple and the other place to say, yes, vote for Yanni. Yes, no other Black person ever vote and win inside here. So we have to stay as a community. We have to, for example, look in here. Look in here. And I'm talking, I'm saying, if this was a boombox thing where you have school and everybody inside us, it would have back. But we don't get ourselves involved in educational issues that will be beneficial to us and our children. So when, like you said, you see 100,000 people in the board meeting, You can't find 50. So you can't even find 100 people to all the people inside the Jamaican community inside this place to come here. So we have to go back to rock bottom and start all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I said you answered that question. Thank you.
So just before you speak, madam, we only have 5 more minutes. So this is always a problem. There's never enough time to talk, but maybe we can make enough time to talk if you learn how to talk sharp. Okay? So, madam.
I got the message. Greetings,
Yes,
everyone. You mentioned solutions, and I do concur with you in regards to lack of awareness and the difference in structures that we're coming from in Jamaica, whether it be political, whether it be so one of the solutions that I have is, just as we do back home, is to get to the grassroots, get to the people, and you get to the people through the community groups. So I'm suggesting for this particular challenge that we have, that somehow the education that you brought to me, that I learned about the trustees and the various evaluation mechanisms and the different levels of the schools, that we bring this into the community groups and inform the parents where they are. Let's put together something where we make this, not that we do it now because we have this conference, but that we do something that will continuously evolve, that as new immigrants come in, new kids come in, because they do go to these community groups, new parents come in, that they are aware, just as we used to learn civics in Jamaica. And when I was in the US, they taught me the American government. When you come here in college, you don't learn that unless you're studying that. Let us, as a Jamaican community, take it to our grassroots and teach the community the various structures of power that exist in the different ministries, in the political arena, so that we understand how we can navigate and go into those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And I say that's an excellent solution. And I tell you, I will go anywhere I'm invited to, any community, Ottawa. I remember when I was a first, I got calls from Hamilton, Ottawa, Dufferin, Singapore, anywhere a black parent comes to me for a problem, I help those parents. Any community. I thought we have actually just formed a Black Trustee Caucus. I am the chair of the overall committee, which is amazing. We have about 17 members. We have more Black trustees, but we have about 17 members that have joined the caucus, and we are starting amazing work already. We have people in that caucus from Simcoe, Ottawa, Dufferin, Toronto, Hamilton, and it's so important to what you said to get the word out and bring and go where you are, go to churches, and even going to church. A lot of churches, for some reason, are afraid to speak up and have people come and talk. It's important for your community to hear.
Thank you. Earlier on I spoke. My name is Selva, the general pastor of this city. I work in a mixed congregation.
Reverend, but you won't deliver a sermon, right?
I was just.
J'ai 2 minutes, c'est justement 2 minutes. Alors, votre question maintenant.
I was about to actually throw back something on you that you start, that your friend told you that what you end up with is not having enough time. We end up being the victim of the things that we're trying to work against.
And I will pass on your comments to the organizer.
There is a problem, or there are problems. Those of us who have to deal with the community, especially Black community. As a Jamaican, as a pastor, many times I am not seen as Black. And that we have a serious problem because many times, even standing here, listening to the facilitators, Black means color. Black means my fellow minister, Dr. Douglas. But are we addressing symptoms versus cause? We are very big on addressing symptoms. This afternoon, you can ask Dr. Upton Allen what the symptoms and the causes are. And his job is to eliminate disease cause. With my questions, and then I'll go because I understand that 5 minutes is 5 minutes. Are we addressing the perpetrators of racism, or are we addressing the symptoms of racism? Because if I take all the ointment that the doctors give me, the doctors is only addressing symptoms. But unless the blood work is done and they come up with the cause, then there is no elimination. One of the questions I was asked in a youth gathering as a pastor was, will we ever able to eliminate racism? That's the multi-million question. And the obvious answer is no. No. Therefore, we're devising the methods of coping and surviving rather than addressing the perpetrators of racism. It is not within a white or black situation. Let me give you an idea that I have to educate my own black people that I work with. We practice marginalization. We practice marginalization and disenfranchisement within our own community. I have a question for the Minister of Tourism when he comes here. Because
yes, and please save it for him.
Yes. Are we going to eliminate or are we going to continue to devise symptoms of COVID?
Dr. Citron, your remarks do open up a lot of room for conversation and discussion, which we won't have time to adequately deal with today. I am making myself available to community groups to speak more specifically at strategies to change system. We might not eliminate it, but we can make an indent, and we can have our people prepared to deal with the impacts better than we are just hoping or enduring. In closing, I don't want to use this forum to advertise anything, but if there are educators in the room, I have 3 of my books, Academic Excellence Through Equity, When Money Talks. So the first 3 individuals who are educators might be able to get a copy.
Just to make sure we're being fair, I hear we have a question from online. Go ahead.
So not questions, but
Just a moment.
wow, they're excellent.
Freeness, give what Freeness done.
I'm happy to see the educators in the room. So I just wanted to acknowledge the comments online. So it says, the challenge I notice with Black organizations in Canada is the disconnect. I do not feel the support among the groups and information is not easily accessible. So for those of you that are part of organizations, Jamaican Canadian organizations, please note that comment. How do we work better together? How do we follow the suggestion to get the information to parents and families who may not be able to access that information and support in any other way? How do we do that better? There was another comment, we need to show up and stand up and speak up, all right, to the point that the panelists made. And then agreed, we need to go upstream and address the root causes, then what happens downstream will be addressed. All right, thank you to those who are following us online. Keep engaging with us, keep asking your questions and share your comments.
Real quickly, I would just like to say that also.
Ladies and gentlemen, my marketplace attendees, we're almost done. Please take your seats. You know, you're in an aircraft, they tell you do not unbuckle until the plane has come to a complete and full stop. So, for all of you around, sit down.
So very quickly, I think it's also important for parents to do their homework. There's a lot of information, we have access, it's so much easier now to get information. We have organizations like Anchor, we have Parents of Black Children, there are a lot of advocacy field, there are a lot of organizations out there to help parents. Reach out to your trustees, we have the Black Trustee Caucus. Also, if go on the Peel District School Board website, my information is on there, I will direct parents where they need to go. And the comment in terms of, will we ever get rid of racism? No, but we can hold people accountable, and we don't have time to talk about the system because I agree, nothing would change until we actually change the system, that means the bylaws, the policies, teachers, at the Ontario colleges of teachers, and there are lots of different things that are beginning to happen. But it's also important for you, the community, to make your voice be known, that you're watching, and these changes, you're noting what's happening, and hold boards accountable. If you don't hold us accountable, things will never change. Thank you.
Did you have a comment from online?
All right, so last comment, can Jamaican associations across Canada host more in-depth workshops around these issues, I guess? So I'm noting that and saying it publicly to challenge the Jamaican associations that are hosting in satellite cities, as well as the JCA here, that there was that suggestion.
I know it's for time. Are the young people behind hoping to make a comment?
I have a question or comment, guys. They're actually volunteering today, so we're going to acknowledge them as volunteers. They're here to help, which I think is awesome. Did you want to say anything, guys?
I would have yielded to them because
yes,
they're earlier from old school.
I know.
But that's okay. Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons écouté et appris beaucoup. We've heard a lot, we've learned a lot. And there's something the last speaker from the floor said on the two panelists have addressed it. But let me also say to you, having tried to advance change in healthcare, child welfare, policing still, and other things, education, as you see here, you should recognize and appreciate the systems aren't what we want them to be or aren't the ideal that we'd like them to be, but they're not the same systems that they were. And they've changed because we have caused them to change. Kathy McDonald, for example, is a person who put forward the motion for the Peel District School Board to remove the police, whether you may like that or not. But that's one way in which change has happened. It's because of Kathy's advocacy by the province had to intervene and suspend their board of directors and put in a supervisor. It's because of the advocacy of some of the older folks in the JCA that put pressure on Toronto Police Service decades ago that have caused Toronto Police Service to change. We remember our very own Dudley laws, yes? And so many others from our community who have come here. The farm workers program thing, it is ideal, and so many Jamaicans come through that, but again, to the advocacy of the JCA and pressure from so many others, the treatment of the farmers is not yet ideal. It is not yet the Garden of Eden and the utopia that we want it to be, but it is better than what it used to be. And we have to remember that change is possible. But don't expect change if none of you is willing to be à la table, at the table. Don't expect change to happen if none of you is willing to step up and run, if none of you is going to take the time to vote for people like Kathy. Or very candidly, when some in our very own community will fight against the efforts of people to do good. Before we close, I invite you all to stand with me. This I ask you to do to renew yourself as a Jamaican. When we were in school, before we started our lesson, and so for those of you who have forgotten it and aren't carrying on your passport just because, let me see if you can earn it. We're told we have to place our right hand over our left breast, and we would say, before God and all men. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may honor God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play our part and advance in the welfare of the whole human race. And that last line, I want you to remember that Jamaica will play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human Great. Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs. Passez une belle journée.
Awesome session. Let's give another round of applause to the moderator and panelists. There was one additional question which I've noted in the chat, and I would ask the educators in the room, as well as Trustee McDonald, if you could speak to this person about an IEP. Their child, the school is recommending an IEP for their child, and they do not know what that is. I will direct you to the person so that you guys can follow up. If you have other questions, there is an opportunity for you to talk to them. We will share public contact information with folks who were panelists today. And so please follow up, okay? I'll get to you in a second. Okay, so another car is blocking. Okay, we're gonna ask this car to be individual to move their car. Just in a second. Okay, guys. Okay, we're gonna get set up for the next panel. I'm asking the catering folks, is lunch ready? Okay. If you are nice car. If your license plate is CYNK550, please move your car. You are blocking the driveway. CYNK550. Kindly move your car. Thank you. Okay. Okay, guys, there's probably still some refreshments from breakfast. We're waiting for lunch. We're heading into the next segment, which is the official opening. Okay, so I'm checking in with the team now in terms of the time. Guys, online, we're ready? We're still rolling? We're all set in terms of the official ceremony online? Okay. Sylvanus, Dr. Thompson? I'm going to give everyone a 5-minute bio break and stretch your legs, get some steps in. You have 5 minutes to visit the marketplace, and then we will get going.
Still working.
Answering messages.
Oh.
Responding to messages.
Everybody, all right?
Yes, man.
I'll take a picture with you and send it back to you. That's for the fun.
No problem.
So you do this all the time?
Oh, yes. It's been years.
Yeah.
As far back as 2012.
The diaspora.
Although we did some work before that.
I guess you actually missed it. Okay.
So we must talk to you one of these days when you're ready. Talk
Anytime.
about business.
Yep. We're launching off, so in the next couple of weeks, it'll be quite an exciting time. Quite an exciting time.
I don't know if this is fully updated.
It's alright, I know where to find you. I know where to find you. Yeah, because we're refreshing Leganese too now.
I know. I haven't been able to get breakfast there.
I apologize. I've got enough posted.
Yes, I realize. I realize.
And my directors are like, what do you have York? The people that go to Leganese, not going to the Park Plaza, York.
That's true.
So we don't have to manage transfers. That's what we're working on.
That's right.
You're up where?
No, I'm actually in the so-called, what they call it, Golden Triangle.
Okay.
I'm on Seaview Avenue. Bustamante, near Bustamante. Oh, you in?
And I'm going to some near most of it.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yet they can safely say that there's a fair amount of traffic in that area. Yeah, man. Take care.
Checking 2, 3, 4, checking sound. Checking sound 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check, check 2. Sound check 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Checking sound 2. Checking sound check 1, 2. 2, 3, sound check. Better. 1, 2, sound check. 2, 3. Checking sound. 1, 2. Checking sound. Taking those one of those off for this somebody. 1, 2. Go sit on it behind. Sit on it behind. 2, 3. Sound check. 1, 2. Let's go. One, two. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Checking sound. Checking sound. 1, 2. Checking sound. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Checking sound. Check. 1, 2. Checking sound. That's so many. 1, 2. TV. Check in sound.
My good. Okay, guys, we're starting in 5 minutes, so can you slowly make your way to the center for the official ceremony and the presentation by the minister, followed by a moderated Q&A. Thank you to everyone who is online, commenting and engaging. And to all of you for the networking and the discussion. Please take your seats. So we can get started.
Things the power 106, I'm going to come say how do you. All right.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Luther Brown.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we used to do a simulcast one long time ago called the Link Up. Power 106 was a part of it. New York,
Those were the good old days.
New York, England, Toronto, Jamaica.
All right. Take care. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I am good, thank you. Like,
Remind me.
you're good.
I am.
Just before the pandemic, you did some work for us, farming.
Oh, yes, yes.
How are you doing?
What's your name?
Audrey
Audrey.
Spence.
Oh, so you're not the president?
No, the president is Norman. So she
Right.
lives in the US. So I'm the VP for Canada. So I'm the person responsible for Canada. So how are you doing?
I am fine, thanks.
Okay. Do you have a card? Because I lost a lot of my contacts, and we're back online. And, people are back to in person, so we're planning some stuff going forward. So reach out. All
Looking
right,
forward to
take care.
that. You too.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. All right, 2 minutes. Monitors job. Get some monitors. 18 monitors. Not too long. 18 monitors. Can you turn on the host?
All right, kindly take your seats, everyone. Folks online are waiting for us. All right, we will start in 1 minute. Yes, everybody good on that side?
have not been actively involved in over 20 years. Involved and you're still involved. So that's
you. All right, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready for the next segment, which is the opening ceremonies. The opening ceremony, followed by a moderated discussion with Minister Terrellum and Q&A. So I'm going to just ask one more time if everyone can take their seats. The marketplace will be closed for this segment. And so I'm going to ask for everyone's cooperation. The folks online are ready and waiting for us.
So, you gonna retire anytime soon?
They're having an awesome discussion still on education.
I'm retired this year. Yeah. Basically, it's hard. I need to do something else. So,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have a seat. Okay, it's my pleasure to turn things over to our MC extraordinaire, who will take us through the next hour and a bit, perhaps more. Miss Dene Hirt is a daughter of the Jamaican soil. She is a multi-hyphenate who is passionate about multiple issues and still believes a better society is possible. Dene is the former CEO of Vibe 105 FM and VX Free Exchange. She is a change maker, writer, cultural curator, media and business consultant. She works in healthcare, administration by day, and enjoys photography, guides artists, creatives, and events alternatively. Those of you who know Dene know she really is an MC extraordinaire. She's fantastic. She represents Jamaica, Jamaican culture, Jamaican Canadian culture fully. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ms. Dene Hirt.
Thank you, Adoma, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. As you know, if you're not sure, you're at the regional Jamaica Diaspora Conference for 2023, being hosted here in Toronto, but with satellite sites in Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver. To Montreal, that's all I know in French, that is it. Sorry, I maybe a little Spanish, buenos dias, yes? Outside of that, good afternoon, Ronald. Welcome. We are ready to start our official kickoff of this momentous conference. If you've been here with us all morning, you know it's already bubbling. And I like to start things that are already bubbling, you know? You don't have to set anything or fan any fire. We are ready to go. So let us get started first with our land acknowledgement. I ask for some quiet in the room. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As we gather here, we also acknowledge the many people of African descent who are not settlers, but whose ancestors were forcibly displaced as part of the transatlantic slave trade, brought against their will and made to on these lands. We believe that advancing Indigenous sovereignty is deeply, inextricably linked to Black liberation, and we remain committed to advancing both. Now we're going to ask for you to stand as virtually we will have the Canadian national anthem brought to us by Mark Henry, who is in Montreal.
Oh, Canada, our own native land, true patriots love, heroes, we glory, we see right, the true north, strong and free, from far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our name, glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
For the Jamaican anthem, we remain standing, and we ask Ms. Yona Bailey Magalhães, who is our counsel, and Kurt Davis, our counsel general, to come forward.
Eternal Father, bless the land, guard us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil powers, be our life through countless hours,
To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. The response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision as we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above. Forever Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. If you may remain standing as we go into our opening prayer, will be he is a member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Committee, and he will be doing our opening prayer. Come forward, Bishop. I know it's a very serious occasion, and we didn't say boom during the event. We're on some serious behavior right now. So, Reverend, come and bless us. You hear me?
Let us pray. Our God and our Father, we give you thanks, Lord, for life. We thank you for the love of God that has been shed abroad in our hearts by faith. We thank you, Father, that you have chosen us and ordained us as a people to serve our diaspora. Lord, you said you didn't come to be served. You came to serve. And here are you people gathered to deliberate, to construct plans, to effect sustainable service for those lives we will impact. We ask you, Holy Father, to be pleased to be in our midst. We ask you for wisdom where we lack wisdom. We ask you, Lord, for courage to move forward with some tough decisions to help our people in their advancement. We ask you, Holy Father, that you will encourage our hearts as we work together to unite the race and to develop these plans. Bless our meeting, bless our gathering, and bless every individual we pray in your name. Amen.
You may now be seated. Definitely welcome one and all. As we have said, this is the official opening for this auspicious occasion. What an August event in September. We are going to try to keep it moving, so that means I'm on my best behavior. Not a lot of ad-libs, no jokes, and so on. It's going to be very boring. Keep quiet, keep quiet. So we're going to just keep it moving. We're going to ask the Regional Jamaica Diaspora Planning Committee Chair, Dr. Sylvanus Thompson, to come forward and bring us the welcome. Yes, ma'am, Captain.
Blessings.
Dedicate the ceremony. Honorable Orlando Turner, Minister of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, also the Minister of Media responsible for diaspora engagement. Her Excellency, Marsha Ford-Bowman, High Commissioner, Consul General Kurt Davis, Consul General Jamaica Toronto, special guest, fellow Jamaicans, friends of Jamaica. On behalf of the conference planning committee, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one to this regional Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It is an honor to greet you as we come together to celebrate the enduring bond that connects us in this vibrant heart of Jamaica, land we love, even as we find ourselves in this corner of the globe. Kindly allow me to extend my heartfelt appreciation towards some of our distinguished guests. Those present here today is a testament to the significance of the gathering. Your support endorses the importance of the Jamaica diaspora in Canada and the collective vision we share for a stronger, more vibrant community. We are therefore pleased to have with us again Honorable Orlando Turner, State Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who is also the Minister with responsibility for diaspora engagement and so forth. Welcome to Canada, Mr. Minister. We anxiously look forward to your keynote presentation and the discussions. I commission a warm Jamaican welcome to you. You might need that in Arabic. You came and you started running immediately, and we appreciate the support that you gave to the planning committee as you started. That commission is brand new. She's here only it's just second or third week, and she has done so much already. Consul General Kurt Davis, our new Consul General, and CG can get it live, but we'll get more singing events after. And later this afternoon, we'll have the pleasure of welcoming the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism. I'd also like to welcome to the participations of the satellite locations in Calgary, Montreal, Vancouver, as well as persons online on Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms. This includes a number of persons from the various ministries, departments, and agencies in Jamaica who are specially invited to participate as guests. Also, a special shout out to those listening through coverage provided by Durban Malcolm, Mr. Diaspora himself, and Paul, 106 FM in Jamaica. Thanks for coming, Durban, and we always welcome your support. The Jamaican diaspora in Canada is a living testament to resilience, strength, and creativity of our people. It is a community of close to 450,000 persons that has flourished, adapting to new environments while holding steadfast traditions and rich cultural heritage of Jamaica. Our presence here is a living bridge between two nations, a bridge built on the pillars of unity, opportunity, and mutual respect. Our cultural heritage is a beacon that guides us, no matter where we are in the world. This conference provides a platform to celebrate our traditions, share our stories, and foster cultural exchanges. The aim of the conference is to bring together individuals from Jamaican diaspora across Canada to celebrate our shared heritage, promote cultural understanding, and explore opportunities for collaboration and growth. It will seek to provide a platform for us to engage meaningfully in discussions and collective actions about important issues impacting Jamaican Canadians, share knowledge and exchange ideas. This event will emphasize the importance of unity, cultural diversity, and the power of connections, building a vibrant and prosperous diaspora community. Furthermore, by fostering connections among participants, the conference will aim to inspire collaboration and encourage entrepreneurship. Under the theme engagement, collaboration, and action, there will be discussions on issues identified through a community engagement survey in areas such as healthcare, crime and justice system, education, and the future of tourism. With respect to economic empowerment, we heard earlier from Mr. Rensworth Burchinson about the investment opportunities in Jamaica. And we gratefully thank Mr. Burchinson to agree to do a second or repeat of that session for the persons in Western Canada later this afternoon. Through focused discussion, we aim to make tangible progress in these vital areas, both within the diaspora and in partnership with our church, Jamaica. As can be seen from your program, we have an excellent array of panelists and moderators who will lead the various discussions. And we encourage you to continue to participate actively so that we can explore collaboration possibilities, exchange ideas, and create networks that can lead to joint ventures and mutually beneficial initiatives for both countries. The expected outcomes from the conference include promotion of diaspora engagement and identification of potential partnerships and initiatives. Our strength lies in the bonds we forge, the partnerships we build. It's therefore heartening to see the representatives from various organizations, businesses, and community groups, including the entertainment sector. And I see some members of the dancehall fraternity here, and dancehall is a very important part of Jamaican culture. Together we hold the power to effect positive change and create lasting impact for our community. Before I conclude, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Conference Planning Committee, Elaine Hills in Ottawa, Carla Laird in Vancouver, Sharon Nelson, Montreal, Donovan Simon, who is supposed to be in Calgary, was actually here in Toronto with us. And from the GTA, David Betty, Kashane Denton, Bishop Benford Duffus, Ronald Dunswell, Steve Getman, Captain Kevin Jr., Adoma Patterson, Lisa Rotte, and Dr. Hugh Simmons, and of course myself. We're also grateful for the support provided by the Consul General and the Consulate in Toronto, and the High Commissioner and staff in Ottawa. And let me hasten to acknowledge the support provided from former High Commissioner Sharon Miller, as well as former Consul General Lincoln Downer. Their advice, especially during the early planning stages, was invaluable. We also extend our gratitude to the Ebenezer Holiness Church for accommodating us, not just today, but during the planning phase. And earlier this morning, I was joking with her when I said some people get awarded the keys to the city, but I got the keys to the church this morning. Because, I was one of the, Bishop trusted me with the keys to open the church this morning at 6 o'clock. Thanks for that, Bishop. And I promise that I give the key back. Supporting our youth and providing them with quality mentorship and skill building opportunities stand in the forefront of our collective mission in order to nurture leaders for tomorrow. We're therefore pleased to know that new presenters, Kashane and Stephen, were included in the planning committee. The team worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality, and such dedication is one of the driving forces behind its success. We're very grateful to our sponsors, especially our platinum sponsors, TDR and Carla Law, as well as vendors and those who purchase advertising space in promotion. We strongly encourage you to support these businesses. And in closing, let us embark on this journey of collective learning and growth with open hearts and minds. Together we can forge a brighter future for our beloved Jamaica and the extended Jamaican diaspora. Thank you, and may this conference be filled with fruitful discussions, meaningful connections, and lasting memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. T. So I just need to do a little housekeeping. One, the washrooms are to my right, your left. If you are in this building, if you're virtual, don't follow those instructions. Two, we want to encourage those online to continue engaging. We see a very riveting conversation still going on YouTube regarding the last session that wrapped up, which is around education. So we ask you to continue to engage with us online. Throughout the sessions, there will be questions posed here, so you will also get your voice integrated in what we're doing here. And then a warning to those who will be moderating, please to allow for discussion. I'm calling upon our diaspora because, you know, in rooms separate from here, we have a lot of ideas. We have a lot of opinions, and we know how everything will go, right? And then we call upon you to come to a conference such as this and you don't come. Or we call upon you to comment online and you don't comment. I'm asking you to engage today because we have Minister Terrell on here and I have a laundry list of things to go over with him. And I'm sure others who are here are waiting for our Honorable Minister of Tourism as well. Lots of things we have to say. This is your opportunity. So keep engaged and operators try to watch time to allow for persons to communicate with us from the floor or from online. And also those who are on the panel, we know on a bright, that's why we pick on. So you don't have to do exegesis on your brilliance. We are well aware. That is why we booked you. We want you to be able to answer and do suggestions and provide solution-based responses to those who are attending. And just on a personal note, I don't want you to take long because the shoes I'm wearing only has 2 hours that it can give me. And when Dr. T was up here, welcome, I was having a challenge. So I just want to ask that we keep the time, okay? I will do my part. I want to acknowledge our platinum sponsor, TD Bank, as well as Kida Law. They are platinum sponsors. Also want to acknowledge Grace Foods for snacks. Yes, ma'am, chips and coconut water is here. So we want to acknowledge them and thank them for always supporting the work that happens here in the diaspora. And those who are coming along as new sponsors, we welcome you as well. So some of the housekeeping is out of the way. We want to now go into presentation from the Ebenezer Holiness Church Youth Group. This is their space and they're here to welcome us. Put your hands together and welcome the Ebenezer Holiness Church Youth Group.
And I hope having seen her, you remember who I am. Without me to say it. Over that side, straight across to the table, registration table. Or is it
It's because of technical difficulties, why I need to join them. And me difficulties as well. But if I must say, the Minister Terrell, yesterday we were at an event and the Minister of Tourism told us he's Minister of Happiness. I want them to know that what is not in your bio is your Minister of Dance. And Mr. Terrell almost come up here, so stay there. Stay there, throw foot in the people of church as well. So we're going to continue keeping it moving. Where's my key? So we're going to call up one of our platinum sponsors, Kida Law, to come forward and just listen, tell us why you're a platinum sponsor for your my friend.
Thank you so much. I have to say good morning to everyone. Just now I sat there and I witnessed the dance group, and it reminded me so much of our vibrancy as a people in Jamaica, right? Our culture, our music. And so I sat there and I was just enjoying that. I can see a few dance moves that looks like the drift. Anybody knows the drift? Yes, right? So good morning, and a special good morning to Minister Terrell and to our Commissioner to Canada, and to everyone, our host. We are so pleased at Cato Law Professional Corporation here in Toronto to be the platinum sponsor for this regional Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Let us give a round of applause to the planning committee and to everyone who's been so instrumental in planning this and getting our people together. So, of course, my name is Makeda Bramwell, and I am the principal lawyer for Cato Law Professional Corporation. We are based here in Toronto, Canada, with our satellite office in Kingston, Jamaica. And part of what we do is provide legal services to the diaspora here in Canada as well as in Jamaica. And we know how important that is, that representation matters, right? Representation matters. When you have a Jamaican lawyer who can stand and represent your people in any forum and fight and understand the cultural nuances that comes with representation, that is so important. What that tells you is that we have all that it takes to succeed as a people here in Canada and in Jamaica as well. And so we are pleased to continue to support our community at Cato Law. We are pleased to be one of the platinum sponsors here for the regional Jamaica Diaspora Conference Canada 2023 under the theme Engagement, Collaboration, and Action. And that is what we continue to do. Cato Law is not just a law firm. We are committed to community development. We are committed to ensuring that our youth see that we can continue to rise, that we can continue to make a difference. And so through Cato Law Professional Corporation, we have been able to assist even youths in Jamaica. More recently, we've just partnered with Cumberland High School through our Legacy Project to ensure that students there get some assistance and resources that they need. And so we continue to affirm to the Jamaican diaspora community that we are here to serve you. We're here to make a difference, whether you are doing business in Jamaica or you need legal services here. We're right over there in that corner, that booth right there. Come and speak to us. We continue to promote Jamaica. We continue to tell you that Jamaica is still a place for you to live, to work, and to do business. And so if you need guidance with that, we are here to guide you and to help you navigate any nuances or challenges that you have. We provide services in business law, real estate law, immigration law, wills and estate, and other legal services. And we are so grateful to be a part of this conference. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And as Jamaican said, big up on yourself.
Thank you, Cada Law. Let me correct that. Cada Law, one of our platinum sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to the meat of the matter. We are going to ask Her Excellency Marsha Loban, the newly minted High Commissioner here in Canada, to come forward and do the introduction of our keynote speaker. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I think we should give a round of applause to the planning committee. A lot of work has been put into planning this conference, I've been here from the start. It has been very informative, and I must say, just having the young people. You could see Minister moving, Minister was ready to jump in and dance as well, but we were all just so happy to have, to be part of that, and it also spoke to just, again, our hope to have our culture continue to the second, third, and fourth generation, and that we can continue to see Jamaica grow and shine. So again, to the planning committee, it was a very well thought out day of meeting, of engaging, and I want to say kudos to you all. To our moderator, Ms. Denny Peart, the Honorable Alanda Terrelong, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Mr. Kurt Davis, newly appointed Consul General of Jamaica, and I'll ask you to stand, Kurt, just that whoever hasn't met you yet can see. Mr. Silvanos, and Dr. Davis. Mr. Silvano Thompson, Regional Jamaica Diaspora Planning Committee Chair, Bishop Glenford Duffus, and all other members of the Global Diaspora Council and the Global Diaspora Youth Council in Canada, as well as the other members of the Conference Planning Committee, fellow Jamaicans in person and online, friends of Jamaica, other guests, family and friends, representatives of the media, sponsors, a pleasant good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is my distinct pleasure to be here today for this very important Regional Diaspora Conference. Consul General Davis and I are extremely delighted to be present for this engagement, as it affords us the opportunity at the onset of our respective tenures to engage and hear from you, your views on issues of importance which are impactful on your lives and that of your families, friends, and the wider community, both here in Canada as well as in Jamaica. It also serves as an introduction for us to the community. We are looking forward in this regard to engaging and building on the foundation set by our predecessors as we endeavor to further strengthen and deepen the relations between Canada and Jamaica, as well as with our diaspora community across the length and breadth of Canada. Fellow diasporans were equally delighted to have the Honorable Alanda Terrelong, Minister of State with responsibility for diaspora affairs, here in person with us for this event. And I'm honored to be given the task to formally introduce Minister Terrelong. The Honorable Alanda Terrelong MP was appointed State Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade on May 22nd, 2023. Prior to this, he served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. Minister Terrelong was born to parents Winsome and Calvin Terrelong in the community of Grand Smith, St. Andrew, and attended Shortwood Basic School, Halfway Primary, and thereafter Campion College. The minister went on to pursue legal studies at the University of the West Indies, where he attained his law degree. He was later admitted to the Jamaican Bar after successfully completing his studies at the Norman Manley Law School, where he was recipient of several awards and represented the law school and Jamaica internationally. In 2008, he was awarded the Sheepman Scholarship to pursue a master's degree at the University of Warwick, United Kingdom, where he studied courses related to international relations, international criminal law, and international human rights. Following his master's program, he moved to Madrid, Spain, where he worked on matters related to the promotion promotion of democracy, international peace and security with a think tank called FRIDE. His love for Jamaica and his family saw him returning to Jamaica in 2010, where he decided that in order to effect change in our society, it was time for him to play his role and let his voice be heard on social issues. In 2011, his passion for law and education led him to become an associate tutor at the Norman Manley Law School, where he tutored trial advocacy for several years. His commitment to nation building later pivoted him into politics. Following his historic win in the general elections of February 2016, he became the first member of the Jamaica Labour Party to win a seat in the municipality of Portmore in 36 years. He now represents the constituency of East Central St. Catherine and used his role as Member of Parliament as a means to continue to make a positive impact in the lives of his constituents and play his part in building a better and more prosperous Jamaica. In February 2019, he was appointed by the Honourable Prime Minister to serve as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, with direct portfolio responsibility for youth and information. He also served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. He is a champion of education, youth empowerment, sports, and community development, and constantly reminds the youth of Jamaica, who he refers to as his young kings and young queens, that education is the best gift they can give themselves, as not only is it the ultimate tool of empowerment, but it is the one thing that no one can ever take away from them. It gives me great pleasure at this time to invite Minister Terrell onto the platform to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you so much, High Commissioner, for your very kind words. Welcome. Might I also take the opportunity to say, those of you who would have seen me greet our dear moderator and I suppose the host for this morning, Lady Denny Peart. Denny Peart is perhaps one of my oldest and dearest friends in this world, having gone to the Harvard primary together. So I've known her since I was about 6 years old. And every time I tell the story, persons have said, you guys have a Harvard primary group, like you have a WhatsApp chat for primary school members, you know, and it's about 12 of us, and we really kept in touch over the years. The good thing is that you can tell by how youthful Denny is that we left primary school maybe some 20 years ago. So that's not, so her need is to really, it was really technical difficulties and nothing to do with the knee at all. But certainly it is a pleasure to be here with you all. Allow me again just to indicate, you know, I mean, warm acknowledgements to our new High Commissioner, Mrs. Marsha for the High Commissioner of Jamaica to Canada, Mr. Kurt Davis, again, you know, newly appointed our Consul General to Toronto, and his wife, who's also here with him. Dr. Sylvanus Thompson, discretionary member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and chair of the Regional Diaspora Conference Planning Committee here in Canada. Other council members, both the council and the youth council working here in the diaspora. Of course, Mr. Resworth Richardson, the VM Group representative who is here. Other legacy partners such as Grace Kennedy, J.M. Money, and all sponsors, platinum sponsors and all sponsors, especially invited guests, members of civil society and the private sector, and of course to you, our distinguished Jamaicans, ladies and gentlemen, all representing the Jamaican diaspora across here in Canada. It certainly is a pleasure to be here with you all. As I indicated earlier, regional engagement, key to Jamaica's government, key to our strategic partnership with you all here. engagement, collaboration, action, a fitting theme to our conference this morning. This conference is one of a series of regional conferences being held this year in support of the government of Jamaica's formal engagement mechanism with the Jamaican diaspora across the world. The first was held in the United Kingdom earlier this year, and I was pleased to be a part of that event. I take the opportunity to especially recognize you, the participants, here physically present, as well as those who are joining us virtually across Canada, from Calgary, Montreal, and Vancouver. In fact, we had a special meeting with them at 10:30 this morning, joining those online. I must also say a very special welcome to the many Jamaican brothers and sisters joining us live on Power 106 across the globe. And I say a very special thank you to Mr. Gerald Malcolm and his team for their continued diaspora engagement. Please join me also in commending the planning committee led by Dr. Thompson, supported by other members of the Global Jamaican Diaspora Council, the leadership in the diaspora, as well as members of the High Commission who are here, and the Consulate General of Jamaica for the excellent arrangements they have made, including the conference program. Of course, I have to thank our young kings and queens, and you see why I refer to them as our young kings and queens. I mean, they truly inspired us this morning with their presentation. You know, I mean, God has truly blessed them with this amazing skill, which is a part of the creative sector, the gift of dance. I was truly moved this morning. I will dwell on it maybe at another time, but not right now. Certainly, it is evident that the convening and planning of this conference reflects your own vision of how you see yourselves as partnering with the government and people of Jamaica in addressing our mutual interests. I am therefore certain that the objectives you have set of exploring collaborative possibilities, exchanging ideas, creating networks that can lead to joint ventures, social projects, and mutually beneficial initiatives for both countries will in fact be realized. This regional conference has been highly anticipated as it marks the first since 2018 after the hiatus posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. You will no doubt note my enthusiasm as this occasion marks my first official visit to Canada as Minister of State with responsibility for diaspora affairs and as chair of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Since my arrival on Thursday, my visit has been nothing short of instructive, as I have met people from different groups and generations, Jamaicans, Canadians, one and all. Many of whom have spent a lifetime in supporting and helping to build brand Jamaica. I take this opportunity to remind every single one of you that you are all brand ambassadors. It is because of your contribution here in Canada, and of course the contribution you make at home to your Jamaican families and relatives, and also to national development, that makes every single one of you an ambassador of brand Jamaica. You keep the hopes and dreams of our foreigners alive. You are in fact the manifestations of their wildest dreams, and I ask you all please to applaud yourself as you continue to wave the flag high. I look forward to also other meaningful engagements as I make my way to Ottawa and also to Montreal, and I look forward to meeting members of the diaspora in those two areas as well. This conference is certainly one of many firsts, and I'm taking the opportunity to recognize again our newly appointed High Commissioner and the General here. Ladies and gentlemen, the range of issues to be addressed today include good health and well-being, quality education, climate action, tourism, crime and justice, and the impact of racism and discrimination on Jamaican Canadians. These are all significant issues in the partnership we're forging with you here in Canada. I must also indicate that the presence of the Honourable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, later today will undoubtedly add significant value to the discussions on tourism, and I acknowledge and welcome him here later today. Certainly, as it relates to continued diaspora engagement mechanisms, for as long as Canada and Jamaica have maintained bilateral ties and bonds of friendship, so too have our people-to-people exchanges been vibrant and dynamic. Although the vast majority of Jamaicans reside in Toronto, it is noticeable that Jamaicans have populated provinces throughout Canada, making significant contributions to its political, economic, social, and religious mosaic. We must therefore recognize and acknowledge the many stalwarts on whose shoulders we now stand for their amazing contributions. They have been giants of Jamaica, forging the way for the next generation right here in Canada. From the construction of the Citadel in Nova Scotia to the contributions in healthcare service, educational institutions, the social services, bus and railway transportation systems, the political and business environment, Jamaicans have made their mark and earned their right of passage in this place. I am proud of your achievements. As migrants, Jamaicans have been a resident success story here while working diligently to ensure that the prospects of our brothers and sisters across the community and in Jamaica continue to grow and prosper. Critical to this progress has been the strong advocacy and organizational support inspired by the work of Canadian Jamaicans. Jamaicans like Bromley Armstrong, Phyllis White, George King, Ray Williams, Amy Nelson, Raphaelita Walker, Mother Minister Olivia Grange, Denham Jolly, and many others who have contributed to the formation and growth of the Jamaican Canadian Association. Noah Alexander and others have led the charge in Montreal to the Jamaican Association in Montreal, and Donovan Simpson and others, Donovan Simon and others, who have been leading the charge in Calgary. Please join me in giving them a round of applause as we salute their wonderful contribution to the lives and livelihoods and prosperity of Jamaicans living across the diaspora here in Canada. Jamaicans have also made substantial contributions in the Canadian cultural landscape, and we should spare a moment to also acknowledge and thank the late Denise Jones for hosting one of the largest music festivals in Canada, notably Jam Band. This, of course, reminds me of Judge Pamela Pelt, former citizenship judge and executive of the Louis Bennett Clovelly Archives, who has also been responsible for hosting one of the most prestigious digital archives at the McMaster University. And I had the pleasure of meeting with Judge Pelt yesterday at the Edith Baxter Tourism Award. And I can assure you, she was such a breath of fresh air and knowledge, a true champion of Jamaica's culture, in particular in the field of literature, and she must be lauded for her sterling contribution. Other persons of distinction include Leslie Allen, the late Ray Chan, and his wife, Bonnet Chin Lloyd Chan, Howard Shearer, who I also saw yesterday at the Edith Baxter Tourism Award ceremony, and of course our very own Michael Chin. They have all contributed numerously throughout the education initiatives as well as institutions to both here in Canada and of course in Jamaica. This morning I also had the pleasure of parading through the market and meeting, the very interesting thing I always say about the diaspora is that no matter where you go in the world, you are bound to see a familiar face. You are bound to recognize, whether by the accent or the dress of fellow Jamaicans, and just going through the market. Of course, Peter Law, was here. She actually has her legal offices that is actually 2 doors down from my legal office in Kingston, Jamaica. So it's good to see her here. Of course, Renee and the team from JN. Renee has been a dear friend for many, many years as well. Of course, there is Andreen, a very interesting story. Andreen has been breaking barriers in Jamaica, in the United Kingdom. She was at our diaspora conference in the UK, and it was such a pleasure to see her and her mom here as well in Canada. A truly amazing product. And it's good to see her. She's also a constituent right out of Burger Park, so you don't have to big her up and big up my central family when I see them. And of course, we have more persons from Portmore here as well. So it's good to see them. And of course, my sister, who is hybrid Jamaican and the motherland out of Africa. Nagia, who gifted me with this beautiful bracelet this morning. They're $15, so please go and support her, etc. So I only asked for a discount, but she said no, she wouldn't give it to me because I come from far. but I insisted on paying, and she said, if you insist one more time, insult, and they take it down one a man. So I have to bless her up, and it's amazing, praise them. So certainly it was good just to see, through the walking through the marketplace, and of course, seeing our Jamaicans and Jamaican heritage has been on display. And of course, I've been Lady, I think it's Lady Esme, with that wonderful curry, the true recipe from her great-great-grandmother. Again, just amazing products. If you haven't had the chance to take, please sample the marketplace, all right? So I must also publicly acknowledge, by the time I finish public introduction, you're all going to be like, easy, isn't it? But I must publicly acknowledge Dr. Hoping Cobb, internist and recipient of numerous awards, both in Jamaica and here in Canada, and of course, International Excellence Awards, and Dr. Upton Allen, Chief of Divisions of Infectious Diseases Hospital for Sick Children, Toronto Sick Kids Hospital. Many of you will recall the several instances when sick kids, through the influence of Dr. Allen and the Scotia Bank, intervenes to provide support, great and much needed support for Jamaicans at home and indeed here in Canada. We must also salute Miss Mitzi Hunter, Alvin Perling, and Marian Chambers, former ministers in the Provincial Parliament of Ontario. And I had the pleasure also of dining with Marian Chambers since I've been here. There's so much things before I come here, I don't sleep, But it was a pleasure to meet her. And again, I'd also met persons who serve as translators for Jamaicans, in the judicial system. And that work is important. I recall as an attorney at law just going through the case laws here in Canada and in the United Kingdom, and seeing where Jamaicans were deprived of their life and liberty simply because of errors in translation, or when them said, boy, a couple of them did I see him, but it really wasn't a him, it was a her, but because of how we speak as well. And of course, when them said couple of them, but it's really not just two, it was more than, and based on how they were cross-examining. So we actually have, Patois recognized as a language here in Canada, and I must salute the Canadian government for recognizing Patois as an authentic language of Jamaica, and also recognizing that each Jamaican must have a right to express themselves in their language of origin, and making provision for Jamaican translators to ensure that no one is deprived of their justice or life or liberty at the expense of language barriers, etc. So I must laud also for Jamaicans working as translators within the justice system as well. I must also congratulate the many government officials, private sector members, community leaders in the diaspora, and the numerous stakeholders who have contributed to the crystallization of the partnership which has brought all of us here today. From the Diaspora Advisory Council Board, who have continued to provide meaningful and very structured pathway for diaspora engagement at the policy level, through to the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, now in their second term to serve 2023 to 2025. And having touched on them, I must ask you all to join me publicly in acknowledging the year-one service of Dr. Thompson, who has stood for many decades as a stalwart, a true champion of Jamaica, a true ambassador and chair of his youth. Blessed love, my brother. We had a meeting yesterday. So much more meetings. We had a meeting yesterday, and he said, Minister, you came with a good point. This is my Friday mood. And he was in his Jamaican clocks. And listen, when I tell you, the personality was so effervescent. Oh, yes, he's in the Jamaican class today too. Oh, and the socks. Now he's not in the socks. But when I tell you, the man was just down to earth and effervescent and such a warm welcome. So big him up again for me, please. And thank you so much for sharing the planning committee, and of course to our other members of the Diaspora Council. Lisa and Rona, Dr. Hugh Simons, Kevin and Glenford, of course Stephen. I haven't seen Stephen. Ah, there he is, he's here. All right, and others as well. It truly is remarkable working with you all. And on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, we salute you for the work you continue to do as our key partners in terms of diaspora building and diaspora development. The Jamaican Foreign Ministry has been leading the process to more deliberate and intentional align ministries, departments, and agencies with sector leaders. And this is one of the key areas that we're working with the diaspora to link them with key stakeholders across the different ministries. Already we have established pathways with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Activity and Sport, Ministry of Tourism, and we will continue with those engagements. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I am also pleased to indicate that we will continue to work with the Diaspora Council to ensure that all your questions and answers, including pathways for investments, working with JAMPRO and other agencies in Jamaica here in Canada, that all your dreams are realized. As one speaker indicated, that Jamaica is not just about sun, sand, and sea. Jamaica is also the place of choice to work, live, do business. I now refer to Jamaica as destination, trade, and investment, and I'll speak more on that later. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are guided by the National Diaspora Policy, which has been deliberately designed to empower all Jamaicans, including our young kings and queens in Jamaica and across the diaspora, to contribute more strategically to Jamaica's national development. Equally, the policy also represents the commitment of the government of Jamaica to protecting and promoting the welfare of all Jamaicans wherever they reside, to engage, connect, and empower. You would appreciate that our approach to diaspora engagement has been inclusive, consultative, and of course, policy-driven. And in that regard, I wish to also thank Minister Camilla Johnson-Smith for having developed and launched the new policy in 2020. The National Diaspora Policy, which has benefited from your considerable inputs, mandates the development of a plan of action and monitoring and evaluation framework. And of course, we continue to work through the two councils. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also emphasize that central to my vision for the councils as chair is to have a concerted focus on youth, and in particular, their inclusion and empowerment. It is my strong belief that the young kings and queens can positively impact development once we equip them with the appropriate resources and opportunities. Sustainability of the diaspora movement and fostering affinity among the over 104,000 second-generation Jamaicans and over 42,000 third-generation Jamaicans, as well as fourth Jamaicans here in Canada, is therefore critically important as the demographics of the community continue to evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, if we fail to involve the youth of Canada of Jamaican descent, then we will continue. And if we continue to lose more stalwarts as they continue to grow older, then it means that we would have failed to continue. I spoke about the giants who came forward, on whose shoulders we stand, those giants who paved the way to ensure that even systemic racism and those barriers continue to be broken down here in Canada. It is important that we involve our children and our grandchildren so that they can continue the legacy of our forefathers. And so I intend to pay special attention to empower them and let them all realize that their true birthright resides in Jamaica, land we love, and that they too must be cognizant that they can play their part, that they must play their part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Ladies and gentlemen, we have recognized in the first term of the Council some of the specific issues in which the youth cohort has demonstrated key interest and can participate. These include education, sport, technology, tourism, investment opportunities, innovation, and the creative arts. To this end, we have deliberately engaged the Ministries of Tourism, Culture and Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and Industry, Investment and Commerce to leverage their assets to anticipate the work by the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council as mandated by the National Diaspora Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, leveraging technology is a key enabler of our diaspora engagement. And as we continue this approach, we must recognize that technology is one way to get everyone's involvement. And therefore, we have the digital registration portal being developed in partnership with the International Development Bank. and this is slated for public testing later this year. We anticipate that the portal will be publicly launched at the conference scheduled for June. As one of the deliverables emerging from the I'm pleased to note that this portal will provide tailored services, including outreach activities, social and economic engagement, as well as streamline the data access and collection to Jamaicans in the diaspora, in concert with government ministries, departments, and agencies. I wish to also affirm that the credential will be confidentially held and stored in a safe environment. In similar vein, you will also be pleased to learn about the Jamaica Diaspora Engagement Model, or JAMDEM for short, a bespoke investment portal being developed through partnership with the International Organization for Migration. This recognizes the growing interest in investment among the diaspora and is anticipated to come on stream over the next few months. I pray your support for these two mechanisms as they have been informed by you and designed with you across the diaspora in mind. As we gather here today, we do so mindful of the upcoming 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, for which the outcomes of today's proceedings, which, as I indicated earlier, will be instructive. Please allow me to publicly thank the former chair of the conference, Senator Don Webby, chairman and CEO of Grace Kennedy Limited, for his stewardship of the last conference cycle, as well as acknowledge and congratulate Mr. Courtney Campbell, president and CEO of the VM Group, as the incoming biennial conference chair. The VM Group is one of 3 diaspora engagement legacy partners, and I have every confidence that through working with Mr. Courtney Campbell, that we will be able to bring a broad range of expertise, insights, and strategic direction to the planning process, and ultimately the overall success of the conference. So please, June 2024, please mark the date on your calendar, and we're looking at perhaps between the 14th and 16th. Ladies and gentlemen, this regional conference is being hosted at a time when Jamaica's Vision 2030 is becoming increasingly realized through robust policy-driven action by the government, ushering in demonstrable levels of economic and social transformation. This has in fact created an enabling environment for investment and a great place to do business. A fact I hope all of you will consider as we deliberate today. You will be aware of the acclaim accorded to Jamaica by our international multilateral partners, the World Bank and the IMF, among others, for our exemplary macroeconomic management and sound policy frameworks, in spite of overlapping complex global crises, COVID-19, food insecurity, and climate change. So let me break it down a bit further so that we can all understand. Jamaica has been recognized as an economic giant in the region of the Caribbean and Latin America. When you hear a person say, oh, but not now, one, and boy, Jamaica pop down, and boy, things get worse, and then bad, and boy, we are suffer, mash down that lie, as one former prime minister has noted. Jamaica's economic success has made Jamaica the poster child for global multilateral organizations like the IMF and the World Bank. The IMF and World Bank, their senior executives and presidents have visited Jamaica. Constant discussions with our Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, and our Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark. What is the secret to Jamaica's success? When global economies across the world, in first world countries, when they have fallen, Jamaica's economy survived the COVID-19. Jamaica now records 9 successive growth quarters, a feat that only Jamaica can boast across the region. It is important, and I want you all to dispel the rumors, dispel the propaganda, because nothing's a gone at Jamaica. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, not one teacher, not one doctor, not one policeman, not one nurse, not one civil servant was filed in Jamaica because of the strict fiscal policies which has seen our economy growing from strength to strength in Jamaica. A positive outlook by all indications, included in key sectors such as tourism, goods and services, and mining. I also want you all to be cognizant, to recognize the fact that public debt in Jamaica continues to decline, now standing at some 78.5% of GDP, down from a record high of over 140%. That simply means that in the past, for every $100 Jamaica used to earn, whether from tourism or agriculture, etc., export, for every $100 Jamaica would earn, we owe $140. So there's a trade deficit or there's a monetary deficit. Now, with a good government, for every $100 Jamaica makes, Jamaica only owes about $78. So we still have excess dollars. So this is why we can build roads. We have a $40 billion road network project coming out, and the government for the first time will not borrow it, not even one. So because things have gone. So I want you all to be mindful of that. I must also state that Jamaica boasts unprecedented low unemployment rate. We have a record as of April 2023, Jamaica's unemployment rate now stands at 4.5%, lower than the United States and the United Kingdom. Things are gone at Jamaica. Jobs are being created, more persons, young people as well, are being employed. Ladies and gentlemen, the good news does not stop there. The financial system remains capitalized and liquid. We have the money at work. All right, as our country's international reserves continue to remain healthy and at good levels. Earlier this month, Standard & Poor's, one of these global international rating agencies, they upgraded Jamaica's credit rating from a single B+ to BB-, one of the highest ratings of any government, of any economy in the region. Please to give Jamaica land a big round of applause. This is the best credit rating in the history of Jamaica. Things have gone a yard. What this signifies for all of us is that Jamaica can get better terms of financing, resulting in substantial long-term savings and creating more room for spending on education, health, security, and infrastructure. Our upgraded credit rating and favorable local conditions increase the attractiveness of Jamaica as destination trade, commerce, and investments. Please spread the word. Jamaica is open for business. We are the poster child for resilience and sustainability in keeping with our Vision 2030 goals. A major accomplishment en route to achieving financial inclusion has been the recent adoption of our central bank digital currency, CBDC, the JAMBEX. All bank account holders automatically qualify for a CBDC wallet. Particular focus has been placed on the critical small business segments of the economy with a new incentive programs offering merchant sign-up rewards for service providers such as food outlets, gas stations, hairdressers, and other personal care services. Regular JAMBEX users are encouraged through the provision of redeemable loyalty points on qualified purchases. At the level of trade and investment, Jamaica's economic diplomacy program, as some of you may be aware, seeks to strategically utilize the Ministry of Diplomatic Missions and consular posts to leverage key partners and relationships abroad in promoting Jamaica's exports and in pursuing foreign direct investment opportunities for Jamaica. I must add that Canada remains one of the key target countries under our economic diplomacy program. A number of activities have been held primarily in the provinces of Ontario, Manitoba, and Alberta to highlight trade and investment opportunities in Jamaica, as well as to explore possible areas for technical and economic cooperation activities. JAMPRO is therefore a key partner in the execution of the EDP. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there are exciting developments taking place in Jamaica on the economic and business fronts. I therefore welcome your feedback on opportunities that you see available within your respective spheres of activity and which are ripe for the exploration of partnerships between yourself and Jamaica. In our meeting this morning, one of our diaspora members I believe it was Alberta or Calgary, indicated, Minister, we need more roast bread food. How can we get more bread food on the shelves? And I said, all right, I'm going to hook you up with our newly minted High Commissioner. We're going to make the link with Jack Pro. And you probably saw mothers around as well. You know, one of our executives from Mothers, because Mothers intend to open shop right up here in Canada as well. So once you make the links, this is what we do. It's foreign affairs and foreign trade. Once we know the needs, once we know where Jamaicans are, once we look at the numbers, we can say, yes, if you want roast bread food, we can get you the bread food on your shelves. So you don't have to be driving around for hours to find the Jamaican goods and services that you need. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has also remained intensely focused on our efforts to address the debilitating impacts of crime, even as it leads concerted action to stem the root causes. Again, in one of my meetings yesterday, one Canadian remarked, Minister, we are here in Canada. Don't mind us living here for 20 and 30 and 40 years. We are here on an extended vacation. Our goal is to return home in Jamaica, so we need everything working right. And of course, crime was noted. And so I want to give you or continue to reassure you that the government has made significant investments to improve equipment, transportation, technology, and manpower of our security forces and infrastructure, both in terms of absolute numbers and quality. These have been paying off incrementally, including capacity building in the ability of our security forces, improved intelligence gathering, the utilization of camera corridors, the Jamaica Eye, mutual assistance engagements and arrangements with our regional and international partners, improved training, and the strategic use of joint police-military initiatives. These have all led to a decrease in the number of statistics of murder and other serious crimes in Jamaica. However, this is not all. The government has also benefited from the evidence-based approach to support social intervention programs, an essential component of the overarching strategy on crime and violence, particularly in underserviced and developing communities. I note with commendation the progress being made by Project Social Transformation and Renewal, Project STAR, which is a partnership between the private sector organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. The Project STAR provides targeted interventions for enhanced human capital development, critical for Jamaica's socio-economic transformation. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, we have already begun to see positive outcomes in several communities in East Downtown Kingston, Savannah Lamar, and Maypen, including increased school attendance engendered by the support given to children and other family members, increased social welfare services for senior citizens, and training leading to successful job placements. Investors can now buy social shares in Project STAR through the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I must also add that Jamaica Stock Exchange continue to be listed as one of the best stock exchanges in the world, again signaling Jamaica as destination trade, commerce, and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also add that as it relates to developments in education and health, that our education sector continues to be allocated the largest share of the government's budget, with that of the current fiscal year standing at $142.9 billion. Even as the government of Jamaica continues to pursue multiple channels to enhance social capital and human capital development that will redound in social and economic mobility. The government has been committed to a STEM-based education system. This paradigm shift is anticipated to systematically build a more globally competitive Jamaican workforce and sustainable development. Just to note a few examples, we have our LIFT program, which targets 2,500 students from the 5th form and 6th form programs. We have 1,250 STEM teacher scholarship awards, and of course, we continue to make improvements in the PATH program. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you might not know that in order to acquire new skills, we have removed the tuition and administrative fee requirements for courses up to the associate level at the Hard Trust NSDA, which means that there is absolutely no excuse for every single Jamaican youth and those not so young anymore like me, all right, to be able to go to a hard training institute and get a certificate or as far as an associate's degree in whatever skills training you want. The construction industry is booming. If you want skills training in mason work, in plumbing, whether it's cosmetology, like the nail tech, barbering, and so forth, in computer programming, coding, all these programs, whatever the skill is that you desire, and Heart will tell you that up to age 99, there's a program for you, and these are now free to all Jamaicans. Teams of one, a yard. Ladies and gentlemen of the diaspora, I must also indicate that with the improvements in education and healthcare, your involvement has been key through your philanthropic work, and not just here in Canada, but across Jamaica. And on behalf of the government and the people of Jamaica, I want to thank you all for your investments in education, clinic. You have adopted clinics in the health center, you helped to build schools in Jamaica, and of course, we laud and salute your efforts. History will show us that the various migratory waves of Jamaicans who went in search of socioeconomic mobility and opportunity for successive generations have not been without challenges and social tensions. The key takeaway from our triumphs amidst such adversities has been that there is strength in unity and family. And of course, we continue to remain united. We continue to be a family, whether we are in Jamaica, whether we're in Canada, the UK, wherever in the world that we are. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to indicate that with your partnership, all of this has been possible. In concluding, let me state that true existence cannot be achieved without passion and purpose. Nor can we as social beings and actors in a world wherein we affect and are affected by the actions of each other confine ourselves to selfish ideas. Let us pursue, therefore, partnerships and collaborative actions as we address our common issues. In giving of myself to Jamaica, I endeavor to continue building on the legacies of those before me, the giants on whose shoulders I also stand for meaningful impact. As I close, allow me to acknowledge the many unsung heroes across the diaspora, without whose pioneering work none of us would be here. I also extend congratulations to the Ebenezer Holiness Church of God for graciously offering this space to host today's conference. Fellow Jamaicans, the government of Jamaica continues to be receptive of the concerns of all Jamaicans, whether in the diaspora or at home. I look forward, therefore, to fruitful and enlightening exchanges geared towards both assisting Jamaicans in the diaspora and at home. This understanding is at the heart of our ongoing efforts to achieve a strengthened and mutually beneficial strategic government of Jamaica diaspora partnership, to which we remain committed. On behalf of the Most Honorable Prime Minister and the government and people of Jamaica, I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Terrellon. We're going to ask you to take a seat here, as people have been waiting with bated breath to ask you a ton of questions. It's just for acknowledgement. My left, your right. So we're going to try to keep it moving. Also, just the minister is the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and he is responsible for diaspora relationships. So the questions about other things, no, not going to work, right? All right.
Mr. Minister.
me now? Okay, so we have Ms. Letna, she has a question, she's been waiting, and we have some folks standing, and we have some online questions. We're gonna get right into it. Go ahead, Ms. Letna.
Okay, Mr. Minister, we're done preparing. You touched on something that is close to my heart. You touch on the Heart Academy and say that it is never no release or whatever it is, the registration. When Heart was opened in 1984 by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Edward George Phillips Siaga, it was opened as a free institution to educate students and young people who have dropped out of school or for pregnancy or any reason to give them an education, a skill. I taught at the Stony Lodge Academy for 10 years before coming here. And it was so. So how and why did the people start charging students to go to art?
Historical question.
Mic check. I now have the green light. You can see the green light right here. Green means go. So I have the green light to answer the question. What I will say is that that is a historical question. I don't have the exact date for that. What I do know is that over the years, somehow, administrative fees were charged. And what this, you mentioned Edward Siaga. And what I can say to you is that Andrew Holness was trained by Edward Siaga. And Andrew Holness has made the decision that there should be no fees or associated taxes or whatever so forth associated with skills training at the Heart Academy, because as you rightly said, it is to empower our people. And so as a government, we have removed all those fees and surcharges, etc.
Thank you. Yvette?
Afternoon, Minister. Welcome to Toronto, and I'm happy to hear you've been engaged in a lot. A few things though. And then you try to protect what you can. Yes, portfolios within the ministry, but there's numerous things. One, let's just start off with callousness and the want to disregard the people of Jamaica. Government proposing the rates. Well, it's retracted, but it does still put some very negative narrative, right? Going back to
sorry, but you have to repeat this. We didn't catch it.
So the callousness that was undertaken by the government to even make the statements of creating yourself raises was a disregard to the people of Jamaica. So the fact that it has been retracted is very good, but it still leaves a very bad disdain to your statements that you're looking at all aspects of what is happening with our people. Our people are not leveled up. I'm speaking to those on the ground in Jamaica. You have noted several things with regards to the benefits that are happening. Are you guys having a hearing problem up there at this point?
There is no clarity. I'm catching it. Go ahead, David. I'm catching it. I'll repeat.
I'm not sure. I'm just seeing faces.
Yeah, because there's not a clarity in your mind. So some of the words are dropping, but I get the essence of where you're going. You were speaking on the pay raises that the ministers.
So the callousness of that, and then to speak about the benefits, let's speak to the fact that not all Jamaicans, the majority of Jamaicans, are not benefited from what that you have stated. They are aspects that are good within society and the economy, but as far as aiding all members within the country, it is not truthful. We are still at a great deficit to the IMF, so let's make sure we're clear with that. Yes, we're improving, but we're still at a great deficit. When we speak about now the Diaspora Conference, what I would ask for you to take away as a former diaspora member, ensure that in planning this year, we engage the citizens of Jamaica, that they have an active role. It has been stated over and over every year to ensure that they have an active engagement so that their voices and their concerns are truly heard, and that we are not just putting individuals that are on the side of the ruling party that as the panelists. We need to have transparent conversations that are truly going to the genesis of the issues that are related to Jamaicans at home and abroad. So I'll leave it at that because time was wasted with what wasn't heard, but we need to ensure that when we speak truth, speaks truth to power on all aspects and not what just makes the government look good or sound good.
high event. So, this is the reason why this is part of the reason why we have these conferences, so that we can have this mutual exchange. And there's nothing that I love to do better than to debunk myths and untruths about what is happening in Jamaica. There is absolutely no Jamaican who can honestly say that a country that has seen global debt or its national debt fall from 140% to now 79%, that there is no increased prosperity across Jamaica. There is no country that can say that unemployment rate has fallen from 25% to now 4.5%. That there is no prosperity going across in Jamaica. There's no Jamaican that can say when a primary school principal was getting $2.2 million, but under the salary structure, that primary school principal is now earning between $7 and $8 million, that there have not been increases across all sectors. We speak about social change in Jamaica. Our social workers who used to earn $1 million, $1.2 million, again, our social workers are now earning between $6 and $7 million. There has been widespread equity across. Not one doctor, not one nurse has complained about not getting a salary that they are comfortable with. Yes, we had some teachers indicated that, well, principals and teachers getting more and maybe we should get more of the pie. But those are matters that have been saying. But when I tell you that when my primary can say to me, boy, minister, the salary moved from $2 million to now $70 million, I can live. It means that something is going on. When your government can say that I will not borrow money to build this hospital, when you look at the work going on with Spanish Town Hospital, the billions of dollars being spent, Corner Regional Hospital, billions of dollars being spent, the new health clinics that have been built in Jamaica, when you look at the billions of dollars being spent across to build new police stations and fix up new police stations, and the government is not borrowing any more money, it means that things are happening. As more persons get employed, as more persons receive the requisite skills training, it means greater prosperity for all Jamaicans.
Okay, Adoma has an online.
Okay, so we're going to go to Andre. And we're asking your indulgence. There are lots of questions for those of you that may be following on YouTube. We do have engagement online, so we have to go back and forth to provide that opportunity. We'll let Andre go, and then we're going to go to Montreal for them to ask their question live, and then we will be going to Calgary and come back in the room. Okay, guys? Thank you.
Great presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. The first question is around doing business in Jamaica. So I've been trying to register business in Jamaica. It's taken over 30 years. I can set up a business with a bank account in Canada on that space. So what is government doing in terms of digital transformation to make it easier to register business, open bank accounts? We need to provide so much documentation also in a single bank. And that is a obstacle when it comes to doing business. The second part of the question is around what is the government doing to provide more people in STEM in Jamaica? I have an edtech business here that I'm working on. And I have a hard time finding talent in Jamaica. I have to hire people from Africa to help me to build my edtech business, hiring developers. And I know there are talented people there because I work with a UI designer. For those who don't know UI design, that's a user interface designer. And he is extremely talented, but can't find any opportunity in Jamaica. And those are real challenges because the world is moving towards them. And so we have to advance our people to make sure that they are competitive in the global market. So what is it that the government is going to do to help those people to become ready internationally?
All right, thank you so much. I'm glad you asked those questions. I had noted in my presentation some of the improvements in STEM training. So when you look at the Heart Lit program, which has a STEM component in terms of teaching technology-based subjects, coding, and so forth, we're offering over 2,000 scholarships or 2,000 participants in a part of that Lit program. And these are Jamaicans who have left fifth form or upper sixth form within the last 2 years. And there is also not just the skills training aspect of it, but there's a stipend. They're getting approximately 500 US dollars each month, which works out to about 85,000 Jamaican dollars each month as a stipend towards their continuing education. And again, there's a big STEM component. We've offered over 1,200 scholarships to teachers, specifically in the area of STEM. You know, we are having, we've concluded negotiations with our Chinese to build 3 STEM schools in Jamaica, and there are other bilateral partners who are committed to building STEM schools in Jamaica. I'm coming from the Ministry of Culture, Entertainment and Sport. I can tell you that there is a creative hub as well in which members from across the very creative sector, whether it's film, whether it's the light and technology, whatever the issue is, and we do have our creative forums every single year in Kingston, Jamaica, with the department specifically in that culture ministry here at the creative sector as well. So a lot is going on, and within the next 5 years, you will see coming out of these programs. Over the last 7 years as well, we had earlier programs which is training in computer technology and so forth. So we do take it seriously. That is happening. Just going quickly to in terms of online registration. This is why we recognize that national identification system. So the NIST system is precisely what is needed for the country to move forward in technology. The difficulty is that when you have persons who proceed with propaganda, oh no, the government wants a blood sample and it's going to be death and destruction, it's the mark of the beast and the 666. We have to help our Jamaicans to move away from this sort of thinking and recognize that this is the age of technology and the rest of the world is moving forward. So we do need a national identification system. This will help also with opening bank accounts. I do know that some banks already have bank account online portals. So if you're a member of, let's say, Scotia Bank and you want to open a new account, I know they do provide that system where you can open the as well. You know, we have ease of business, which is enterprises. We have also removed things like if your business earns less than $1 million per year, the GCT component has been removed from the business. We've removed taxes associated with starting small businesses. Again, recognizes there's a role for SMEs to contribute to national development as well. Okay, we're going to go over to Montreal. You're going to have to repeat.
Council and implement them to improve situations in Jamaica? And also, are we going to at some point be permitted to vote in Jamaican elections?
We only caught the last piece of that about voting. What was your first comment?
Okay, so what I will say, thank you so much for joining us from Montréal. Bienvenue à tous les gens, bienvenue à tous les gens de la Jamaïque qui vivent à Montréal. Bien sûr, c'est un plaisir d'être ici avec vous. So I'll continue in English for those who are not in Montreal but who are signing online as well. But certainly, as it relates to voting, look, the clear constitutional requirement is that persons must be registered to vote in Jamaica. So anywhere in the world you are, if you are in fact registered to vote in Jamaica, if you have the national ID, the electoral ID, you can come home and you can vote during the elections. And that is the only requirement. You must be registered and verified to vote in Jamaica. Because what we have is the agents, they will come and they will go to your house to verify that you live where you say you live, again as a part of a transparent and free democracy. Okay, and is Calgary ready for us? Calgary.
Hello? Are you hearing me? Hello? Hello?
delay, obviously there's a delay, so let's just have a little bit of patience. Calgary, we are hearing you. We're gonna go over to the floor as Calgary figures out the sound. Next in line on the floor. Your name?
My name is Anna. I'm here today representing the quote-unquote dancehall community. Mr. Silvanus, I just wanted to say thank you to him earlier, that you mentioned us, and I just move forward with what I'm going to ask. So, Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'm not sure that you're aware, but maybe today you cannot answer the question. But when we have an event and we have quote-unquote dancehall artists from Jamaica on it, I don't know if you're aware that the visas are issued the day before the event. Okay, the visas are issued basically the day before the events. That's causing a problem. Several problems, one of them is credibility. You start a promotion about 4 to 5 months before an event. If the visas are being issued the day before the event, they can get it, they can't get it. The artist cannot come, so then there's a credibility issue on that line of it. Second, you cannot buy a plane ticket the day before an event. Also, you will call, like your representative, you have a representative, you personally cannot reach out. Red tape with getting the permits. And as I said, it's not a question that I know that you can answer, but it's probably something that you can look into more likely. I'm talking about credibility.
Okay, credibility is affected by artists that can't come for events that have been promoted multiple months in advance. Any word on that?
Mic check. I'm glad you said it, Denny. So first of all, thank you for your question. And as Denny has rightly noted, visas can be processed in advance. Again, coming out of the Ministry of Entertainment, Culture, etc., what happens sometimes is that visa applications are made very, very, very late. And then as a ministry, when entertainers and their managers would call us and say, oh, our Minister Creator, Minister Terrell, what can you do to assist? Then we have to now call Foreign Affairs and say, Foreign Affairs, can you please nudge this embassy or nudge the embassy and ask them to go to faster? The process will take at least a month. If Foreign Affairs has all the relevant information that the visa application has been made, etc., then there's no reason why it cannot be had. During the COVID period, what happened as well was because of the backlog, there was lots of delay there. But moving away from the COVID period, certainly I'm not aware of any issue. But again, once application is made beforehand, then certainly sufficient, even if you get a far date, certainly sufficient intervention can be made through the Ministry of Culture and Foreign Affairs. But certainly we ask that these applications be made in advance to give sufficient time to process.
But I guess we have to also take that back, Minister, to check it out, because there is a disconnect. There is a disconnect in the issuing and the intent when you apply long ago. Isn't that correct?
This has been constant. I mean,
before COVID,
talking about after COVID.
Yeah.
So forget COVID, after COVID. Recently, and I can, like afterwards, if you want to talk to me, I can name artists upon artists. I'm not just talking about myself. It's all the community. That's our community I'm referring to.
Yes.
Where visas have been put in 4, 5, 6 months in advance, they issue it the day before. Sometimes it's granted, sometimes it's denied.
Yeah. This is a
And as I
fact.
said,
Hello?
Yeah, so she's saying,
Okay, I thought you
after
were.
applying long ago.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that you're planning an event for 4 or 5 months and then they apply. Okay, I hear what you're saying. All right. Well, that we can definitely look into. But I thought the planning process, I think, very. Or that we can definitely look into. All right. All right. Cheers.
Okay, thanks. Next question.
Actually, my name is Salvin. This is my third time up here. The truth is that talking about the employment possibilities that you mentioned in your speech, I'm a rural guy, not urban, not city. My concern is what the government will do to reach out to the rural young people and young adults. I don't want to sound maliciously, but even when I was watching the ambulance distribution, you know where I'm going. Possibilities and help to our people in the rural Jamaica, they are secondary, are probably non-entity. I grew up as a rural boy in Westmoreland. And my only hope was to get something or to see a job was to move away from Westmoreland. I have realized, I don't know if you know the latest statistic from UNESCO. Jamaica has done very well in literacy. We're standing about 88.1, according to UNESCO, in literacy. The possibility with hard economy and the non-payment and the opportunity that they can go, one of the problems you're going to face, because my presence in Jamaica and talking with young people in rural Jamaica is that no effort is made to harness them and to help to educate them that they will be able, and I'm generally speaking, because we have high schools and all those types of things, but they are not being targeted so that they can prepare themselves to access these employment opportunities. And therefore, they are still unattended. What will the government of Jamaica do in terms of helping for the educational development and the possibility of accessing these employment opportunities?
Thank you. So the question, to summarize, they have heard, is regarding the disconnect between rural and urban development, especially as it relates to access for jobs for the youth.
All right, so thank you for that question. So what I will say is that there have been great improvements in rural development. All right, so the government has prided itself on not just developing urban space, but rural development. And I perhaps believe that the best example of rural development that we can look at is St. Thomas and Portland. So you will note that South Coast Highway that is being built, stretching from Kingston, going straight across Harbour, going straight across Bull Bay, going into St. Thomas and going into Portland, a multi-billion-dollar project. You would have perhaps heard about the development of St. Thomas, the Square, in Yalas, Morant Bay, again because of the government's drive to developing our rural communities. And there are other rural centers that will be developed as well, not just in St. Thomas, but stretching through Mandeville and St. Elizabeth as well. So we do take rural development very, very seriously. Education, again, our rural schools continue to do very, very, very well. Schools in Mandeville, schools in Montego Bay, schools in Trelawney, they're listed among some of the best schools in the country. And again, our HARD program extends across the country. It's not just in Kingston, it's across the country as well. I must also note that we don't have a new ministry.
which is a ministry that is focused on digitization of the economy. And again, we have all these STEM programs in place, recognizing the importance of technology, becoming a digital economy, etc. And of course, this will also positively impact our rural and rural communities as well.
Okay, thanks for the clarification here, because I was not talking about the job itself. The job.
Mr. Durbin Malcolm.
But I found that the literacy situation.
That's
all right.
We have a long overdue appointment for an interview. Marisa Capen, the high jumper.
16 and 24
years ago,
rural
I met you
area,
at
your
the
class
international
literacy.
center, but your number.
So if I am not
is
qualified
off
to write an entrance exam, you
Yes.
say where's my
But
English
now,
ability and all that because of
What year is the report that you're
I
referring to?
am
well,
campaigning
let's consider it
to
from
be my world
2015.
number one.
2015, all right, so this is approximately 10 years later, and I can assure you, sir, that the education system in Jamaica, I'm a product of the education system in Jamaica. Madam High Commissioner is a product of the Jamaican education system in Jamaica. It continues to flourish and provide a high level of literacy and understanding for all Jamaicans, which is why we had remodeled things from like common entrance to GSAT and so forth, recognizing critical thinking is important. And if you look at where we're going as a nation, right, it becomes even more important when you realize that even simple information, it is misconstrued, propaganda is spread. I mean, people are not realizing, and the older generation is not realizing their own sense of understanding and interpretation. And certainly the PEP and the key focus of critical thinking, again, because we want our young kids to be able to assess, assimilate information for themselves.
Okay, before we go any further, we're getting a lot of noise now because folks are aware that lunchtime is upon us. But we're asking you to be quiet as we go through that process, as we try to wrap this up with one or two more questions. Please give an ear here and take the tone down in the hall. We're going to go back over to Calgary.
Yes, right. I think Calgary's ready.
Ready?
We're still not hearing you, Calgary.
Jamaicans, they have traveled abroad and they're ready to come back home, but they're afraid to do so because of the crime and all the killing that's going on. What is the government doing to assure us that for the land of our birth is a safe place for us to come back and call from all the soul that we have worked hard into, help to develop Jamaica? What is the government doing to assure us to come back home?
Okay, and Minister, to acknowledge that there are several questions related to crime and then the impact that it has around mental health and supports, okay? So in addition to Calgary's question around crime, if you could just address that broadly, and then any other things like supports for people.
All right, thank you so much. As I indicated in my presentation, that there are so many Canadians who have indicated that, they're on extended vacation here and that they do plan to come home to Jamaica. To that end, the government for the last 7 years, again, never before in the history of Jamaica, we have spent billions of dollars as a part of our crime fighting strategy. Jamaica does not produce guns, for example. Guns are made in other parts of the world, and they come into Jamaica. We have spent billions of dollars in getting new ships, new speedboats, helicopters, increasing the numbers in the Coast Guard to patrol our borders to limit the inflow of guns across the borders. We've also spent billions of dollars in new technology at our wharfs, at our ports as well, to ensure that when persons are hiding the firearms in the car parts and in the bottom of the barrels and all sorts of things, again, increased technology can find these firearms. Again, we have spent billions of dollars in putting up cameras. So on your next visit to Jamaica, if you drive, let's use Hamburg as an easy example, you will see the cameras. So in the same way, if you're downtown Toronto, you'll see the cameras there. We have that entire, we're now putting in those camera mechanisms. Cameras are also going to be there now in terms of major thoroughfares like Hampton Park Road, Mandela Highway, and so forth. And of course, those cameras will feed into what we call the Jamaica Eye good connection. So recently, you would have heard about a robbery in Mandeville. And again, the camera system would have picked up the car, seen the car leaving, tracing the car, following the car, and within about the same day, within 2 days, persons were arrested and apprehended in that manner as well. So improvements in technology, which is key, improvements in the number of law enforcement agencies, that is key as well. And of course, as I indicated, our social intervention program like Project STAR, working with young people in developing communities as well, and communities that have been underserved, to ensure that we have the social intervention programs to get, what you call unattached youth off the streets and into education and social programs. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap it with the last question here. Minister is sticking around a little bit if you need to quickly say something that's so pressing. We all have lists of questions and we're not gonna get to them. We're extremely about over time. So this is our last question. Sorry about that as we wrap up this segment.
Yes, my name is Alton Delford Jamaica. And my concern here is regarding volunteers that go down to Jamaica from here and the other continent, and how they're treated by the custom department down there. For instance, I'm connected with a association that provide white eye care, and we set up a clinic at Princess Margaret Hospital, where that is in North. And when they take doctors down from here, volunteer, they get down there and the custom give them hard time with their equipment and this and that. So,
thanks for broadcasting for us. Okay, you've done it now. Yeah.
If the government down there set up some sort of system whereby we can eliminate some of these problems that we're having, not just us, but other volunteers going into the future.
Thank you, Alton.
Thank you so much, sir. It's such a pleasure to meet you. No doubt you're one of the stalwarts. You are giant in the Jamaican Canadian community, and I must thank you for the path that you have made for other Jamaicans to follow to live a prosperous and healthy life here in Canada. I must also thank you and all our Canadians who continue through your philanthropy to provide for healthy needs in schools, to help Jamaicans, particularly the elderly and our children. You continue to do an amazing job, great service, and I thank you and all your team, doctors and caregivers. It's very kind of you, sir. In relation to the specific issue that you mentioned about persons being unfairly treated, again, as a government, we pride ourselves on customer service. I will raise the issue elsewhere, and I will ensure that we look out for persons, especially our seniors who are coming back to Jamaica to volunteer to give up their service. In relation to clearing goods that are sent out in advance, we have focal points with, for example, those of you who want to make donations to, let's say, your alumni association, who wants to make a donation to your primary school or your high school. We have key focal points in the Ministry of Education. So once you let them know that, listen, see the list of things you're going to send it down, and Principal Berg from Harvard Street Primary, that is who send it to them, and then assign some of the documentation here. The key point is the ministry will work with the school to ensure that they can get the goods with ease. Same thing for health services. If you get to that key point in the Ministry of Health and say, listen, the Christian Penn Health in Gregor Park, who want to send them some equipment, etc. How can we go about getting the assistance? And they say, all right, who is the head nurse or so forth, or who's the regional director? And we'll work with them so that they can clear the goods because you've identified what the good is, who is to clear the roads and all those things. So it makes what they call the bureaucracy or the red tape or the lay cuts it down again. So it's easy over the last 2 years as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you everyone for participating and bringing forward your questions to our Prime Minister Terminal here. And we thank you for your time and for coming all the way from Jamaica to share in this diaspora conference. Thank you. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
We don't pay taxes to you. You're a guest.
So we have a little token of appreciation on behalf of the committee here for you to take back with you to Jamaica.
While we take the photos, we're going to do a little bit of level setting. I see that individuals are grabbing some lunch. If you have not yet had lunch, please go and grab some quickly. We're going to keep moving. It is a working lunch.
Don't worry, I'm not going to come harass. That's all right. I'll just remain.
All right, Minister Bartlett is here for the fireside chat, and we want to keep going. All right, so that we can get a very interesting afternoon of discussions. So please grab your lunch and come and have a seat.
Take care.
Everyone in the buffet line, are you hearing me? Buffet line, folks. Thank you for your cooperation. We're going to begin in 5 minutes. So Errol, make sure your team gets through the serving in 5 minutes. Keep it moving. Okay, tech team, we're going to the mobile lines for the next segment. Okay, guys, as a reminder, that's a long line. I know Glenn, Glenford, I know we're getting through the line. You've got 4 minutes, no pressure. The next session will begin with a present.
Testing. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, the next segment, we've switched around the agenda slightly. So the next segment will be the fireside chat. And before I introduce the moderator, JN will be coming to bring some brief remarks. So I'm just waiting for the line. See if we can get everybody through the lunch line. And have it. Grab your lunch and have a seat. Kudos to anybody who brought their water bottle, their reusable water bottle. We're talking about sustainability next, and small things that we should all be doing to think about the environment and waste. So if you brought your water bottle, you get a prize. Anybody brought their reusable water bottle? We'll have a prize for you.
It's good to see you.
I see a hand. Reusable water bottles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, look at that. We're able to find 5 prizes. Okay, kudos to all of you who brought a reusable water bottle today. So we are not throwing out the plastic, whether it's a reusable cup, we're not throwing out the plastic. We're going to get you a prize. I'll call you back. Okay, planning team. Lisa, Rona, we need prizes for folks who brought a reusable water bottle or cup. I don't know how we're going to do that. We need 5. We'll figure it out. Oh, JN is going to donate the prizes.
Wow.
You know, JN is a sustainable organization and responsible stewards. Okay, guys. Okay, servers. Let's go, let's go. We don't get no prize. We don't know.
Where the plug is? I wonder if that plug would be working.
It's not, but you can still plug it.
Is that one working that way?
This one is not working.
Order them, okay, please. Find something. You with the media?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good for it.
106 FM out of Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh, okay, okay. What part of Jamaica are you from?
From Kingston.
Oh, from Kingston, okay.
Or not Victoria today.
Oh, okay. So always Kingston. I'm from Mandeville.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna ask for your attention. I know you're waiting for your lunch. And big thanks to those who are serving and Caribbean Queen for all of the food. Can we give a round of applause to the volunteer servers and Caribbean Queen, please? We're going to ask for your indulgence. All right. All right. So, a big thank you to JN for providing these gift bags and goodies. For those who brought a reusable water bottle or cup, we are talking about sustainability. All right? All right? So big thank you, and then I'm going to ask JN to say a few words as our sponsor and to talk a little bit about who they are and why they've supported the conference. Okay, we're going to be on to all right. Okay. So all of you who brought a water bottle. Oh, Maureen. Yay. Good going, Maureen. Okay. And over to JN now. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have your attention? Okay, the lunch line will be closed in 2 minutes, so I see a burgundy sweater. You are the last person that will be served for now, so that we can keep moving. All right, and over to JN.
Thank you very much. So as we say in Jamaica, we're gonna ride a whistle. So keep on your ear over the side while you're chewing or while you're getting your food. I really want to big up and say hello to the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Orlando Terrelon, State Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, our newly minted Her Excellency Marsha Korab-Lovan, High Commissioner, and CG Kirk Davis, the committee members of the Global Diaspora Council. Greetings, greetings, greetings from JN Bank here in Canada, as well as the JN Group in Jamaica and across the many countries we operate. My name is Paulette Sterling. I'm your Chief Representative Officer here in Canada. I'm delighted to be here. So, had a song recently where he said, anywhere in Jamaica, I am a Jamaican. Anybody know that song? I mean, anywhere that you go, I hear somebody else singing it. I think that sums up a lot of what is happening here, because if all of us were to go home right now, there would be so many. I don't think planes could hold us, but we come from yard and we're really happy about that. We heard a lot, we have challenges, but I think once we're united, nothing can stop us. And we really want to thank the state minister in the presentation he made today. We have challenges, and just as us here, Jane understands that, and we ourselves as Jane, we have our own challenges, but we're gonna help you find a way. So we continue to look for opportunities to engage you as members of the diaspora, and our goal, as I know many of us here in this room, is to help us to continue to be connected. We are a trusted and recognizable brand. Actually, this is our 32nd year in Canada, and so we're not picnic. And so we know a lot about what has been happening and what some of the challenges have been. I heard somebody talk about opening an account. If you see me today, I will make sure your account in Jamaica is open by Tuesday. So it can happen. It can happen. Today is a holiday in Jamaica. When I say holiday, they don't work on a Saturday. But my office is open on a Saturday. And so if you bring your stuff, I can get to your account Tuesday morning. I promise you that. All right, so it can happen. We keep you connected to Jamaica. All the team members here in Canada, we know we serve as a point of contact, to your spirit, to your ambitions, to want to own something in Jamaica, to want to continue to be relevant in Jamaica. And so because of that, that's why we're here for events like this one and many others that we continue to partner with. I want to just quickly say that a few months ago, at the request of the NJAA, and I know they're over there with Aileen and team, at the request of them, we sponsored and gave bursaries to 2 students of Jamaican heritage who are matriculating to university. Can I borrow the state minister's phrase? Enough things are going. I mean, we are in our own little way, and big ways as well, helping thousands of Jamaican, Canadian, Jamaicans, whatever you want to call us. We are helping many of you, and it is our intention to continue to help you find a way, to help you connect with each other, to help you connect with Jamaica, and of course to help you achieve your financial dreams. We are serious about serving you. And so at our representative office, I just want to quickly say, we can help you to get mortgages back home. We can help you with deposits and investments. We can help you with other financial and non-financial products of the group. And for sure, we will continue to work together with you. We are undertaking a digital transformation to improve our operations. I
Again, Minister Terrelong spoke of this whole thing of optimizing and digitalizing processes. JN is doing the same too, and we're of like mind. I anticipate that all the topics spoken of in the rest of this session will cover a lot of topics, but I know they're all for the advancement of our community and country. And so this is our community. Now, why don't we come with no negativity, yeah? Let's just come with solutions. Let's just come with the spirit of togetherness that together all of us can make Jamaica the place we love, the place we want our children and grandchildren to go and visit and come back, build the community here, but also maintain that linkage with Jamaica, land that we so love. Thank you so much again. Continue to have a wonderful and inspiring and definitely life-changing conference. Congrats again to the organizers of this event. Jane will be here next year or the year after if you intend to have it. Thank you again and have a good day.
Thank you so much. We always appreciate Jan. They remain an important partner, and we all have a long-standing relationship with them. It is my pleasure now. We're going to keep it moving, guys. Everyone should be good. You've had a meal, so you're ready to go again. This is an important conversation. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Hugh Simmons. Dr. Simmons is a member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council with responsibility for arts, culture, and sports. He lectures at Toronto Metropolitan University. He serves as a certified leadership education trainer for Kiwanis International, and he currently resides in Toronto. Dr. Simmons, welcome to the stage, and we look forward to a really engaging discussion on the future of tourism, sustainability, and the challenge of climate change.
Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Really, it's an honor for me to be here as a member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and a member of the Regional Diaspora Conference here in Canada. I really have the honor to be moderating this afternoon's session, and I want to invite Dr. Orville Gray to join me to my right here on center stage. Let's give it up for Dr. Orville Gray. And Dr. Orville Gray, have my pardon, to my right here is a coastal ecologist and climate change researcher. Interestingly, we were having a conversation, and what I learned from Dr. Gray is his love for the land that we, or island home, Jamaica. And he holds a PhD in environmental biology from the University of West Indies and in Mona, in Kingston, Jamaica. And with 20 plus years, ladies and gentlemen, of climate change expertise, climate change adaptation, and financing as well as environmental planning and science. Interestingly, he's the current head of the Secretariat for National Adaptation Plan Global Network, which is hosted by the International Institute for Sustainable Development, and he's based in Ottawa, Canada's capital. So let's give it up for Dr. Orville Gray, join me here, and then I will ask you to keep the applause going as I invite the Minister of Tourism for Island Home Jamaica, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, to join me on center stage. Let's give it up for the Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as we invite him to join me on center stage. And I will take the opportunity to introduce Minister Bartlett. Welcome, sir. So, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett is Minister of Tourism for Island Home Jamaica. And under his leadership, he's positioned tourism as a catalyst for sustainable and inclusive growth. And that is done through job creation, public-private partnerships, wealth creation, and community transformation. I will tell you, he's been a key driver and instrumental leader in the Tourism Linkages Network under the Tourism Enhancement Fund, which is an agency of the Ministry of Tourism. It really is a hub within the tourism industry mapping with other sectors such as agriculture, entertainment, and manufacturing. I want to tell you, he facilitated the first United Nations WTO Tourism Organization conference on small, medium, and tourism enterprise, a collaboration with the government and the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Keep my clap, man. I'm not going to tell you guys at HSC, but clap the minister. I'm good. And I really want to say to you that he has become a powerful voice and a tireless advocate for global tourism resilience, and founder and co-chair of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center at University of West Indies, Mona, partnering with the Kenyatta University, Nairobi, Kenya, where the first satellite office has been established to facilitate East African countries mitigation and management of tourism disruption. So I will now turn the mic over. Minister, you have your mic there. Just make sure turn it on. Or I'll give you this. So I just had advice not to use both mics, so I'll use this one and share with Warville. So my first question, and it is for you, Warville, and why I'm going to put that to you, in light of the fact that we have been experiencing the zeitgeist for time, climate change, what are some of the strategies that small island developing states and nations like Jamaica can explore strategies to mitigate and adapt to the challenge of our time?
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you. In terms of how Jamaica and its states in general and what strategies to cope with the advent of climate change as perceived now, there's a lot that we can do. Our emissions are negligible, but we can also, where we are located, especially countries like Jamaica, right in the Caribbean, we're getting abundant sunshine. So we can take advantage of the energy that we're getting every day naturally. And renewable energy in that sense and supplying energy to our own grid, which means that we can reduce demand or importing oil to drive more energy supply. So that's one thing that we can do in our own little space. Beyond that, we are drivers of information in terms of educating the world on the challenges that we're facing with respect to this existential threat. And I believe I saw a report from the minister when you had the conversations with you in WTO, where you articulated challenges that six countries are experiencing, and why it was important for us to get that message out there so that the resources that are required to come into the region to support our adaptation can be brought forward. That is part of the strategy in terms of communicating information. To be honest, when you look at us as a small and developing state, we are on the forefront of this challenge. Right? Many of us do not have oil. few of us are lucky enough to have it. Many of us don't have geothermal energy. A few of us are lucky to have it. Jamaica, unfortunately, where we sit, all we have to offer is a wonderful biodiversity, from the mountains all the way to the sea. We don't have fossil fuels. We don't have fossil fuels. We don't have that industry to develop. So we're not going to be able to necessarily take advantage, but we have been doing work in terms of building out the renewable component with respect to hydroelectricity, with respect to wind energy, and with respect to solar energy. Jamaica has the largest footprint in the Caribbean for solar energy. Jamaica is a very small country. I think we have, on the world scale, we keep being compared to the state of Connecticut in the United States in terms of size. Jamaica is small, but if Jamaica can have that big and a footprint, then it means that we are sending a signal to the world that there's a lot that they can do to help us if we can take these little steps in our own right. If we can be giants and leaders with respect to putting in place measures to increase our footprint from a renewable energy component. So, I mean, these are just a couple of them, and I know there are a lot more we could go into. We don't have all the day, but I'll leave those for the time being, and we can get back into this a little later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gray. Minister, my question for you relates to the fact that tourism is the largest generator of foreign exchange in Jamaica and a major contributor to GDP. In your efforts to bring sustainable strategies to respond to climate change and to explore opportunities to enrich the experience of Jamaicans at home, how can we build in climate resilient strategies to improve our tourism product and benefit the peoples of our island nation?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to greet the diaspora, all those who are present here today, those who are with us virtually across Canada and possibly other parts of America. Tourism is a product composed of the environment. Indeed, the environment is the product. The issues that impact the environment impact tourism directly and fundamentally. And so the challenges of climate change have become the challenge of tourism. We are very uncertain in global discourses with regards to finding ways, first of all, identifying where these ships are to mitigate, to adapt, to manage, and to provide capacity. And the capacity that is required is to build resilience. It's to enable us to understand how better to be good stewards of the environment, and by so doing, contribute to the mitigation of the impact of climate change on our different spaces. Another important consideration for us is small island states, SIDS as you refer to them, and that Jamaica is part of that constellation of geophysical structures across the globe. And for us, ocean tourism represents a significant part of the product. So that in our case, we started selling sand, sea, and sun, those three S's. And we have been defined by sand, sea, and sun for all our existence. Some attempts at diversification is taking place as we look at other psychographic profiles of the market and how we build products around these profiles. But essentially, even those products are built around the same three S's. So how do you ensure that the rich biodiversity of which Dr. Grace spoke. That is a feature of Jamaica, the geophysical features that have characterized the nature of experiential tourism as we have. How do we make sure that those who are exploiting these biodiverse resources are not doing it to the detriment of the very resources themselves? How do you educate our small and medium enterprises? In your introduction, for me, you mentioned my interest in small and medium players in the industry. And that's true, because 80% of the value of tourism is driven by small and medium players. The converse is a reality in terms of the resource allocation to them. Because even though they represent 80%, they get less than 20% of the return from tourism. And that for me is an anomaly and a whole asymmetry that has to be rebalanced. And part of the conference I had in Jamaica was to bring thinkers to the table, to start looking at how do we rebalance that. And Jamaica has taken the lead in that regard. You spoke about my impact in terms of linkages. That's a huge part. So we have a 3-pronged strategy to deal with building capacity for resilience. And one is education and training. So we develop the capacity of our people to know more, to have better understanding of what to do, how to do it, to build capacity to manage their process better. But most importantly, to create new ideas and to innovate, to add value at every step of the way. To the extent that we have put $40 million just to incentivize ideas. And we have 23 young people in groups now in what we call the Tourism Innovation Incubator, where what we're doing is saying, ideas you have, it come to us. No collaterals, come to us. And what we do is to help you to convert those ideas into material things and value. And then we create a transition point for you now to go into entrepreneurship and to become part of larger companies and or go on your own. So for that transition, we provided a fund of 100 million Jamaican dollars for these young people with the ideas. Because we know that the future for climate management is ideas. It's all about ideas. That's why I established the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center at the University of the West Indies 5 years ago. Today, we have satellite centers in 8 countries. And we have one here at George Brown College in Toronto. And we're talking with Carleton University. And 3 days ago, I went to McMaster's and we started discussions there as well. So that's stage 1, building knowledge and human capacity. The second is financing. And we put up $1 billion Jamaican dollars at the Exim Bank in Jamaica for the purpose of lending to small and medium enterprises. At the lowest interest rates available in the country, 4.5%. Over a 5-year period, and we give a maximum loan of $25 million. And the third critical pillar is marketing. And we created platforms, digital platforms, to enable access. And we created an app called Alex. And Alex was really an app to connect small farmers across Jamaica to the purveyors and the sales department and the marketing department and the purchasing department of the hotels. So that the hotel could be in touch with the little farmer in Flagler. You know Flagler? Who knows Flagler? All right, Upton Bay. You know Upton Bay? All right, Cascade. All right, okay, Pincho Plains. Bulsa value. All right, okay. So you see the hands are going up, yeah. So now the little farmer in land of St. Elizabeth can be talking to the purveyors at the hotels on the North Coast and discussing price and talking about quality and talking about quantities. But most important, transportation. And on that app, you can do better. You can actually pay for your goods there. So it's guaranteeing the little farmer that the tourist will not owe him any money. He will get his pay immediately. And within that space also, we're looking at establishing an artisan village. And that village is to be completed at the end of October this year. And it will provide space for artisans so that these artisans can receive designs from tourists and anybody. And they execute on the design. And if it's a cruise ship passenger on his way back to the ship, after 8.5 hours or 10, he collects the finished goods and he pays and he moves on. In that way, there is no issue about competitive pricing and the visitor haggling with the artisan about price. Because what he's getting to begin with is authentic products, unique products, products which convey a message, create a conversation wherever they go, made in Jamaica. So these are three of the critical steps that we're taking to build that resilience so that our small and medium enterprises, who are the real users, and if you say abusers, not by intent, but simply because of ignorance, they abuse the environment. But we're removing that by training, education, financing, and marketing.
Thank you so much, Minister. I want to build on a point you made around transportation with Alex. What is it that Jamaica is doing to help the investors who are investing in the tourism industry to build climate resilient attractions, hotels, and allied services to help combat the inevitable challenge we face in protecting our environment? So for example, we know that that's a concern, not just for Jamaica, but for the small island development states. How can we take the lead in innovation and utilizing climate adaptive technologies to
well, to begin with that, I think that the first and most important element of this has to be, as I said, education. We have to move tools to be able to understand what understanding. Then secondly, to be able to create the mitigation action that's necessary and the adaptation necessary for it. And then to recognize that there's economic returns from these actions. Now, you know, the more formal sector regarding today as ESG, you know, we're talking about the environment, society, social development, and the governance. But we have to get our people, first of all, to appreciate that to do agriculture the right way, for example, is to guarantee greater profitability. And therefore, the tools that are necessary to do it must be acquired. Government can provide incentives, which we do. And the government provides the legislative and regulatory framework to ensure that these practices are carried out orderly and in a structured manner. And of course, provide for penalties for recalcitrance, which is very important, right? When we talk with investors coming in, investors understand that the process of building and developing any kind of activity, or as we call it, the built environment, the whole business of enhancing the built environment requires a process. And this process has to be followed. If it's not, you are not entitled to. Banks have to now look at this, and this is a new dispensation that has been brought. The IMF is developing this sustainability and resilience fund that encourages, and they put aside a portion of activities that are regarded as enhancing sustainability and climate friendly activities. So all of these are what you do within the space. But I think that one of the most important things that has to be had is appreciation that there's profits to be made from sustainability.
Thank you so much, Minister. So Orville, I want to segue to you as the Minister speaking to profit and then sustainable profit that he's kickstarted. How can we build climate resilient activities, encourage climate resilient investment, and of course, create a policy framework to engender that, especially for small islands?
Thanks you. I'll try to pick up on a few other points that Minister before, and pardon me, Minister, if I need the identification of a few things. For policy framework, I'm happy to see that community tourism and strategic policy, but I think it's in a wide people stage. It does have climate change built into it to some extent. It's been in a wide people stage for I think a little bit too long. Hopefully that will get to a point where this becomes a public policy and then inform not just what we're doing in tourism and the aspect of respect to communities, but also how that translates into the other sectors as well. You look at the project and you is going to see there's a lot of
Yes, that's exactly where I came from.
They're significant.
But you don't.
We are
smart being a
part of what is referred to as working.
It's too bad. If you
Jamaica has
Well, I don't drive, so
it takes one event as we see in many countries. Set us back
no, that's his stuff. I'm just borrowing his charger.
Impact for Hurricane 5 in Dominica was 2016, 2017.
Well, he's from Jamaica.
Was 224% of GDP. Ireland, it was 8% of GDP. Ireland was what? 100 kilometers off the south coast. So we have to take into consideration that in stepping forward, especially when tourism is concerned. Tourism is our biggest driver of national development. And I think there has to be props given to yourself and the ministry with respect to that. But what that says is that tourism has to also be the driver of where we're going in that pace of climate change. We have to be looking at what we're doing in our coastlines. The vast majority of our assets from a tourism perspective lie right in the coastline. But we're in a stage where we're challenged with seeing loss in biodiversity in mangrove communities, for instance, that are known to protect shoreline, protect communities behind them, protect roads. But we're losing some of these to hotel and tourism development. The early tourism policies coming into the late 90s into the early 2000s spoke towards Jamaica diversifying and putting in tourism assets on the ground that would have a greater value. Smaller footprint, greater value. But I'm not certain that we have actually gotten there yet. So I think there's a lot more that we can do in that respect. Tourism as a driver is co-innovation, and I'm happy to hear some of the things that you mentioned. And I heard Mr. John spoke about, for instance, relatively with STEM schools and heart. Tourism sector and what we're getting in terms of what that impact is on human being in Jamaica should now be saying to some of the other sectors that, hey, because of the position that we have, we can drive innovation, we can get, for instance, in heart, putting out more skill sets with respect to renewable energy. You have one palladium, you're using, you invest in $1 million in solar panels, drive your energy, solar energy. That should be a picture of getting tourism development. I think the tourism sector and stuff can drive that to ensure that when we invest, when we bring investments in, whether it's the diaspora or otherwise, that we're getting an impact on development we need that is depending on communities.
Get things free. So you have to there, but that means it's cool.
But you can have, and you can have frost. Yeah, you don't just for that. And you can have frost.
You can't have tourists and tourism development without tourists.
Yeah.
Sunset International Airport.
Yeah. I remember you used to say that.
Yeah. But it's cool, man. What do you call it? After you pass.
Right around the coast. Ports, like ports that's not built anywhere else. It means therefore that these are assets that are vulnerable
area that they have to pass.
Sea rise is something that we're facing. With raging storms or intense storms, anyone passing on the north coast and by force you're about behind 4 and 5 hurricanes pass within a week of each other. Luckily, US but this is likely to happen in the years to come.
Yeah, but I left there at 76.
No, I know, but it's just that it's a popular place, man. It's after you pass, we just where they are. Where the train station
Kendall? Yeah. There was a big crash there in the 1960s. A lot of people killed. Yeah, Kendall.
Yeah, that's right.
Tourism sector stands to be a significant role in driving that ambition, driving that innovation.
I call it place. It's a little place, but it's very
popular. To be able to take pride in what we have, protect what we have, and that investment there is similar to the world.
You said people coming from Kingston, and then after you pass to them field, and start going on.
Thank you so much. Sorry, moderator. He touched somewhere about the points, and I think what he did a while ago was really to define exactly what we are really.
That's fine, okay.
Yeah. Just before you start
Exactly the policy direction.
that area, that whole area, it's a very popular area, but I just can't remember it.
Strong and visible to everybody. But it's happening here. For example, the very issues of the impact of these climate events that you mentioned, hurricanes. It is as a result of the vulnerability of tourism disruptions that are creating
just as a good sounding name, always not a famous,
as a matter of fact, came up
right.
The experience of Maria and Irma. When to your point, Dominica was destroyed to 28% of GDP. But Barbuda became a rock in the ocean because its entire vegetation was eviscerated by the hurricane. So we're conscious of that. And to the point that you're making, which are good and solid points, the Jamaica's tourism has led the world in terms of the whole area of thought leadership. And in fact, I just completed a book which is now available on Amazon. Thought leadership on sustainability and resilience tourism in the 21st century. And I encourage you to read it because because 8 chapters, 142 pages, but it covers all the areas we're talking about, all the way through to artificial intelligence and its impact on tourism in the future. So I just wanted to indicate that, yes, the points are valid, well made, but Jamaica is on the path in renewals.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much, Dr. Gray. I really want to ask us to give Minister Edmond Bartlett and Dr. Gray a round of applause for and in wrapping up, I really also thank you, members of the audience, for your indulgence. When we think about tourism, climate change, resilience, and sustainability in the future, again, we want to share with you, Minister, that within the diaspora, we need to have professional and intellectual capacity to help you shape the policies and drive the change, the sustainable change that you so desire to continue to position not just Jamaica, but the Caribbean and the most tourism-dependent region as a leader in global sustainability. You have Dr. Gray here, I'm sure you will exchange. Yes, wonderful. And I love the fact that you have the opportunity to share from the lens of both Ghana and Jamaica what we would hope is that the community aspect of the tourism policy that
yes, because my memory is so bad. I need tell other
if you go to things like this, keep active,
keep up. And the fact that Jamaica is so uniquely positioned from its mountains to its seas, from its flora, its fauna, its cuisine, its culture, to its people. There's no way like home. And Jamaica has been the example in terms of recovery, post-pandemic recovery, and I want to congratulate you and the team for really positioning the tourism driver to help with that recovery. However, the challenge is still, how can we ensure that the tourism workers and the people of Jamaica, not just the investors, continue to enjoy the fruits of their labor through work you're doing in building a sustainable product that will bring resilience to get you at that.
But anyway,
so we challenge you, we support you, and we celebrate that effort. But we ask that individuals in the diaspora to help you with the policy. I don't want the basic challenge.
Is to get involved on supplies. The investment on the supply side is where the wealth of tourism lies. You think it's the demand side because you look at big hotels. You look at the Caribbean. But the essence of tourism is consumption. It's the food they eat. It's the entertainment that they consume. It's the attractions that they do. It's the Airbnb facility that they utilize in the hills and valleys and rivers and waters. It is the water, it is the air, it is the red stripe, it is the rum, it is the coffee, it's all those things. That's the essence of the wealth of tourism. And it is us who must provide them. So the tourist comes with the dollar in the big plane and takes it back out in the same plane to pay for the things they eat and drink and wear. No, in Jamaica. Come on, our time to make the wealth diaspora. Let us invest in the supply side of tourism and the wealth of the
Sorry, moderator. We have a few comments and a lot of questions online. And trying to summarize. There are some that are sort of more easy yes, no. And others that are reflecting on the comments. So may I ask so that we're acknowledging
I don't want to say that. Members of the marketplace, I know you're excited and enthusiastic about what's happening in the marketplace. I'm just asking just be mindful that we're having a fireside chat, and we would also like to hear ourselves. Thank you. Over to you, Adele. Great.
You try to block it. Oh, yeah, the fight. You got to fight like
Who are the two Italian couples? Mama Liddy?
Mama Little was one.
And there's
But
another.
there's beside us was a bank and all that. And
Yeah.
they were Italian.
Oh,
So
yeah.
both of them were trying to
block.
block us. And we had to fight them. That's when it was.
Yes, because Blacksmith was at the ceremony, him and his
Yeah.
wife.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember. I was there for that.
That's man and some guy.
Renewables is a huge element of the response that we're making not only to climate change, but also to our energy efficiency. So the tax relationship is much different, and I'm sure that the opportunities are far more.
He pulled us. He came to help us.
All right.
What we should do.
Thank you, Minister. I don't want the next.
Minister, I'm glad to hear that you're interested in small and medium businesses. However, it is still difficult to bring forth new ideas as small players wanting to get into the industry. So how does the government encourage smaller players to get into the industry, and are there barriers or other things in the way for labor?
He's still alive, right?
Yeah. Spend a lot of time
Look him up.
Yeah. So
in terms of providing access to ideas. Ideas is the power of the future.
This is why
And it's the route to innovation. And we are excited about it, not just to talk, but we are incentivizing it with money against ideas. $40 million for small
They don't have
students. The incubator, for example, operates with us, but it's in the UTech, the University of Technology. So yes, and we provide funding, loans at concessional rates at the exit bank for small players. We also have loans at Jamaica National Small Business for taxi and ordinary transportation providers, so that they can borrow up to $5 million to improve the delivery and to operate more efficiently.
What's that?
The cars and vehicles to be fresh and crisp. So I just want to make the point and the platform. So we're using technology as well to enable access to the market by our small players. I give you one example. I think most of you would drive past from which place to be past a place called Prairie.
Yeah.
Yes. And at Prairie you have always a traffic jam. You know why? Because there's a little man there that says pudding. Yes. We call him the pudding man. And you know, we have the pudding man on our platform. And he's making US dollars because tourists are buying his food long before they arrive in Jamaica. It's the same all-inclusive one that we talk about in life. But they buy his pudding, and sometimes standards give him up to $50,000 in check at the end of a period because his pudding is sold on the platform, and tourists buy it where they come to Jamaica, come and eat it, and go back.
Some ministers that put the setup.
So they put the setup.
Jamaica does draw a lot of
Okay,
publicity.
I have a
Jamaica does draw a lot of publicity. I live
Go
in
ahead with your
Japan.
question.
I live in
for
Japan.
members.
Everybody knows Jamaica over there.
In Japan.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know Jamaica.
Yeah.
Oh, you sing both. Oh, reggae. You like reggae. Yeah.
That's all. You lived in Japan?
Yeah, for 5 years, 5-6 years.
How do we
Yeah, just speak Japanese.
make sure
Yeah.
that these Jamaican
No,
women
no,
operate
I
in
know, but I don't want to then.
hotels or Airbnbs or otherwise have access to some of the incentives that you're giving to foreigners. For example, tax incentives. And otherwise where it makes it easier for them to open up their business. At one time, nobody wants Japanese because enter to Jamaica, and they're not just opening institutions, big foreign companies, and everything is imported. The only thing Jamaican is the fact that it's in Jamaica.
Excellent question. Firstly, there is no fiscal architecture that differentiates local and foreign domestic. We have what is called an omnibus tax program that covers everybody and anybody who invests in the tourism sector, indeed in any sector in Jamaica. So just let us make that clear. The foreign investor gets no greater tax incentive under the omnibus scheme than a local investor, because that scheme covers investors. Secondly, in the matter of the retention of the tourism earnings in Jamaica, you heard me make a big point about the supply chain. For some reason, we tend to think that tourism is about hotels. And if you don't have a hotel, you're not going to it. 42% of the expenditure of a visitor is on food. They come to your country to eat. So if you are not producing the food, they have to eat. And that's the problem. So we have to become inserted in the supply chain and begin to provide the food that they need to eat. You know, we used to have something called the 807 industry, do you remember? And certain sections of our population begin to argue and say, oh, these are sweatshops, and we're causing thousands and thousands of women to be working there in the garment industry. Our friends in the Dominican Republic kept the 807. Today, they are selling us sheets and pillowcases and blankets and uniforms and so on, while we have walked away from it by talking about sweatshops. But one of the largest elements of demand in tourism is for textile. Sheets, pillowcases, blankets, rugs, towels, you name it. And what Jamaican can produce it, and we should produce it. And if we produce it, then that investment in that area will be guaranteed because the market is there. Ask Grace Kennedy, they need to make 3 more factories to provide the big pepper mash and the potato purees and the tomato paste and we call it ketchup, right? And all those things. The demand for agricultural supplies in Jamaica for tourism alone is nearly $1 billion just for agriculture. Not to mention meats of all kinds. The consumption pattern of the visitor is 3 to 5 times that of the local. We would eat 1 egg if we're lucky. They eat 6, 7, 8 eggs per day. That's the argument you have to be making. Produce the eggs, produce the poultry so that the meat can be there, and then the imports will be reduced and the retention. So I have 2 words for it. I said that my strategy is to create the linkages to eliminate leakages.
All right. Okay, so we have 1 more question that got to Greg. Go ahead.
Hello, Minister. So I want to ask, what are we doing about disability travel, disabled travelers to the island of Jamaica? 1, 2. I have been writing to the Minister of Tourism for almost 3 years. It's been a product because I know there is a demand for disabled travel. I've done it for over 10 years, escorting disabled people around the island and around the world. But when I come to Jamaica, there's no access. And if the tourists that I take to Jamaica want to have a good time, I have to rely on the muscles of my brothers to pick them up and lift them and take them to the sea.
We also have people who are living on the island who are in their homes, they can't get out because we don't have accessibility. What are we facing? You talk about small player, I'm a small player, want to bring to you that we have a it's willing to come into the hotels and provide services to our disabled travelers when they come on the island of Jamaica.
You know, that's the kind of discussion. That's the kind of discussion and innovation. Because, you know, our small and medium players in Jamaica.
Minister, there you go.
Absolutely.
Give her a round of applause.
Yes. And look at her resplendency. You understand what I mean? She's talking about me and mine. Look at her. All right. So now, it's the great point that you're making that, you know, tourism responds to something called the passions of people. And so, what are these passions? They vary. The job of all of us is to be able to respond to these passions. So we talk about building the product.
Some of you like
passion.
work. Oh, really? The cycle.
Yeah. The need for accessible tourism. And I don't want to talk about disabilities. So we talk about accessibility. And we must make tourism accessible to all. And special interests and special needs are an important part of this. And I want to encourage you, as others, to come and let's get involved in building out that special needs segment of the tourism. Because thousands of people will come to Jamaica just because of the attention that is given to them. Families will pay premium dollars for special needs arrangements that are provided.
Make sure the minister said and your said exchange.
So you're ready. Come set up an artistic center. Families will send because they know that the care is given. And that's what we do. Show them that the care is the money in care.
But Minister, we're already there, so it's not
So you come to me. You come to me and talk to me.
Absolutely. I want to thank the minister. Dr. Greatest.
Minister, let me put this out. As a leader, where we are in Jamaica, I'm going to tell you that your greatest asset is the people. And as a minister, I'm looking forward to your leadership in driving home to get the incentives for the tourism sector players in terms of being able to help them connect with NHP, connect with JF, connect with Ministry of Finance, etc. So that they can go home and be able to have water in their tanks. They can go home, be able to put a solar panel on their roof and be able to put in an AC. Because they are working where the tourists are enjoying, but they need to be able to have that also. To be able to have a say in a conversation about, for instance, our road. We're talking about this big 4-lane highway from Montreal to Montego Bay. But we need to be able to have that say to look at the types of diversity in transportation to move the tourism product back and forth. So that we're not increasing our emissions by increasing and upgrading our road network. And look and ensure that when we support other assets, that the Ministry of Tourism is driving through the conversation to ensure that we're not going and seeing a situation where Montego Bay, Lucy, Runaway Bay, other environments are flooded year after year because there's no investment being made into the infrastructure that is required to support the tourism sector and the national development as we move towards achieving the
Thank you so much, Dr. Gray.
I understand. I understand that. And I think this is part of what we need to bring to the fore, and people understand. And the very points that Dr. Gray has made represents the very process of development that
you were watching how people were criticizing the minister up there.
Right now, what we're looking at is we're building 4,000 houses for tourism workers. First in the history, 4,000 houses for tourism workers. I've created the first ever comprehensive pension plan for every worker in the tourism industry. Jamaica is the only country on planet Earth that has a comprehensive pension plan for every category of worker in the industry. Training. I have trained 10,000 workers already. Certify them, give them the American Hotel Education Lodging Institute certificate for competence in the industry. And sous chefs created getting the American Culinary Foundation designation. One of them. So we're doing that. And we're spending right now $1 billion Jamaican dollars in establishing a brownfield facility for one of the communities that is right across the road from Iberia in North called Grange. 535 families are getting lots, not only lots, but proper roads, water, sewage, and electricity. That's what we're doing. It's a new tourism, it's a new approach to building capacity and inclusiveness. And we are committed to the 3 P's: people, planet, and prosperity.
Thank you so much, Minister. And we have one question from one of our participants there, and we will cap it after her question. Go ahead with your question.
Because there's a book about it.
I
Or she had the gun? She had guns? She was gun running?
No,
I don't know when mine took over.
My first question is this app in place already? What's the status of it? And also, could you please confirm what efforts are being made to make sure that this is being rolled out and so that others in rural communities are informed of this, because this is something that's completely new. It's an interesting and innovative idea. However, I'm just concerned that not too many rural small farmers are aware of this app. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you. I just want to say it has been rolled out now for 2 years. And last year, the first 6 months of this year, in fact, $375 million of sales took place on that app between small farmers and the hotels. So it's on, it's going. It has to be expanded. We pass it over to the Ministry of Agriculture. They, through RADA, are working with it to expand and to involve more and more farmers. I hope I will have a better report for you the next time I speak, that we make the first $1 billion mark in terms of sales on that app.
Thank you so much. All right, so we will cap it. Just 15 seconds, please. Thank you.
The question is very simple. Minister, do you think that the time has come for us to think about having an alien landholding law instituted in Jamaica in order to preserve the governance and the prosperity of the land itself, which is finite for our children, grand and descendants yet to be born?
That's a very interesting.
I only wish you to have that in your mind when you think about it and cabinet, because you can't answer that.
No, and you know, one of the things that you also have to take into account when you're thinking that through is that because land is finite, we cannot forget that land is immovable. The one thing you can't move is land. So the issue of ownership within this space changes over time, but the land remains static.
So
I just want to leave you.
Thank you, Minister, for that.
Yeah,
We have
there
our-
is one from Calgary that has been waiting for a
Okay, let's
while,
go
so, yes.
Over to you.
Okay, Calgary, take it away.
Good afternoon. What plans do you have for the hotel's contribution to the land reclamation of tourism assisting for the wear and tear of the community?
So it's the hotel, the hotel industry and land reclamation in terms of the wear and tear. Is that correct, sir?
We're not hearing your question clearly.
How will the hotel industry contribute to reclamation?
What plans there are for hotels to contribute?
Yes, to the wear and tear around the land that they are using, right?
Well, first of all, I think that each property has the responsibility to ensure its own sustainability by preserving the environment around it. The requirement to protect yourself is not a state requirement. It's also a self-preservation, you know. But to the point you're making that there is need for us to look at how erosion is managed and also how do you reclaim lost landmass. I'm not aware that there is any straight policy with regards to a fund established anywhere for that. But I think that basically there is a requirement, even on the part of you as an entrepreneur, to ensure for your own safety and protection that you take care of those facilities. But I think that NEPA would have an interest in that. And when I look at it myself, perhaps inform myself better as to what policy NEPA has in relation to that.
Thank you so much, Vince. Let's give it up for Minister, the Honorable Desmond Armlett, and Dr. Orwell Gray for their time and for the participants who shared their question. Thank you both so very much. Thank you, Nadoma, for your facilitation. Have a good rest of the afternoon.
Okay. Another engaging session. So much to explore there and unpack. That is definitely emerging. Okay, I'm going to ask all of the Global Diaspora members to quickly, as you are given a heads up, make your way to the stage for a photo with the ministers. Sylvanus, Stephen, Rona, Lisa. Who else? Kevin. And Kashane, the book. So you will see on the screen shortly some information about Minister Bartlett's book. You can also just Google and you'll see it on Amazon. Okay, Global Diaspora people, you literally have 2 minutes. Thank you. Hugh, Kevin. All right, let's go. The next session, Minister Terrellon, where did this minister? Oh, he's speaking. The next session is on healthcare in Jamaica, of interest to many people, and so I'll ask the panelists and moderator for the healthcare in Jamaica challenges and opportunities to just come towards the stage. We're going to reconfigure the setup. Thank you. Okay, Mr. DSI, this is now down to 1 minute.
No.
My daughter just cooked on that when she went and go here, but she did go in Jamaica from so that maybe from before she goes back to work, quite saying, my daughter, from she go with she said, I don't like it here, it's food cold, it's food cold. So I'm going to make it for the child. I said, this is your weather, this is your family and go. Daddy, I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're having too much fun.
Yeah?
You're having too much fun.
Alright, so you're going to GC later?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, that's cool. Yeah. So I think it's at 5 o'clock for me this week. You don't do that.
Yeah, I don't mind coming out to Chisholm. Very quick. What I'll do? One of those was always there. Then, man.
Yeah, listen, a couple of days, listen. I get a piece of both sides.
Okay.
My folks are listening to the religious people. So I was saying to them, I said, would you know that my very good friend, Joel family, are very good. I said, Durban, brother-in-law, lady.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. Yes.
How are you?
Okay, guys. We know there's a lot going on. We still have some workshops to get
social
through.
media pages are still going. YouTube and Facebook.
Can we ask the photographers to maneuver there? Do this last one and then
That's it, right? Yeah, that's a state minister. That's the ministry. Foreign affairs and foreign trade. Okay.
Yeah, you talk about who's the next
Okay, guys, I'm asking you all, I don't want to call any names, Paul, Barnett, Hollis, Smith. I don't want to call names, but we'd like your attention. Dr. Sylvanus Thompson, please help get folks settled and quiet. We've got workshops. Rhoda, let's get folks settled. Those of you in the food line, if you could please just lower the volume. We want to start on healthcare in Jamaica, which is an essential topic. Marketplace participants, if we could ask you just to lower the volume again so we can start this workshop. Thank you for your cooperation, guys. I know it's a long day, but there's so much to talk about.
Interacting with the public on national issues, for example. You can't just answer what you feel.
Audrey Campbell, I know you're helping to get everyone settled. Thank you.
That's right.
So the sugar curve, maybe one of the sugar curve things that what we and right, so right here, I get a little bit
It's like staging it.
Yeah.
As opposed to being natural. So people are doing however they respond to stimuli in the environment will give us an idea of who they are. Because the fact that they're struggling to handle it, people are going to see that they're struggling to handle it.
Okay. Okay, guys. I'm going to introduce the moderator and then she will take over from here. The moderator for the Healthcare in Jamaica panel, Jennifer Dockery, is a registered nurse with a BSN and a Master's in Health Administration. She has over 25 years of diverse experience in the health sector and has implemented innovative models of care to improve health equity and access to care for marginalized communities across Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jennifer Dockery.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I hear we have to interview you, teacher. Yes, ma'am.
So myself and
I have to reserve some
planning
time
to
for
be
you.
the anomaly. We're going to try to run this session on time.
Yes, no.
So good afternoon and warm welcome to this very important discussion on healthcare challenges and opportunities in Jamaica. My name is Jennifer Dockery, and I'm deeply honored to be serving as the moderator for this timely conversation. Healthcare is a topic that touches the lives of every individual, regardless of age, gender, or background. It is a universal concern that unites us in our shared desire for accessible, affordable, and high-quality healthcare services. Today we gather not only as concerned citizens of the diaspora, but as active participants in the pursuit of better healthcare outcomes for our beloved Jamaicans. Our distinguished panelists, whom I'll introduce shortly, bring a wealth of expertise and experience to the table. Together, they will shed some light on the complex landscape of healthcare in Jamaica, exploring the challenges we face and the opportunities that lie ahead. But this discussion is not limited to the insights that we shared by the panelists, so we want to encourage you, the active participants, as the esteemed audience, both here in the room and joining us remotely, with your questions and your comments. The ideas are essential and invaluable to enriching this conversation and driving positive change for Jamaica's healthcare system. We're not only looking at challenges, but we're hoping that we're going to be able to uncover some opportunities with innovative ideas, potential partnerships to inspire action that can shape the future of healthcare in Jamaica. To set the stage, I'm going to provide a little bit of a background. According to the Pan-American Health Organization Jamaica, 70% of all deaths are due to one of the four non-communicable diseases: cancer, lung disease, diabetes, and heart disease. While more will continue to live with lifelong disability due to complications as a result of these diseases, requiring regular contact with health centers. Health centers in Jamaica face multiple challenges such as a lack of personnel, inadequate infrastructure, and an outdated information system, which has led to reduced quality of care, especially for those with chronic conditions. The rise in non-communicable diseases has forced a redesign of how the health facilities are built and staffed, along with how they communicate with their citizens, and also between health centers and the hospitals. Certainly addressing the healthcare challenges and opportunities in Jamaica, particularly in relation to non-communicable diseases, is crucial. So joining me on the panel, to my right, is Upton Allen. He's a professor of pediatrics at the University of Toronto and the head of the Division of Infectious Diseases at the Hospital for Sick Children. On my left is Dr. Hamlet Nation, a consultant, public health physician, and healthcare executive. Thank you both
Anytime
for
between
joining
9
us
and
in this
9:30.
conversation.
Okay, this is next week.
I'm going to open with just to start with a question.
We give you a number to call, huh?
Challenges that Jamaica is facing with respect to health and healthcare. What are the short-term and long-term implications for Jamaica and for Jamaicans?
Very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Thompson, for inviting me. So, in trying to think about the short-term and long-term challenges that we face in terms of health outcomes, we need to appreciate what are some of the major diseases or disorders that are contributing to outcomes. And the bottom line is that it's all about non-communicable diseases. And you've heard that 70% of people are dying because of non-communicable diseases. Whether they cancers, cardiovascular diseases, including pressure, diabetes, and lung disease. And guess what? In this room right now, 1 out of every 3 of us, 1 out of every 3 has high blood pressure. And 1 out of every 8 has diabetes or blood sugar issues. So when you think about it, you can think of the consequences of those challenges. And so we take one, such as diabetes ties in with obesity. You can think of short-term challenges related to obesity, and you can think of long-term issues like Jamaican society having to manage the complications of diabetes, such as people going blind, people being having amputations, many other conditions that might stem from these non-communicable diseases. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizing committee. Thank everyone for participating and showing up. So, just to add to Dr. Upton's commentary, so along with the non-communicable diseases, there are some challenges that emerge because of those non-communicable diseases at the systemic level. We talk about infrastructure challenges in terms of being able to access the infrastructure that is required to treat persons with non-communicable diseases. So living here, a lot of times I get calls from persons who have family in Jamaica or who want to go to Jamaica. And some of the questions we get asked is, how do I access this particular imagery? How do I get information from the hospital? Why is my relative still on a bed in the emergency room? Or if I need dialysis, how do I get dialysis in Jamaica? And the other thing is, a lot of the persons in the diaspora are given the bill for some of these services, and they sometimes don't understand why am I paying for some of the services that routinely you get in Canada without having to pay out of pocket. So, in order for us to address those challenges and the challenges that emerge from non-communicable diseases, we have to understand how the healthcare system in Jamaica works. So there's a strong public health system, but within that public health system, there are certain things that are not free. There's some out-of-pocket pay, and there's some challenges in relation to access to particular infrastructure. There's some staffing challenges as well. There are technological challenges. So those are some of the challenges that the system there faces. But within, there are also certain opportunities, particularly in the private sector, particularly around some of the new things and some of the things that the Ministry of Health is doing to try and better respond to the issues of non-communicable diseases.
And just another note in terms of the healthcare system, if those of you are watching the news in Jamaica, you realize today that they declare that there's an outbreak of dengue in Jamaica. So on top of the challenges that NCDs, non-communicable diseases, pose, you still have a tropical country, a tropical island that has to respond to outbreaks of infectious diseases from time to time as we're coming on. So that makes the entire healthcare system, having to be resilient to these challenges that emerge. So while non-communicable diseases are our immediate and future challenges, we also have issues related to communicable diseases that we need to tackle, and they emerge from time to time.
Hello. Thank you both very much for that. I just want to encourage, if you do have questions, don't hesitate to step up to the mic. We want to hear from you as well, anybody who's online. Let's continue. So
It's been a while.
It
has been. How are you doing, brother?
You keeping well? Vulnerable and underserved populations.
How are you keeping?
Diseases.
You're looking good.
And quality.
Not as good as you.
Yes, so you have to be here, right?
Thank you.
No, I didn't
You know, well, perhaps somebody like the Minister of Health would be better able to precisely speak to some of the specifics. In general, I can speak to some of the things that are needed with respect to access. And so, for example, if you live in certain parts of Jamaica, such as the corporate area in Jamaica, it's much easier for you to access healthcare than if you live in remote parts of the country. And as somebody who grew up in the parish of Portland, I remember seeing situations where families ended up at 4 in the morning to try to get a bus to get into Kingston to see if they could join a line at JPH so that they may get seen. And so there are issues around access like that needs to be addressed. And so I know that as part of the accessibility efforts, the government is focusing on strengthening the capacity of healthcare clinics so that you bring the clinics and the doctors to the communities rather than having the communities track them into Kingston. So that's one aspect that I think related to access that is extremely important. But there's also one other aspect related to access, and it's in a different way. It relates to access to accurate information. And so we saw that unravel during COVID, where people were challenged in trying to find accurate information. Coupled with that, you can provide an access, but you also need to ensure that people have a certain level of health literacy, that they understand what they're accessing. So you can see there are several facets in this. I leave you with the health education part has been coupled with efforts to provide access to information related to education.
Thank you.
That's Chris said.
So access is such a complex issue. Not only in Jamaica, but most countries struggle with access. Even here in Canada, there's access to healthcare, but there's some struggle at the primary care level. So in Jamaica, there's a lot of work happening now in relation to primary healthcare transformation and renewal. There's a lot of work happening in terms of building new facilities to try and expand access. A couple of years, I think 10 to 15 years, when there was a sort of a change in the user fee policy in terms of government public facilities. what that saw was a lot of persons who were probably staying home starting to come access healthcare. And where we were accustomed to treat, but now 20, 30 persons were turning up. So it also highlighted for us that, and highlighted certainly for the government, that there is a need to improve access and to expand access. And I think there's some efforts to respond to that are ongoing. There are also some efforts around financial access. So if those of you who follow, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Health, but if you follow the information in Jamaica, there's some policy around the national health insurance that's being discussed, and they're in different phases of doing that to sort of reduce the out-of-pocket pay in relation to healthcare access. Those who have benefits through the National Health Fund, that's another opportunity to get access to certain medications. And now they're looking at adding certain diagnostic tests, so things like a prostate antigen test. So they're looking at different things to improve access. But notwithstanding, you still have a large population, a large number of Jamaicans, particularly in rural Jamaica, who don't have the type of access that they would want, and the system is still not at a place where it can accommodate all the persons and the needs that they have. So the issue of access will continue, but within that structure, I think at the primary healthcare level, if you need a general physician, a general visit, most people are aware of a close point that they can access that visit. When it becomes more complicated is when you require diagnostics, so if you need blood tests, if you need x-rays, if you need scans, that's when it becomes more complex. And if you need hospitalization, then it's also a challenge. So if you need to get to a hospital, or you need to stay in a hospital, is usually not always the closest point to you. In expanding access as well, the efforts in Canada, you have telemedicine.
I was hoping to join my brother in Jamaica at the end of November, but all of a sudden things started getting busy and I can't. So he and his wife are going down at the end of November, beginning of December. It looks like I'm going to go right after New Year's Day.
Some people have, if you live in urban areas, if you live in rural areas, you're talking about data and getting that credit on your phone, etc., to talk to a doctor. And for the Jamaican, the doctor experience is a very physical one. So if someone will come to your office with a headache or with a toe ache, but if you don't listen to their chest, they would feel as if they would not have seen a doctor. So it is not, so what is considered as delivering good healthcare in Jamaica will vary based on the cultural experiences of our society. So there's a lot of work around access, particularly in terms of pharmaceuticals, trying to build infrastructure, but we know we're not where we need to be. I think we all have experience with those who live in diaspora or live in Jamaica who need particular care that they're not able to get when they need it. And there's still some things that are just not available in Jamaica. So there are some services that you still have to get overseas. And some of you would have seen some of the reports, for example, persons with severe burns. So if you're somebody who needs certain surgeries, certain types of surgery, especially for kids, having children with certain illnesses in Jamaica is a risk because it's very difficult to access services that they require. So if you have an autistic child, if you have a child that needs a lot of special needs and intervention, then it's very difficult to maneuver those systems. So I think in general, for most common things, you can find access to healthcare, but once it becomes more complicated, then the access reduces.
Thanks very much for that. We have a question.
Hello? Yes. Can I ask, while we are addressing healthcare needs in Jamaica, I truly believe you can't address healthcare needs without addressing the social needs. We talk about people unable to get to clinics or public hospitals, but the clinics come closer to them. I get very passionate about home care, yeah? So we cannot address health needs unless we're going to talk about health and social care needs. So while we're looking at this umbrella of health needs, include social care, and remember that we now have a home care agency on the island of Jamaica. So after they've gotten past the primary stage, the hospitalization, don't let them stay in the hospital, hold up the bed, send them home and we're there, all right? You truly can't address one.
So I'll respond to that briefly in terms of, so social determinants of health, very important when we're talking about healthcare. But in terms of opportunity, and I'll just jump on what you spoke about, home care. There's such a huge opportunity in Jamaica in relation to home care and senior care. So if you're within the context of Canada, you see a lot of PSWs, home care, all that support. There's such a tremendous opportunity in Jamaica to expand that, to introduce that. I'm very passionate about seniors and the Jamaican context as well. The Jamaican population is an aging population. So you're going to have a lot more old people in a short period of time. And when you don't have home care or care that allows them to be independent and at home as long as they can, then it's going to create additional struggles on the hospital system, which is already oversubscribed. So there's a tremendous opportunity for home care. There's a tremendous opportunity for adult day programs, to structure around adult day programs, so activities that people can have in daytime. There's a tremendous opportunity around respite care. I don't think Jamaicans understand what is respite care, and for us, respite care is giving that caregiver a break. So, whether a short period of time or hours, there's so much opportunity in that space that is untapped, and I think that's where people need to focus on in terms of investing.
Just briefly, I think you've touched on an important area, and that is when we think of health and well-being, it's important for us to think of the other things that hinge on that. And so I alluded to education earlier on, but there's also issues related to poverty and other social determinants of health that are extremely important when we think about health and well-being. And we can crystallize a lot of those elements. Many of us know what they are, but it raises an important point about the various things that intersect with health.
Thank you. Yes, I'll propose really great points and a really great question and comment. Certainly, we all know that the aging population is actually a global issue. This is not just about Jamaica or Canada. Globally, the seniors are the fastest rising population. Okay, we have another question.
Yes. Regarding healthcare. Regarding healthcare, what type of assessment have they done regarding the type of healthcare that is needed? So you just mentioned that they probably have years. So what type of assessment has been done and what is being done to ensure that necessary resources are in place? Because you mentioned elderly care, you mentioned respite, and so forth. So it's good for you to say that they have been identified, which is good, that they have been identified. But what type of resources, have they put behind it to ensure that there is enough care for elderly, and you mentioned disabled. Right now, I'm from a small town, Westmoreland. From the summer, a bit further has been done. It's tremendous since then. It's one of the largest, one of the highest counts in terms of accidents, bike accidents, and also gunshots. We know of, but actually I just had a cousin who was in emergency sitting on a chair for almost a week, could not get a bed. And this is not an isolated case. So what is being done to address those situations that is happening in terms of the resources that are being placed? Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm not a spokesperson for the government. I should say that first. However, I do some work with the Ministry of Health in relation to healthcare expansion in Jamaica.
So just to carry one of the challenges that when we visit Jamaica, it's also a concern that we have. We just heard a story yesterday that the tourists and teacher staff had died. So you have the possibility of being involved in an accident, right? And not everybody can go to private facilities. So if we're in a situation like in West Florida, Parish, I would like to know that I go back home and I have to be sitting on a chair for a week.
So I'll respond as best as I can in relation to that. Just to say, so a lot of developing countries struggle with etc. They are health, so they recently doing a lot of expansion in relation to healthcare infrastructure. That information, if you go on their website, you can see where the expansion will be happening. So they're looking at a lot of hospitals, a lot of health centers, a lot of services that will be expanded on that. So some of those issues will be addressed, but I don't think there'll be a time where all those issues will be addressed. Second to the point about accidents, we all want to see a better healthcare infrastructure in Jamaica, because even if you can afford private care in Jamaica, if you get into an accident, most of the times the closest facility to you will be a public facility. And most of the time, the issues that you need to resolve, even if you can afford private care, you can only resolve them in a public facility. So there is an interest for us to all have good health care. In terms of plans, there are plans and stuff that's happening. How much of it will be addressed? I think a lot will be addressed, but there's always going to be some sort of gap.
Thank you for that definition, and thank you for actually raising for us the opportunities that we can actually see that need to, for us to spend some more time looking at around the Jamaican healthcare system. It brings to mind for me asking the question about, we're here today, so what can the diaspora do? What can we do here to support, better support the health system in Jamaica? Dr.
Thank you very much. I really think that's the bottom line. So what can the diaspora do? And that it can be challenging. I think the first thing is that we should be as informed as we possibly can. And so it means us not necessarily saying that this is what we want to do, but that we undertake some sort of information, fact-finding mission to clarify what the needs are. So it's not enough to say I want to donate such and such, but you should try to find out what people want. So that's point number one. But there are a few things that are worth crystallizing. I talked about the importance of health literacy, the education around that. That's something that the diaspora can contribute to. The second point relates to the capacity of hospitals and community clinics, especially the ones in rural areas. I can tell you some of them they need a lot of work. So contributing to those, to you're doing all your borders down, I think that's also great. The third thing that I'll highlight, and there are lots of things that we can do, but the third thing I'll highlight is the need for specialist care, not just on the medical side, but on the nursing side, home care, what have you. That's another category of care. Coupled with that is one area that I think we just need to remember to focus on, and that is an enhanced focus on mental health. That is a big deal. We've seen that emerge during COVID, and there are many of us in that space, or we know people connected with that space. And so that's another area that I think that's what we can focus on as well.
Thanks very much. All right, we have another question, then I think this is going to be our final one. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, panelists, for your time and your comments. My question is for people in the diaspora that want to move back home, understanding the sort of situation that is healthcare in Jamaica, how can one better prepare, or how can one deal with the reality if they do want to move back home, or do they just have to fly out whenever they need something to be done? Thanks.
So it's so interesting that you asked that question because we were speaking earlier on, and that's part of the conversation that we had. So the first thing in my view is understanding the landscape in Jamaica and creating a plan surrounding that landscape. So a lot of persons can advise you, so you can get advice as to knowing your own health status, knowing what are your own health needs, and identifying how those things would be addressed in Jamaica. There are some persons, unfortunately, Jamaica is not the ideal place to address your health needs. That's not the majority of persons, but there are some persons where that would be the case. And if it's not, then it's about looking at the resources that are going to be close to you in Jamaica that will be able to allow you to live comfortably there and maintaining some other resources external to Jamaica that will help you to address those health needs. So it's really about creating a plan around your individual needs. I think the majority of persons won't have healthcare challenges that cannot be addressed in Jamaica. It's really about how they will structure within Jamaica, how they will be addressed. So it's about identifying if you need a physician care early, having the access points for the things that you need close to you, and understanding if you need to escalate beyond those access points, where you go, and if you need to pay all those things which you have to structure at the individual level. As in terms of opportunities, I hope that answers your question, but I think it's really about a plan. But understand there are some things that you probably better serve dealing outside of Jamaica just because of resources and paying for them, etc. In terms of opportunities, though, so there's a lot of persons here go to Jamaica when they need a checkup, when they need a second opinion, when they need to get dental care or some care that is, or hip replacement, knee replacement, things that they probably have to wait a long period of time for here, or they might not trust the system that they're navigating here in relation to information. And that's not unique to Jamaicans. Most diaspora persons tend to go home when they feel sick to hear from their local doctor what it is that is wrong with them. So that will continue, and there's a huge opportunity for persons in the diaspora who want to coordinate that sort of arrangement. So in terms of facilitating that sort of transfer of persons from here to there, medical tourism, if that's what we want to call it. There's a huge space in the health and wellness space. In terms of nature, health and wellness, there are huge opportunities there. There are also opportunities in terms of technology and innovation. So a lot of things that we do there
might not be done in Jamaica. There are a lot of innovations that are useful here that can be introduced, and persons from the diaspora have to look into how can we introduce these innovations within the healthcare landscape of Jamaica. It's not going to cure or solve all problems, but it's going to improve access. It's going to resolve some problems. And how can those, what are those opportunities and how do they grow? I think those are some of the opportunities to look at within healthcare.
Thank you very much. Just a final word, Dr. Abdul.
Well, I do agree with what Dr. Nation has said. I think, but perhaps there's one area that I want to focus on, and that is if you have an underlying chronic health condition and you're traveling, it's important to plan around that at two ends. First, plan at this end before you go. Plug in your local health team to let them know where you're going, how long you're going to stay, what are some of the things that you need to do. But also when you get there, at least in anticipation of your arrival, that you know where you're going to seek medical attention from if you were to get help. And make sure you have adequate supplies of medications. Whenever I travel to Jamaica, I always hold my breath, a little bit, because I'm on a flight and I always hear, is there a doctor? And so before I go, I always brush up on my resuscitation techniques. And typically, often I run into situations where people say, well, I ran out of pressure medication or I ran out of sugar medication. And there was one extreme case where somebody said, and I borrowed my cousin's medication. Those sorts of things shouldn't happen. So again, bottom line is planning at both ends before you go, I think is absolutely crucial.
So thank you both very much for joining us today. And thank you those who are remote, those in the room for the great questions. That's it for our sessions. Thanks very much.
All right. Another really interesting conversation. Healthcare is a big issue whether you're here or in Jamaica. Thank you for all of you who were attentive. We're almost in the home stretch, guys. So if you came at 9 a.m., you all deserve a prize. And you're still here and listening and engaged. Where else are you going to go and get all of this information and have the opportunity for this kind of dialogue? Right? So it's important. Our conversations, our solutions, our collective approach is important. I'm going to ask Kevin Jr. to join us along with his panelists. Here is a workshop topic that everybody, there isn't any opportunity that Jamaicans have where they do not talk about crime and the justice system in Jamaica. Okay, so I know that you all are listening attentively to this one, both those online and in the room. I'm going to introduce Kevin and then turn it over to him to introduce the panelists for this session. Captain Kevin Jr. is an officer in the Canadian Armed Forces Reserves. He was deployed to Sierra Leone and Jordan. Kevin is also a retired Deputy Superintendent from the Ministry of the Solicitor General. He is the current Citizen Security Representative on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Jr.
Thank you. If I can get everybody's attention for me, please. If I can get everyone's attention, please. If I can get everyone's attention, please. Everyone in the marketplace, if I can get your attention, I'm asking you to please be respectful of everyone that wants to listen to the conversation. If you need to speak, speak very quietly. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm blessed, honored, and privileged to be able to discuss a topic that is very important to us, a topic that requires discipline. I'll say it again, a topic that requires discipline. So I'm asking you that if we can all exercise discipline as we go through the remainder of the session. Earlier today, we had a number of individuals who spoke about crime. And it was stated that crime is a barrier to tourism and investment in Jamaica. There is what is called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. With Maslow, what it says is that as individuals, there are things that are very important to us that motivate us. And the first one is their physiological needs. As long as we have food, water, warmth, and rest, a place to live, we're happy. The next level is safety needs, right? So if we can't get past being safe, then we can't move on to the other pieces. So safety is very important to us. So for the next few minutes, we would like to discuss safety on the island of Jamaica and just safety in general. And with me, I have two distinguished gentlemen who have joined us. On my left, we have Peter Slowly. Peter is the CEO of Slowly Solutions, Inc., and a former chief of police. He received the United Nations and Canadian Peacekeeping Medal and was invested with the officer of the Order of Merit for the police force. He has an MBA, a sociology BA, and is an FBI National Agency graduate. His personal motto is others before self, compassion for all. Peter was born in Jamaica, immigrated to Canada, and lives in Ottawa with his wife and his two children. We have, to my right, David Mitchell. David Mitchell is a community-oriented leader, born in the UK. To Jamaican parents, he's a founder and former president of the Association of Black Law Enforcers. Mr. Mitchell is a recipient of many distinguished awards, including the Harry Jerome Award, Decade Leader, and African Canadian Achievement Award, Excellence in Justice, and Government of Jamaica Award, Excellence in Criminal Justice. I'd just like to let you know that sitting before you, you have over 100 years of experience in law enforcement. We're not going to be talking to you to give you a silver bullet or the one thing that's going to solve crime, but we're going to bring a number of things to your awareness and hopefully provide some opportunities that can be used as we move forward. My first question is, we look at the current situation in Jamaica as it relates to crime. And before I go into how we see it or how we feel, I'd just like to ask, how did we get here? Right? I learned from navigation that the first thing you want to know is where am I coming from in order to know where I'm going. So, Peter, I'm gonna throw this one at you. How did we get here?
Thank you, Kevin. Again, thanks to the organizers for putting this on. I did some quick research on the way down here, and unfortunately right now, Jamaica has the highest homicide rate per 100,000 of any Caribbean country, any country in Central America, and any country in South America. This includes countries like Colombia, Ecuador, that have been almost completely taken over by organized crime and the drug trade. And not by a little. This is the highest rate by a long shot. Kevin's question is important. The role of government is central and singular differentiating role of government in any country, but particularly in Western-based democracies, which Jamaica is to provide for the security of the country in two ways: against foreign incursion onto the territory of Jamaica, and to protect Jamaicans against Jamaicans in terms of violent criminal victimization. Everything else stems from creating that sense of security. A strong economy, a strong healthcare system, a strong education system, and so on. So what is the historical status of Jamaica? If that security isn't there, what happens to the population? They hunker down or they leave. And in the early 70s, mid-70s, the 80s and 90s, many Jamaicans left, including my family. For a range of reasons, but significantly and singularly, a sense of security or lack thereof. What happened in those late 60s, early 70s years? Number one, geopolitical, well beyond the ability of any Jamaican to control. The war on drugs started in the United States. They started to build a wall across the southern boundary from Mexico, and that stopped the transshipment of drugs up through South America and Central America into the United States. And so the Caribbean became that pipeline. Around the same time, the United States' interests around stopping communism meant interference with several foreign governments, including the Jamaican government. Destabilization efforts, along with the drug pipeline, created a significant rise in drug-related violence that has really not abated in the last 50, 60 years. Secondly, we heard it from the medical team before, the social determinants of health, poverty, lack of education outcomes, unemployment, the generational trauma that goes back to the slave days. These are all the social determinants of health that affect crime levels across the world, here in Toronto, Canada, and in Kingston, Jamaica. But it is much more exacerbated in our homeland. Third, this one's a little bit of a tough one to say, but it's a reality. The crime problem in Jamaica is directly linked to the corruption problem. Any level of government or civil society that in any way contributes to or condones local organized crime or transnational organized crime are going to create conditions around corruption at the highest levels to the lowest levels. I am still not sure which came first, the chicken or the egg, but corruption is a key ingredient in that recipe. Last but not least, this is the more recent effect, the lack of trust in our institutions themselves. And that comes from decades of failure and frustration around addressing core problems like security. But right now, with social media misinformation, disinformation, and polarization, it becomes even more critical factor than the other ones that I talked about. I call those things kind of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. They affect every country in the world, but they really have a deep and lasting impact on Jamaica.
Thank you, Peter. David, you've worked around the globe, right? You were born in the UK, you have Jamaican lens. Now, Peter spoke very well about the background. Like, how do you see the situation in Jamaica right now?
Thanks, Kevin. I don't see that differently from Peter. And if you look at any criminologist will tell you that there are basically causes. And it lines up exactly with what there's political causes, social causes, and economic causes. Even if you listen to people and where their focus is, i.e., eat up food. Okay? Everybody wants to eat, everybody wants to be clothed, everybody wants to be sheltered. So in doing so, are the opportunities there in terms of education, in terms of employment, economics, to be able to achieve that in the way that has been established? The other issue that I think, and you hit on this in terms of social media, the advantages from my perspective that Jamaica has is culture, food, and ultra-patriot people. That's not going to help you when you can dial into TikTok and see major robbery and gunshots flying left, right, and center, or you hear tourists talking about what happened to them on a resort in terms of safety. You're wondering, hang on, I've been to resorts, I've been to Jamaica, isn't there security? How do these things happen? And just to illustrate that, Kevin, I pulled up, and I've never done this before,
when I travel, and especially not to Jamaica. You go to Jamaica, you ask your people what's going on. They tell you, you make the decisions accordingly, right? Go on the Government of Canada website, Jamaica's travel advice. It says exercise a high degree of caution. That's what's being thrown out there. Then it goes on to say violent crime, including armed robbery and murder, is a problem in large cities and tourist cities, including parts of Kingston and Montego Bay, despite the presence of police to counter criminal activity. The availability of firearms is widespread, and most violent drug and gang-related crimes, especially murder, involve firearms, and there's a risk of becoming the victim of crossfire in these areas. Persons are also at risk of crimes of opportunity, especially theft and robbery. And it goes on to tell you where. So everywhere, Arnett Gardens, Augustown, and then you can just keep going. Montego Bay, Olmsted, Taws Pen. This is on the Canadian government. Why don't go down this? Right? So that's the challenge that we're up against in terms of the images out there, right? Corruption, the social conditions that drive crime, and then what's happening with the young people. You're going to do what you see. And if you don't see better, it's not going to get you. Thanks, David. Now, the fact that I traveled to Jamaica just the other day, and being in the military, I had to ask permission to travel out of the country. And as soon as they heard I was going to Jamaica, there was about 3 or 4 emails that were sent to me right away, saying, as a military person representing the Canadian Armed Forces, be careful of where you go. And similar to what David just read, I had all of those just sent to me right away. So, folks, we have a problem. Okay? Now, Peter, you've been an advocate for and a practitioner of community-based policing. In your opinion, how can the diaspora support the implementation of community-based policing as a potential response to the crime situation?
Thanks, Kevin. There will always be a role for a traditional model of policing, particularly in a country that is as much rural as it is urban, where there is a police officer, a police constable that is well known, that works within the community, works for the community, lives ideally in or near the community. That model, I think, has been tested well over 150, 175 years in multiple jurisdictions. I've had the pleasure of a working relationship with the JCF that goes back almost 3 years now. I've seen and gotten to know many of the Jamaican Constabulary commissioners, and I know personally that they have implemented with a degree of success in parts of the island at different times with different political parties in power, effective community policing strategies. The challenge is to be able to maintain that over the course of electoral cycles, to spread that not just in one location, but across substantial portions of a country that have different capabilities, different parishes. There's a great challenge in scaling really good practices. At one point, I would say in the late 2000s, Jamaica had actually one of the most progressive and effective community policing programs that would rival the best police services here in Canada. It is not for the lack of expertise. It is not for the lack of will and skill. The ability for that to scale and sustain across the political electoral cycles and across the entire country is very challenging. Jamaica has brought in experts from around the world to run the JCF. Jamaica has brought in some of the most advanced technology in policing anywhere in the world. As I've said, Jamaica has implemented some of the most progressive community policing practices anywhere in the world. Jamaica, probably in the Western Hemisphere, Caribbean, North America, South America, North America, have actually engaged in some of the most effective combination of police and military integrated operations, to the point that it's probably gone too far, where instead of for 3 to 6 months, you have a combined JCF-JDF operation, you're now going on 3 to 6 years. There is something that is blocking the ability of Jamaicans to take really good technology, really good practice, really good leadership, and in their day, really good institutions like JCF and JDF, and scale that long enough and strong enough to change what has essentially been an unbroken pattern, decades long, high violence, unacceptably high violence, and victimization. I believe all the ingredients are present in the island, present in the diaspora, and present in our strong international relationships with other countries and international agencies. It has just never been brought together long enough and strong enough to have the type of impact that Jamaicans deserve and Jamaicans in the diaspora are expecting of their role.
Thank you. So, I'm going to come back with you here again. I remember a former Prime Minister coming to Canada to speak, and he said, you give Jamaican something new, and then they will break it to get another new one. So, of their makeup. So, give new vehicles, give new technology, and it worked for a little bit, and then it's broken, and nobody's there to fix it, right? So it comes back to, again, to a mindset. How do we take care of things that we have, things that are gifted? When I want my children to own anything, I tell them I'll pay 80% and they pay 20%. So they have a vested interest in what they're receiving. Peter, you spoke about the cooperation between the JDF and the JCF. But there's another element that isn't spoken about very much, and that is the correctional services. As we look at the correctional services, David, what do you think are some of the opportunities where the Jamaica correctional services can collaborate with these services and to increase the ability to reduce crime?
I just want to go back to your initial comments around receiving things and breaking things. That's about accountability, and we need to figure out how we drive accountability in the system. Peter and I can tell you here, if an officer takes a vehicle out, before he or she takes that vehicle out, they have to do a circle check and complete a report, up to and including what's the kilometers, how much fuel, what's the condition of the vehicle, and whether or not there's garbage in it. Right? None of this somebody doing says that and says, go on, just bring it back in your note. Right? So we have to have accountability, number one. Even with technology now, it is to that point where we can geolocate and geotrack cruisers on the road based on the posted road speed limit. If you haven't turned on your lights and sirens and you're doing 70 to 50, I will know back in the station that we're doing it. Somebody will talk to you. Accountability. But to your question, Kevin, I think that it comes back to we need to fix those other things before we can fix that. Because in order for the correctional services to do their job, you need three elements in terms of the help to change people. Want the need of the individual to change, the ability of the system to support that change, then community acceptance. Do we see a problem? How many Jamaicans want an old thief living beside them, or a murderer living beside them? It's interesting in terms of we can't get there unless all of those three elements are there. Never mind what cooperatively we can do with the police. I think that around intelligence programs, around them having a clear sense of what is available, especially from a preventative aspect. Peter spoke about, tried and true methods of community policing. So they have school resource officers. Those school resource officers have the opportunity to identify young people at a very early age or stage and make referrals, right, to begin to support them and make sure they go down the right path. Some of those resources from a program and a counseling perspective are available in corrections. And actually in Ontario, that's what we do. We ask the schools, we ask social workers, identify those people that are having problems now
so that we can bring them resources and support before it becomes a criminal problem. So we just need to look differently, but I would say that, until as a society we're prepared to accept and go back, we're prepared for accountability and to invest in terms of the programs, and then people up front from an economic perspective say, okay, I want to go this path because I think it's viable as opposed to, I'm not gonna bother with that, that's not gonna pay me no money.
Thank you, David. And I'd also like to add to that. Without going into much details, I just did a study in Jamaica on the correctional system. And it was reported that over a number of years, the correctional system had a 1.8% increase in their budget. Think about that, 1.8% increase. Now, that isn't even enough to feed the offenders, much as to do anything else that is required. So, when we look at the three arms of fraud prevention with the military, the police, and the corrections, when you focus on apprehending the offender and not rehabilitating them while they're incarcerated, think that one day they're going to get out and they're going to be your neighbor. So what do? Right? Just some more. It also appears that the current cohort of lawbreakers have no respect for human life or the justice. And we've heard a lot of people talking about that. Gentlemen, from your perspective, what do you think that the government can do in response to this? This is a tough one. David, you said you had the last one. I'll give you a break to think about it.
It is a tough one. First of all, I know that the issue of guns has come up a number of times. And I'll say something here that you may scratch your head about. For me, guns are an important factor, but they're not the most. Drugs are the most important factor. Drugs and the impact that they have on individuals, on families, on neighborhoods, on communities, on entire societies. How it brings into play, and again, one of the medical practitioners in the previous panel talked about mental health. As much as physical health, mental health is what drives much of the violent crime, beyond the gang crime. The abuse that takes place in homes, behind the doors and walls of private families that don't make the news, is as devastating to communities as open-air gun violence. And you have to look at whether or not it's guns that actually drive the violence, or is it young people who have lost respect for themselves, their families, and their society, and are willing to use any weapon. In the UK, it's knives, it's not guns, for a bunch of reasons that differentiate the UK from the USA. In Jamaica, it's more like the USA with guns, but it's really, I heard a police chief from Dallas, Texas at a conference in Edmonton earlier this week, who said the problem they have is not the access to guns. And Texas is one of the largest gun-owning communities in the entire free world. He said it's the willingness of individuals to use those guns in public spaces and not just squeeze off 1 or 2 rounds, but multiple rounds, 150, 170 rounds within a 3-minute burst of gunfire in large crowded public spaces. That is the difference between the increase in violent crime in the US. And I suspect it's that willingness to use weapons of opportunity, gun or knife, in Jamaica, in public spaces, with large amount of rounds fired at targets where unintended victims are caught up as much as everybody else. That is probably the most frightening to Jamaicans and people considering visiting Jamaica. I don't think the solution for that particular issue lies in the criminal justice system. As much as we might be able to enforce and incarcerate the most predatorial of that element, that is an issue of ethics, civics, society that has to go from schoolyard, from dinner table to schoolyard, to the tables of society before it lands at the tables of a correctional institute or a police.
Thank you, Peter. Did you go ahead? So, Kevin.
it comes back to what are we committed to doing with our young? What's the example that parents are setting? So you can't have a society where parents are going to schools in Jamaica to fight off the teacher, right? What's the example we set? Right? It's those little things that get reinforced that says, I can do whatever I want, and that there's no consequences. I saw it today. This morning I went to the gym. There are designated spots for people who are handicapped, and you're supposed to have your handicap card. A brother, and he's got the 2 Jamaican boxing gloves hanging from his phone. I'm going to assume I know where he's from. Parks his Tesla in the disabled spot with his children. They all walk out and go. What did you just talk about? Right? So if we can't do those little things, imagine where everything else. So it's okay to resolve conflict by, using violence, right? And if you even look, I remember a psychologist telling me once, because even the issue of spankings and, I was raised by hand and licks for me wasn't a murder place. However, who spanks us when we do wrong, right? Who gives you licks when you do? But we're more than willing, and I think it's a holdover from slavery, to beat our kids, right? For the purposes of discipline. So what does that teach them in terms of if they think that they need to correct someone? There's not a conversation. So to Peter's point, it's not going to come from the criminal justice system. It has to come from society. Thank you. First question.
Thank you, gentlemen. I wish you would have been on at the time you were supposed to have been on, so that we actually would have had a room full of people that were listening and engaging. I'm also going to count out the GOJ because their members are gone. The Council General is here, but is not paying attention. I have not seen the High Commissioner here in the audience, and I think that's what's problematic. So we're here at a conference on the issues of diaspora. We have 2 of our esteemed members on the panel right now working in the criminal justice system and corrections and come with you in the military. And you're speaking, your knowledge is boundless. And right now, the people that should be hearing are not hearing, but those that are here, let us go forward. So Peter, you touched on the aspect, we know it's moral decay. That's a given. That moral decay is happening around the world, but even though we're talking about Jamaica, moral decay is a problem. But when we talk about the drugs, so when we see issues where a plane, and it's not just one, there's now been 3 planes that have landed in Jamaica, found empty, sitting on a beach, because what's in the plane. Either it was drugs or it was people that are being shipped, right? One of the 2 main issues. We have government that is not doing anything with the resources that they've been given. We've got multitude of countries, so you guys have all been on different task forces from either US, Canada, Britain. We've even had Germany and a few others who have come into aid Jamaican governments with regards to aid and crime. As you clearly noted, technology is not an issue. The wherewithal, because we're all Jamaicans. If we're right here, the Jamaicans are right there. That's where we're moving forward. All right, so it's not about mental aptitude or abilities to learn. But where is the government in showing that accountability? I think Dave, you mentioned accountability, but also having that moral framework to say it's not about lining my pockets anymore, but it's about making the structure, the infrastructure of Jamaica strong. Because the ability is there, the wherewithal is there, but the money, the resources. So, Peter, for you, what would you say is the talk to me as an observer that the Jamaican government needs to do to put in place things that could be impactful by the time we reach June to that diaspora conference, that we have some semblance of something that's actual. I'm not putting on the table, but Dave, I'm going to ask you and also for you, Kevin, from a correction military positioning, what 3 tangible things should be prioritized, whether or not they'll be accomplished by June, but they need to be part of that impetus to at least start to affect change.
Those are the toughest of toughest questions. I'm not one for symbolism, I have to tell you. That's a longer discussion. Don't have time for it. But I will say one of the most powerful and I believe most authentic moments of symbolism actually happened in Jamaica. In the 70s, and it was Bob Marley bringing JLP and PNP leaders on a stage I'll say, brokering a brief period of peace around the electoral process. It'll take more than the return of Bob Marley to this plane of life. But I genuinely believe, more than symbolism, if there can be some construct between the major political parties in Jamaica, I'll say this without being too indelicate, but to lay aside support by omission or commission for organized crime, let me be very specific now, the Dons, and transnational organized crime to alleviate the relatively fragile justice system of Jamaica from corruption, which is as problematic as the crime itself. I don't know how you articulate that, I don't know how you implement it, and I don't know how you would hold the government officials to account on it, except that they would say it publicly, it would be reported on by legitimate journalistic outlets, and follow through, not just the next couple of days of the media cycle, but for the next several years, including 2-3 electoral cycles, hold those parties to that promise. I think that will go a long way for the longer term issues. Shorter term, accountability and where those funds that come from its $3.45 billion a year remittance from diaspora into the country, around where those monies are spent and the outcomes around the social determinants of health that underpin probably 80% of the crime problems that you're seeing in the country. Will be another midterm area where I think diaspora leaders could hold the government to account for the monies that their diaspora members are sending back into the country. Last but not least, the JCF itself. With great respect to the JDF, and I've met JDF commanders who I would walk through fire with because of their integrity and their capability. But the JDF cannot continue to prop up the JCF on intelligence operations and crime management operations. That capability has to return to the constabulary, and the justice system has to rotate away from a military-led operation to a constabulary-led operation with all the accountabilities that are required. Those are my top.
So, just also wanted to comment from a national security perspective. I was at a conference, I think, in 2019, where the minister indicated that there are 2 international airports, the cruise terminals in terms of where cruise ships come in, and 136 informal entry points. I'm very interested in how they counted that. If they're informal, and if you know there's 136, what are you doing about it? Right? Simple things like pay a little man in the village, teach him to fly a drone over there, and call you every time he sees something. Or one of these students. There's all sorts of low-tech ideas, but somebody's getting money. Right? Somebody's getting money. That's how we have 136 informal points of entry. Don't get me wrong, we have that same problem here in Canada. Up here in Eastern Ontario, where we're bordered by New York State, Quebec, and Ontario, and there's some land in there that belongs to people, and different things happen there. And part of it's infrastructure, part of it's corruption, part of it's social conditions. But to get to the point that Kevin made, from me, from a correctional perspective, would be risk-based classification, right? You put lions with lions and lambs with lambs. How is Vibes Cartel in a unit and making records and making money when he's supposed to be in jail? That's foolishness. Community connected programs. So the programs that they're giving them, are they connected to agencies in the community that allow for the transition and that are relevant so that when they go back, they can do things, right? Whether it's entrepreneurial, get jobs. In Belize, there was a time when anybody who was in prison and didn't have a driver's license, it was the correctional officer's job to teach them how to drive so that they can get driving jobs, right? We need to think a little bit more. The last piece is modernization of contraband suppression and corruption training, right? Way too many drugs, way too many weapons, and way too many cell phones. And cell phones is an international problem, but you can imagine how that problem gets compounded in Jamaica around witness intimidation, continuation of offenses, and coordination of breaches of security. right? So all of those three would be the big ones for me to start with.
We only have another 5 to 6 minutes, so I'll go to the next question.
Yeah, I'm gonna insert one from online, and then we'll continue with the queue here. We'll come into trying to clear the queue. Please be brief, please be brief. So online, the question is, I know infrastructure is important, but what place does crime prevention through environmental design play a role? So I guess how communities are built, like build form, how does that contribute to crime, et cetera?
Just let me start. So if you know what SEP 10 is, which is crime prevention through environmental design, Jamaica is an interesting place. We have more gated and walled communities than anywhere. So we're isolating from, you build communities that have broad boulevards that attract what they call, public activities that then where people get to know people as opposed to everybody's got a grill, 6 o'clock, everything locks up. And if you don't have a pass, you can't go here, you can't go there. So we need to look differently at the way in which we design communities, even in terms of mixed communities. We have that same issue here. When I was the chair of housing, so we, if you look at what we're doing in Regent Park, so for those folks online who don't know, where they've changed an entire social neighborhood and integrated. You can't just have poor people living with poor people and expect them to do better. You have to mix the neighborhood.
So my question is about the justice system and the legal system, because I've worked with police in Jamaica, and they too are handcuffed. You go to a court case and people don't show up, or they're, as you mentioned, intimidated. And a lot of the crime in Jamaica is domestic violence. Huge, I think 80% actually, and more. What are strategies you have, and I know you have a few family strategies, to be able to deal with the domestic violence, so our youth don't learn violence as well? As you said, if you slap a child at 2 years old, they're going to slap you when they think you're rude. So how do we deal with the domestic violence issues?
Thank you. Great question. And this may exist in Jamaica, so I stand corrected, but certainly relatively new here in Canada. There's a realization that crime is not a crime, is not a crime, is not a crime. So domestic violence, sexual abuse, sexual related violence, violence against women, violence involving children are specializations in the same way that they are in the medical field. And the justice system is catching up to where the medical institution has been for decades, recognizing that a GP can't solve all the problems. You need specialists in different areas. So we're seeing specialization in domestic violence courts that deal with cases where there's an element of mental health issues, courts that are very specialized against crimes against women and children. And so it's starting in the last couple of years on scale here in Canada. That is something that I think our courts and our crowns could export and could be imported and scaled in a society like Jamaica. Again, all the ingredients are there. It's whether or not the political will and intent is behind it. But an excellent question.
So my question is really to tie what we started by the moderator about Maslow's theory of hierarchy of needs. How would you wrap all of what you've said from a discipline and punish perspective into what Maslow said about basic needs as we move on the trial?
Hi. How are you?
Try and take a stab. I think that in terms of how we raise children as a society, what we value and model is going to make the difference. One of the issues that we have here in Canada is there's the whole thing about conspicuous consumption. Right? So if you're not wearing Nike shoes that cost $300, you're nobody. What happens if you don't have those $300? Right? And these are the values that people are placing on things, not understanding that other people want to be important by being able to obtain those same things. So, we really need to refocus on what it is that we say our needs and priorities. We had a bit of a conversation earlier, and with no disrespect to the health panel,
and they were talking about developing countries, and I said to Peter sarcastically, does Cuba have a problem with doctors and hospitals and nurses? Right? But Cuba's a developing country, is it not? It's where you put your priorities, right, in terms of what needs to go forward. So we need a bit of reprioritization, and then we can no longer say, do as I say and not do what I do, right? In terms of everything that's wrong. So I know, even around the domestic violence piece, that is learned behavior, right? You saw it somewhere. So if you see a man that treats a woman in a particular way, they learn that from somebody, right? And it's that whole unlearning of that value of mutual respect for women, and how you demonstrate and model that behavior. I know in Ontario, actually, we have a program now. So when young people under the age of 18 come into custody, one of the questions we ask them is, are you a parent? That never used to be, or are you in a relationship? And we will then put them in a program now called I Am a Kind Man, where they're teaching them the basics of respect, right? But there's a problem. It's too late. Forces, right? You're in jail, now I'm teaching you. And then when I look at the charge, it's domestic violence that got me there. It needs to start way before that. I'm just going to add a piece. With Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it starts at the physiological needs, your safety needs, and your belonging and love needs, and your esteem needs. I humbly venture to state that we're in a position now where belonging and love needs and esteem needs has overtaken the safety needs in the minds of a lot of individuals who are committing crime. Right? So they want to belong to a gang, they want the esteem belong to their colleagues. And that requires that they commit a series of crimes. So they've actually flipped Maslow's hierarchy of needs to suit their own needs at the time. So there's a change that's going on, and we just, as David said, we have to at home take care of our business. And when we take care of business, things will work well. Okay? So next question, please.
So my question is stemming from, first of all, I want to say accountability, and I heard you say that a lot just now, and it is true. However, I want to just be brief in sharing that I am, a victim of an abduction last year. And there was 3 weeks before that, I was robbed of my vehicle and all of my valuables that was there. On that very one case, the first case, I provided CCTV footage to the police, and there was nothing done. And there is in Jamaica where police and soldiers are deployed, the response time is a major issue in Jamaica, whereas you're in Canada. If something happens, you can just literally dial it. The police will call you back. That is not the same structure. And Mr. Scully, you spoke about, how it is a case where accountability is a major part of it. But my question is, how do we utilize you spoke on the technology as well. How do we utilize the technology that is available in Jamaica? Because I'm not seeing where that is being utilized, and what advice would you give to the government with regards to how to move forward in this step?
Thank you. Great question. I'm going to pick up on a point Dave made. There's a lot of low tech that can be utilized, drones being an excellent example. Let me just put this very big caveat. Surveillance, mass surveillance, particularly mass surveillance by state-sponsored institutions, police and military, is a very critically important issue. It should not be trivialized, even with the examples that I'm about to continue to give you. So that is incredibly important. And we've seen Jamaicans in the diaspora right here in the city suffer horrendously for far too long because of mass surveillance techniques. And they first look at so drones. I was in Kosovo in the UN peacekeeping mission in 2001, 2002. This was a country that was bombed back to the Stone Age in the previous 5 years. But literally within 5 years of the peacekeeping mission and the reintroduction of technology into a failed state, a war-ravaged state, they leapfrogged ahead of most first world countries in the early adoption of cell phone technology. They literally had the slate wiped clean, and therefore were able to build a tech grid and a platform for vendors to come in and reduce rates and data rates to allow a massive adoption of early cell phone technology that put Kosovo in the first world ranks. I'm not suggesting for a second that Jamaica looked for an excuse to be bombed back into the last century. And I hope no Hurricane 5 or any level lands on our country. But we are an emerging country, and we are very innovative. And we have actually shown, for good and bad, that we can adopt technology on scale to do incredible things. So there's something in the system already that could allow for a significant technology leap, where you could use relatively ubiquitous, low-cost technology to create a disproportionately positive impact on the crime situation we've been talking about and other types of situations that have been related to over the day's events. But with that caveat, you can go too far, you can go too fast, and you can turn it into as bad a situation as it could be good.
Thank you. Next question, please.
So, my comment or question is about fraud. It is so rampant. You speak to business owners, manufacturers, or any kind of business. It's just amazing the level of fraud that exists. Is that a mindset? Is that something, if you're willing to buy something cheaper and you know it's illegal, how do we fix that?
So the reality is that's an international problem. How many of you get calls once a week from Revenue Canada telling you that you owe money, but if you pay the money in Bitcoin or with gift cards, they'll give you a break? No, that's so. Right? It's an internet, as we move more and more to a technologically based society, the type of crime is going to change, right? Fraud is very lucrative. So whether it's the scamming or whether it's the illegal manufacture of copyrighted goods, so that recently in Jamaica, I think they seized a whole bunch of Nike shoes that weren't Nike shoes. Well, they tell you if the price is too good, something's wrong. How many of you, it is interesting, especially as Black people, when you're going to the store or malls or plaza, you park your car and there's always somebody that doesn't look like you that wants to know if you like some sneakers that fell off the back of a truck, right? How do you know what's in that box? Because I know people have bought the box and the box is full of bricks, right? So, and that's the other piece, is being educated. You have access to the internet, you have access to things. If it looks too good, don't go for it, right? Another young lady that I just heard recently, she got an online job where you have to pay them before they pay you. And all of a sudden, she's $300,000 in debt. What were you thinking, right? But then again, I understand desperation, greed. They try to appeal to greed and urgency. Anytime somebody's pushing you to something, something's wrong. Because I can guarantee you, undertakers don't push you. Madden doesn't push you, he waits. Because you're almost calm. All right, our final question.
Yes, thank you very much. Interestingly, just piggybacking on what you said, I think it was some weeks ago that they showed the fraud thing with Nine, and then shortly after that, the PM was also seen buying something from a Nike shoes, probably from a merchant. Fraud same way. But anyway, that's bad. Coming back to the scamming that you mentioned, and I was recently in Jamaica. When you stand on the corner, you can see people, and you talk about broad surveillance, but you can certainly see people who are driving cars that you think that they...
Sir, I won't be rude. Your question, please. We're right at the time.
Yeah, but they're not available to afford. One of the things that we need is, I have to be able to think, is the unexplained wealth legislation in Jamaica to help to stem the buying of the guns and so forth. How can we, or what can we do in the diaspora to get the unexplained wealth legislation passed or pushed, ensure that it's passed? Because a lot of the killing has to do with the guns. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a question. If you can hold dual passports, right? Can you vote if you hold your dual citizenship? I'm hearing no. Okay, so if it's no, or it can be done, but it's not easy to do, the simplest, quickest thing to get legislation passed in Jamaica is to enfranchise yourself as a member of the diaspora. However that takes, get your second passport, maintain your citizenship, register for whatever voting, make sure your vote counts for any of the issues that you have put before us here today. Whether it's a crime problem, a healthcare problem, an education problem, an accountability issue, at the end of the day, there's two things that matter in a functioning Western-based democracy: money and votes.
In all due respect, sir, I would definitely believe that, because even what the PM said in his manifesto in terms of a fixed date election, he hasn't delivered. So I think we need to be more strategic and organized, and if we can get voices through the, what's it called, global diaspora, whatever it is, and that is how we need to organize ourselves. And if we can get people like you stand behind us to say that this can make a difference in terms of what is happening, because they come on election platforms and say they're going to do things, and they don't do it. So we need more. Voting don't help down there. After they're in, you can't get them out. So we need to be more organized in our approach. Thank you very much. So with all due respect.
No, we hear you. It's not about Peter, myself, and Kevin. You've got very intelligent, brilliant people down there. All you need is, some of the professors, some of the technologists, some of the sociologists, whatever, to bring forward the evidence that they've already collected to say, hey, here, this works. This is why. So it doesn't take us, but I would agree with Peter around, because I can't figure out another way politically unless you live in Niger and you have a plan, right? So it's going to have to be the vote, right, in terms of changing what's there.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for the time that you spent with us and sharing your experience. Peter spoke about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right? That's our past. We have to chart a course for the future. A sociologist from UWI made a statement that has impacted me. He said, not all kids that were beaten became criminals. But he went on to say all criminals incarcerated were beaten. So there are things that we have done to create the problem that we now have to solve. Let's work together to make sure that we influence our government strategically and tactically so that we can impact crime in Jamaica. God bless you.
Okay, we knew that was going to garner a lot of attention. I think one of the key messages as we get ready for the final panel, last but not least, would the education folks get ready to come to the stage, please, is that really there is power in the diaspora, right? But we can't do it as individuals. We have to mobilize and think about, even 1 or 2 things that we're trying to move the needle on. That we want to do everything, and there are lots of issues. But are there 1 or 2 things you can suggest to the global diaspora members, the organizations who are doing work, that help us to really keep our eye on that goal? And it's a long-term goal. Okay, Machine, Rona. Oh, Charlize the brand. We know you will give this awesome panel the final one for the day. Attention. I'm going to thank you as they take their seats for staying the course.
it's been broadcast.
Again, we do not get the chance to convene and talk about these issues very often. So the fact that you've taken your Saturday when you could have been grocery shopping, doing all kinds of things, visiting family, and spent it here talking about the issues shows that you really believe that we can make changes together and that the conversation and the solutions are important. Okay, I'll introduce Kashane and then I will turn it
The
over
green
to
ball card.
her.
Yes.
Yeah. The last
Yeah.
panel on education, but she said I don't have to read what's in here because I know her. I do know Kashane. But I will read this one. Kashane is a project manager and program supervisor working in technology and social services. He is the permanent communications director at the Jamaican Canadian Association, which is why she says I know her, and previously served on the global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. I think Kashane is an example of a young person who is also working across generations to try and find those solutions and work collaboratively. And with that, I turn it over to Kashane.
Thank you, Adoma. And applause. Thank you. All right, so I know that we're all tired. It has been a long day, so we're just asking that you just bear with us. We're going to try as short as possible, but still not lose any of the quality. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the panelists with me today. To my left is Luther Brown, who served as elementary and middle school principal in the Toronto District School Board. He is a retired principal of the Afrocentric Alternative School. He is trained in alternative dispute resolution, and he was a chair of the Toronto School Administrators Association. And that organization represents principals and vice principals of the Toronto District School Board. He also served as a member of the Provincial Council of the Ontario. And to my right is Mrs. Rhoda Dowell. She is a certified human resources leader and a member of the Human Resources Professional Association. She was born and raised in Manchester, attended Knox College, Canada. Her strong commitment to volunteerism has led her to serve in various capacities in the community. She is the president of the chapter of the Knox Past Students Association, immediate past president of the Alliance of Jamaican Alumni Associations, and currently serves as one of the Canadian representatives for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. She works with the City of Toronto as a manager for strategic planning and workforce development. Can we please welcome our panelists? Right, so I will start by giving some background and context to what we'll be discussing, and that will also give you an idea of where we're going, and that can drive your questions and or comments as we get to that point. So taken from a UNICEF report, Jamaica's children have lost an estimated 1.3 billion in-class hours due to COVID-19 school closures. And the most vulnerable children who struggle to access remote education have been hit the hardest. And there are still a significant number of students that remain disengaged. Attendance at the best performing public schools continue to be closely correlated with a child's socioeconomic background, and the strength of home-school partnerships vary widely. On average, Jamaican children complete 11.7 years of schooling, but those years are equivalent to only 7.2 years of learning. And there's a gap of 4.5 years, which disproportionately impacts children in the poor communities, as access to the best performing schools continue to be highly correlated with socioeconomic background. So approximately 50,000 adolescents of secondary school age are out of school, and 3 out of 5 of these children are boys. Pregnancy and financial problems are also major reasons why children from the poorest households stop attending school. So school dropout, poor educational outcomes, and lack of opportunities have contributed to an increase in youth not in education, employment, or training, who represent about 35% of those 14 to 24 years old. Those are some very harsh statistics to digest, especially when we've heard of the training opportunities that were available through PART. And so what we're looking at is accessibility and the role of the diaspora in ensuring that these things remain accessible for. So my first question, and I will give both of you a chance to answer first, is from your perspective, what is the state of education in Jamaica? And aside from what I've stated, or maybe you agree, what are the causes of those?
Thank you. I cannot speak on what is actually happening in Jamaica, but I can talk to education from my experience as a school principal, as an educator, and as an advocate for subverting the system in order to produce equitable student outcomes for Black students especially. One of the concerns based on the context you just said is the access that is available to young people because of the economic and social situations within which they live. The panel before us talked to a situation of discipline and punishment without really contextualizing all of the behaviors in light of the socioeconomic situations that students engage. I believe that as parents, as educators, as diaspora people, we have to find ways to subvert what I call the determinate environment, which is the environment within which students come to schools from. And what do I mean by subverting? Well, for me to be here on this panel, growing up in rural Jamaica, in a little place called Dover Castle, in Redwood, St. Catherine, my parents, my community had to subvert the system. My teachers had to subvert the system, meaning that they did things to get around the constraints the system was posing. And those are some of the things that I think we need to pay attention to as we look at what diaspora people can do for Jamaican society.
Thank you, Tashane. So the numbers speak for themselves, right? As it relates to education. And we just heard the numbers, some of the numbers for crime in Jamaica. And if like me, you came up through the education system in Jamaica, you can relate to the harshness and the lack of resources that exist. Pretty much anywhere you go in Jamaica, whether you're in the rural area or in the cities. You know, what I'm going to talk about really is what we are doing here in the diaspora, in Toronto, in the GTA, in Canada, to help students who we know are struggling. And during the last 3 years during COVID, those challenges were really crystallized when students did not have the ability to attend school in person. And we realized that there were so many students who, without the help that we provided in the diaspora, they would not be able to attend school. So as Akashin said, I am a member of the committee, the Alliance of Jamaican Alumni Association, and we have over 40 members currently, sometimes more, but over 40 active associations. And they pour into Jamaica, talk about what we can do to support. So anything from running a lunch program, ensuring that students have bus fare to go to school, ensuring that they have books, ensuring that those gifted students who are bright and pass their exam are able to pursue post-secondary education. And I know that the need is huge, right? But I believe that it takes a village, and it takes individuals as well as the associations that we are part of to help to solve the problem. So outside of the government policies that exist and what the government does, which we know is not enough, there is a huge gap between what the government provides and what the students actually need. We work consistently, and alumni associations in the GTA have existed for over 5 or 6 decades. So this is nothing new. But like I said, it was crystallized during COVID. And some of the things that we did during COVID, I believe in partnerships. We believe in partnerships, right? Because no one is an island, and we need to do this together. And the more we partner with other associations, for example, during COVID, we were able to partner with Jazz, or sister association in Jamaica, the one in the United States, in the tri-state, to provide care packages to students, because one of the things that we realized that some students during COVID, if we didn't provide these care packages to them, they would have no meals, because they depend on the school programs that are supported by us in the diaspora to have those meals. So things as simple as that is what we try to do, because we know that the need is there, and we can't wait for the policies to catch up to the need.
So they strategically arrange things.
Okay, so as we have heard, both of you would have gone through the school system, and you understand the challenges. And like Rona said, the students sometimes depend on the education system to get the items that they cannot get at home. What would you say are some tangible practices and some of the strategies that you have implemented at the Alumni Association, or maybe through any of your operations that you think are worth bringing to a larger scale that starts for us and get behind?
So, when you look at the needs of students, diaspora partners have been providing help to Jamaican schools. I think that has to continue. I think there are other things that need to happen, because there is an element of advocacy that needs to be present. And this conference, for example, is one way of making the point about the needs that are there, so that the people with the power and the ability to make changes can hear these conversations and learn from it and act from it. The other tangible ways that we operate is that when students come to Canada from Jamaica, they come into our schools, and our schools need to work with them to engage them in ways that will help them to develop the critical thinking skills, that will help them to develop their own self-advocacy, that will help them to work towards the goals that they have, that will help them to understand the value of AI as a source, because AI is the future that we know that's the future. So how do we prepare students in that regard so that they can participate in artificial intelligence in all of its forms and all of the other technological things? The minister talked about STEM in Jamaica. You can't do STEM without including all of it. And so from an advocacy standpoint, that is one of the ways that we can work here to help on what's going on in Jamaica. And when we make contact with the schools in Jamaica, which include teachers college, the conversations that we have ought to be listening conversations, so that we can know from them what are the ways that we can service the students that they're sending to us. Because if we go ahead and pretend that because we live here, we know what the needs are, we're making a fool of ourselves. We have to be able to listen to them. Because one part of what we do as educators is that to be successful, we must know the teaching.
Thank you. And I agree. And as we go to Ron, I want to add to that something that you can discuss in your response is we speak about keeping up with what's happening globally for persons in Jamaica, whether that be through STEM or AI technological advances. I work in technology. I'm a strong proponent for the use of technology for everything, especially for young persons. And so one of the thoughts that came to me and something that maybe we can look at is we speak about how we support the education system monetarily through giving of meals and supporting the buildings. But how can we exploit the knowledge that we have in the diaspora for those persons who may not be able to give monetarily, but they can give their time, their expertise, and their knowledge? How do we look at that as a way to not just advocate for them with the knowledge that we have, but to expose them to the advancements that are coming in technology to help them keep up? Because we know that it changes so rapidly that programs that are offered are sometimes obsolete before they're even gone through, the channels to get the certification, right? So how do we as a diaspora who may be moving a little bit faster and those at home share that knowledge with them?
Thank you. Thanks, Kashane. So again, if I can piggyback on a comment that Dr. Brown made about how we can, in very simple ways, help students that we see coming from Jamaica. We know that partnership works, right? So in the Alliance, we actually have a care and share program that we run around Christmas time. And through the JCA, actually, we are able to support some of those students. Our esteemed colleagues just talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And so we see students coming through from Jamaica, studying in Canada, and one of the basic needs that they have is really food and sometimes shelter. So we're able to assist in that regard through one of the ways is through our care and share program where we provide packages at Christmas time. But to answer your question, during the pandemic, again, it sort of was, it helped us to really pivot and really be innovative in some of the things that we did. And I see Mr. Gillen in the audience, and he runs the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. And so that's one of the partnerships we were able to utilize during the pandemic. So we were fortunate to partner with them through the Union of Jamaica Alumni Association and JAZZ, and offered classroom training to teachers in Jamaica. And during that time frame, we had over 3,000 teachers that took advantage of this training. So there's talk about AI and what we can do virtually and otherwise. The COVID has taught us that there is so much we can do now through innovation. So those are just some of the examples that I can share today. And going forward, these are things that we can build upon in order to ensure that working with our partners, we provide some of this knowledge and transfer some of this knowledge to our teachers and others in Jamaica.
So it's interesting that you talk about partnering in terms of learning, etc. Professional learning is one of the important aspects of education, growth, and development. My doctoral studies, recently completed, is about producing equitable schooling outcomes. And a lot of what we're talking now is about the production of equitable schooling outcomes. I'd like to say that schooling outcomes are produced. They don't just happen. They're produced by a highly sophisticated schooling production system of principals and teachers and policies, etc. And if we can understand that schooling outcomes are produced, then we are able to think about how we can intervene. And you talk about working with other institutions in Jamaica. So for example, if we were to be able to partner with teacher training institutions, we could talk about how to get teachers and all of the other elements of the schooling production system to understand that schooling outcomes are produced. And so what then do we do differently? There are schools in Jamaica that try to produce students for the common entrance exam. They don't follow the regular school program like in lockstep. They do things differently because they're trying to produce a different kind of outcome. So they use different strategies. And we need to be able to work with education leaders to change their thinking about how we produce outcomes. Because I think that's important for the change that we're talking about.
Thank you. That is definitely something to consider in terms of how we partner. Again, we can look at partnering with existing organizations or with the teacher organizations to make sure that the strategies that we use for certain outcomes are also taught to them. And I know you mentioned it briefly earlier in one of your responses, and it was one of the questions that I had, where we look at, the challenges that students from Jamaica and by extension the Caribbean, but because of our education system, the challenges that they face when they come into the Canadian system. And what would be different in terms of how the curriculum is set up here versus at home, and how we can help to alleviate some of those challenges or advocate for them when they transition into the education system here.
I think one way to engage students who are new to our system here is to find a way to help them to belong, to feel that they belong. Again, it's talking about Maslow's theory of hierarchy that was mentioned earlier, that when people feel that they belong, they participate better, they do things differently. And if we moderate the schooling production systems so that the students can be supported appropriately, we cannot forget about the needs, the special needs that students bring, whether it be gifted or all other kinds of special needs. And then we need to work with them to move forward. And I know we're out of time, so.
No worries, thank you. We have a couple questions, so we'll just go to Mr. Gilly.
I don't have a question really, I just want to answer your original question.
Sure.
It's a very, very good question, because we lost a lot of students during the pandemic, and a lot of them still have gone back to school. Well, the primary question is how do we build education? Education is directly related to crime, right? So we have over 650 students in our schools in Jamaica. Out of that, we have about 40,000 early childhood children. And it's only this year, which is a good thing, only this year and last year that the Ministry of Education has decided to implant some energy at the basic and infant school levels. And so there are about 500 teachers, one in each school in Jamaica at the early childhood level. So there are two different types of school here. There's an infant school and a basic school. They're the same level, from 2 to 5.5. But the basic school is basically private. The infant school is public. So there are 3,000 of such schools in Jamaica. 300 of them are infant school, government run. Well, not government run, but they put a teacher, a qualified teacher in those schools. And so this year, there's an improvement from the government because they made a commitment to start doing some more things at that level, which is a good, because that's where we start developing good citizens. Because by the time they get to primary school and high school, they're already, if they've gone bad, they're gone bad, right? And if they're good, they're good. And so we want to get as many of the good ones in from that early, because it train a child the way he should grow, right? And so I believe that we can't look at crime as we're going to fix it today, now what happened? Crime cannot, and we can put me on the block that you cannot swipe one and crime gone. You have to give yourself a good 20 years, put in proper systems, put in proper education, and so that crime 20 years from now will be okay. All right? And so our education system needs help. There's a reason why teachers are leaving. There's 1,100 left this year, 1,500 left last year, and they're going. To me, it don't really matter. Because we are putting out about 2,000 trained teachers from college each year. So I'm not on the bandwagon of, messing with that. But I really think that we need to spend some more time on providing professional development for our teachers, because our parents, they're trying, poorer ones are trying, but they don't have enough to help their children. And then the teachers are trying, but their children are coming from home with mental problems or social problems, that there needs some kind of modification right between the parents and the teachers. So that's what we need to help with our education. Sorry.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that?
I fully agree with the idea of kindergarten or pre-kindergarten. That's where we begin, and that's where we need to be able to identify the needs of children, the educational needs of children, provide the support for them, so that the professionals can help them to get to the learning places that they need to get, which means we gotta also provide them with food and the appropriate physical needs that they have. And so it's not a school-only problem. It's a school and government and community and diaspora problem. We all in this together. And when we talk about the village and people's education, the village is not just the community of it. The village is all of us, including the government systems and structures, the schooling systems and structures being adjusted to meet the needs of students, so that those students whose needs are met can actively go ahead and pursue their learning that will allow them to participate in living and earning at levels that will sustain them and that will help them to build wealth and develop families and become awesome, because we have built the infrastructure around them. We work to meet their needs.
Thank you, Doctor.
I agree that it's a multi-pronged, complicated problem that needs intervention at all levels, from primary to tertiary. And just to add, within the diaspora, one of the ways we can help those students coming here is through mentorship. There's so many different ideas and solutions and help that we can offer. And as we've said, it takes a village, and a village is not limited to any physical space. It can be as far as you want it to be or as near as you want it to be. And we heard about the conference that's been planned for Jamaica for June 2024. And I would encourage those of us who can attend that conference to be there and advocate for our children and for some of the issues and the concerns that we've discussed here today. Also, the Alliance has a booth over to my right. So, if you are there is lots of ways you can help, no matter how small. So if you are connected to, affiliated to a school, if you went to school in Jamaica and you wish to help, there is an association here that you can be a part of. Okay, and we welcome all the help we can get.
Thank you. All right, as we're winding down, we'll just take one more question or comment.
My question really was answered between the last three people conversating. Now it's more of a comment. I'm a special needs teacher here in Toronto, and I fully see the need on the ground in Jamaica. What can I do? Where can I start? And I'm willing to walk away from my job here to help there. Like there's no need really here for innovative and ideas. All of that's here. It's needed over there. And what can I do? Who can you direct me to start a special needs school? Because that is my background. I've been in special needs for 10 years. And there's nothing there. You have children that are home because they're not speaking at 6, and that's not a reason to be home. So how do I tap into that? How do I use my resources, my knowledge that I have here, and bring everything in a suitcase and pack up and go?
So thank you for the question. I'm going to put on my Global Jamaica Diaspora Council hat on. And so part of what we do, we're a mechanism to get information back and forth from here to Jamaica and vice versa. So I'll connect with you after the conference if you're still around. All right, thank you.
And just to add to that, I think one of the points that came out is how we partner with the teacher training institutions and how we partner with existing institutions. And that's something that can be looked at, how we share our knowledge and our innovative ideas on how we deal with those with special needs in the school, because I know that a lot of the training opportunities for those things are not readily available on the ground. And that's where the diaspora knowledge and experiences, such as that brought forward by our guest just now, can be used. So even if you are not, in the space where you're willing to pack up and leave Canada and go, you can support the school if even through the alliance. Like if you have an alma mater and you have these skill sets, you can approach them about how you can bring that back, right? So that's one way. And it doesn't have to, you don't have to wait on someone to establish something for you to do it. You can do that on a one-on-one basis as well, because if you have the right credentials, you can always reach out and, it works around your time and what you're able to give, because that's something that I think from an individual level, that's a start as well.
Yes, thank you very much. When I arrived at the conference, I had a lot of questions, but unfortunately, the people to whom I wish to address those questions are nowhere to be seen. So I was out of my bed at 6 a.m., got here on time, got a parking at the back. So I was very early. But I am quite disappointed, to say the least, that as I look around this room, the support is very poor. And the fact that I don't see, and perhaps I don't know them, but I do not see any government representatives here.
So there are representatives here, and in the interest of time, I apologize with all respect. There are persons who are engaging virtually. So while might look how it looks now, it's been a long day. There are persons who are online, government representatives as well, that can hear your question, and whatever it is that is needed to be put forward can be brought to one of the GJDC reps, a member of the steering committee that will be transitioned there.
Well, thank you for the clarification. But I am speaking and I am looking around the room, and I'm speaking what I'm seeing here.
Right, so that's why I clarified. So as we wrap up this session, is there a question for any of the panelists here relating to the role of the diaspora in education?
Well, how is the diaspora going to, if the people who are engaged, how are you going to convey to people that matters in Jamaica who can invoke change? How are you going to get that information to them?
I think
the question you raise is important. And because we know that there are listening to what's happening, and this is being recorded, and they will get a copy of it, they will know. And I can't talk on their behalf, but I believe that there is a kind of discipline in this organization that will ensure that the parties in Jamaica who should know this, they will know. And I think they all will hear that many people are disappointed that those who were here are not physically here, because it's just the nature of things. I just want to say one more thing before we wrap this up. We cannot talk about education in Jamaica or education in Toronto or in Canada unless we are seriously focused on the needs of students that we identify as special needs students. I listened to the panel before us, and I hear some of the conversation that they are having. And I did hear a little bit of acknowledgement that there are issues outside of just regular schooling that can cause difficulty. We need to pay attention to the special needs of students, whether they're gifted or they're falling into any of the levels that they use to describe students. We need to pay attention to them and provide resources to support them. And as parents, we need to be able to seriously recognize when our children have a different kind of need than everybody else and advocate for them. I believe that we need to work hard to see that our students are appropriately accommodated in schools and accommodated from kindergarten through university, because the special needs that you have don't go away. And if you walk in with a special need of being gifted, you are going to be supported. And when you get to the places that are of higher learning, you still get support. So on that note, bless you.
So might I ask a question then, seeing as you've clarified that I do have a question, which would be directed to the people who are not here listening. The question is, recently, I sent 7 refurbished computers down to Jamaica. I used all the government channels to do that. And after all that, we got clearance costs to the school. It was 50,000 Jamaican dollars. So how is that encouraging people like myself to continue giving back?
Okay, so that question, I think that question was partly answered earlier today. Am I right?
It was kind of lumped in.
It was lumped into some other things. But I think your other question is, I have raised it now with the hearing. The answer is yes.
And just a point as well for your concerns in terms of a contact person or persons, the members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council in this room. Rhoda is on the panel, she's one of them. Lisa Roti is available there. Bishop Duffus is there. Captain Juna is there. Dr. Sylvanus Thompson is here as well. These are your points of contact on the ground here in Canada, Toronto, to act as a direct liaison with the ministry, and not just the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but by extension, the Ministry of Education and all the other ministries, to get your questions answered. And so while we are out of time, as Adobe has reminded me, feel free to engage with any one of these persons or myself or a member of the committee to make sure that we have contact details for you so we can get your concerns and your questions answered, okay? All right, so we want to say thank you for listening. I know it's been really long day and we're way out of time. But just to summarize, it is looking at how we can support the education system in Jamaica. It's at an individual level, whether reaching out with your skills and talents to, the contacts that you have at your alma mater or through other organizations, but also partnering with existing organizations like the Alliance and looking at how we can share not just monetarily, but the skills and talents that we have that are intangibles as well. So, thank you.
So, Brian, thank you for the question. And as you probably know, the Alliance also partners with the National Education Trust in Jamaica, and they help and support us as we try to move things from here to Jamaica. And there may be opportunities for improvement. So, of course, we will have those conversations and look for those opportunities going forward. Okay?
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
It is.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you, Kashin. Okay, guys, we made it. Yes. We made it. For those of you that started with us at 9 a.m.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah. You will see some next steps. The session is recorded by virtual being live streamed.
Oh, it was very hectic.
For those of you that are really keen, you can go watch the parts in this
Have a few hours to go.
on YouTube. I hope everyone registered because that means we have your email address and we can follow up.
I think they're
And we will provide a summary.
So how
trying to do some theming and recommendation.
Yeah.
And then think about next steps. I want to just acknowledge the production team. It is not easy to live stream content from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. across Canada, well, the world. It is weeks of planning and testing.
Absolutely.
Bishop Douglas, thank you. We thank you and your church team, Donovan, David, Kashane, all of the folks who made this happen, and you're seeing like the images here and online, and it's all volunteer work. Right? None of this team got paid to do this. Do it because it's important and because we, like you, want to make a difference. So the planning team, have they all left? Dr. T,
my opportunity to do
Dr. Simmons, Kashane, Donovan, David, Kevin. Am I missing from the planning team? I don't even know. I'm now tired. Thank you.
So we were prepared, our whole team.
All right, thank you, sincere thank you to all of you, Rona and Lisa as well. The marketplace, businesses and organizations.
Yeah, the only thing is that I
Thank you for your support.
There are other programs going on.
All right, and with that, I think we officially close the 2023 Regional Global Diaspora Conference here in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening, and once again, thank you.
It's true. I've seen the what you call it, the logo. I've seen the logo.
Yeah.
I'll be happy.
Oh, same. And it would be so fun. Think about it. Right out and this gentleman on my radio.
Oh, Lord.
You know, no, it's not the age thing. Look at the age thing, because I'm right here too. But the fact is that that's what was going on. Like I could listen to you and understand another perspective, and then let me open my brain and put it wider and see it in one particular way.
More in my head will burst.
Oh my gosh, no, it's true. That's so good. That's so good. Yes. Excellent. I look forward to it.
And hopefully for Wednesday, I'll have nothing to do with the email.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Whatever that is.
Spread the word.
The whole of the mandible.
Is it morning or afternoon production?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah. Between 2 and 5 Jamaica time, or 2 between 2 and 6. 3 and 6.
All right.
Come on, we'll make it happen.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you. Anything back? Monday. Okay. Monday.
Oh. And then from New York.
Keep doing your thing.
Thank you. You too. Take care. All right. Thank you. You're looking well, man. You're looking well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gone when Monday?
Yeah, Monday.
All right. Well, ask the tough questions, right? Tell them stop coming here and give the plots. Let's get to the tackle.
I will try to listen.
Good to see you again. You
Likewise.
look smashing as usual.
Thank you very much.
Good job. I'm sure.
It's all right. I didn't say anything bad. Monday.
It doesn't mean that I can't meet my Jamaican folks again. You start. Yeah, but I'm food is I can send it to you if you want. Yes, good Love the smile. Was the night an issue? Because I'm all covered. Let's try it this year as well. Nice. I'm going to give you.
I see them match.
You know, blue. Oh, great. You get the name of Dr. Road. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
You asked what I did. I was a quality manager at Palladium, and I was a director at Bahia, and then I decided to move up here. So since I come, I've run Walmart stores, I engineered the business analyst, so I'm going into my own consultancy. That's her man. It can't so connected with our health. So
they're all interconnected. This is what the idea of intersectionality is all about. Yes. So
yeah, we need to have you on one afternoon. Sorry. Yes. You too. Okay.
I remember. Take care, sis. I remember Dennis Brown at a concert here. Yes. And I said to him, I wanted to do an interview with him. And say after the show. Mm-hmm. And after the show, it went on conversation, and everybody had come because it's Dennis Brown.
Right.
I'm waiting. He said, listen, I'm going to do this interview with this brethren here because he is very patient. He has been here from when? Mm-hmm. One of the nicest interviews we ever did. Wow. Yeah. But yeah, Prince. We can connect anytime you want.
Yeah, man. Anytime you want.
Yeah. You have a number?
Did I give you a number?
No. Probably Neil. Yeah. My website is lutherbrown.ca. So you can go look on it. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna call your number now.
Huh? True. Theater. Say that again. With the scholarship?
Scholarship thing, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll see it on there.
Yes. Oh.
Are you doing it?
No.
I'll see it on there.
Okay. If you call the 819 number, unless it's on WhatsApp, if you call the 819 number, it's not going to go through.
Okay, so WhatsApp. Is it 876-819 WhatsApp?
Yeah,
Okay, so
it would have to be a WhatsApp.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, 819. I think all I need to really do is add you in my contacts and it will go.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Indeed. No, I mean the camera is still live, but it's all right. Just showing people moving.
Oh, it's still
Hearing whisperings in the distance. No, it's not muted.
okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hello, Diaspora. Thank you for joining us. I hope you learned something. I hope you had a good time. I hope this was informative and educational. See you next time. See you in June of 2024.
Nice one.
All right, so we'll connect.
Yes, man.
Bless you.
All right. Bless you too.
Bye.